When you're ready.
Conference will now be recorded.
Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. Today is October 7th, 2025. This is a meeting of the Heber City Council. It is now 3:08 p.m. and we are starting our work meeting early. In attendance, we have council members Sid Ostergaard, Mike Johnston, Scott Phillips online, and then myself, Mayor Heidi Franco, and now Yvonne Barney is also joining us. So thank you very much for coming. What the agenda item for the work meeting is one continual interview for our consultant interviews for the Trailhead Plaza requests for qualifications. So we're going to be doing 3 separate interviews. And Tony Kohler, our Community Development Director, we're going to turn it over to you for the introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll tee it up really quick and takes 5-10 minutes, and we'll introduce the consultants and get moving. In 2021, the Heber City Council adopted a new general plan called Envision Heber 2050. This new general plan identified a new growth pattern for the city. Essentially, it is to focus growth around town centers. The City Council authorized another general plan update focused on the downtown in 2023, and it reaffirmed that the primary town center or center of activity would be the Heber City downtown. Roger Brooks was hired to do a programmatic plan for our what we coined the Trailhead Plaza. It identified a development concept for the plaza as well as several programmatic issues on how to program the plaza. Last year, the city saw a band shell constructed. We call that phase 1 of our park. It has been completed. It was utilized this summer. And at the City Council retreat in January, the City Council identified phase 2, or the design of Trailhead Plaza, as a budget and policy priority. So this item that's why this item is here, is it is on your priority list. The city released a request for qualifications on July 31st, 2025, or RFQ. And as part of that process, there was set up a screening committee. And that screening committee's primary job was to go through the submitted responses and whittle them down to 3 or 4. And that's what they did. They've recommended 3 consultants to you tonight. We've got Confluence, GSBS, and Terracon. And they will be here in alphabetical order. So we have Confluence first. On that committee, we have our post committee was represented with Mia Yu, the chairperson. She hopefully will join us tonight. Marissa Stanger, our vice chair on post, if you could raise your hand. She also was on this committee. Carrie Smith was on this committee as well. Now, Carrie has a continuing consulting job with the city to help us with the Trailhead Plaza. She's our consultant. Russ Funk was on that. Matt Brower and I served on that committee, and we want to express gratitude to the committee members for helping, particularly Marissa and Mia, who it was a lot of reading to do, and thank you so much for helping. We couldn't have done it without you. So we trimmed this list down to 3, and so tonight you're going to interview 3 consultants. So tonight my recommendation is to not get in the weeds. We know that the Roger Brooks plan was accepted. It was not adopted. And there's no reason for you to stress over that as a council, because when we hire these consultants, one of their primary jobs is to help you as a council massage that plan until you're comfortable, until or unless you and your constituents are comfortable, not going to move forward. And so it's important that you pick a consultant that you trust that can help you massage that plan to your liking. So don't stress about there being items that you might not like on that plan tonight. So tonight we have 50 minutes dedicated to each consultant. Each will have 30 minutes to do a presentation and then 20 minutes for council questions. Now, while you are doing your questions, I have printed out for you a spreadsheet. Mine's a little bit different because there are 6 spaces on each one of these consultants for each one of you. Now, what I'd like you to do, council, is as you are interviewing, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 5 categories, and they are in the columns: team qualifications, project understanding and suitability, and design phasing approach. Each one of those categories are worth 25 points. The last 2, past performance and transparency, that is worth 15. And then your last one, programming, management, and integration, is worth 10%. Each one of all those together add up to 100. So you can just pretend you're in grade school again and are grading. So as you are interviewing, I'm sorry.
I don't know, is everyone,
Someone fell.
is everyone
Sounded
okay?
like it.
I guess so. I hope so.
I hope so.
Okay. So on team qualifications.
Matt, is everyone
Is
okay?
everyone okay? Phew, okay.
So on team qualifications, for example, what I'm asking is that you do an integer number of 0 through 25, on 0 through 25 on project understanding, and likewise on design and phasing. And then you will add each one of those up. A perfect score would be 100. 0 obviously would be the lowest. And again, if you could please do integers just for ease of adding these up. Now, what I'd like you to do is as you're interviewing Confluence, and GSBS and Terracon, I'd like you to keep track of the score that you give each one of these consultants. If you don't have time to tally up to see the 100 at the very end, that's fine. I can do that. But what I'm going to do is, while the meeting's going on, I'm going to take those numbers, I'm going to put them into Excel, and then I'll present them to you at the end of the meeting and show you the resulting rankings of 1, 2, 3. And then council, at that point, you're welcome to talk about it, make a motion, whatever you need to do to move on from that point. So without further ado, if I could introduce Confluence, and Devin Dillinger is online. He's going to be the primary presenter, and we got the rest of the team right here. So Devin, if you could take it over, we'll give you 50 minutes. So if you could wind down your presentation in a half hour, and then we'll have 20 minutes of questions from there.
All right, perfect. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, Mayor and member of council, thank you so much for allowing us to interview and be part of this process. Today, as you know, we're going through the Heber City Trailhead Plaza interviews. On behalf of Confluence and our design team, again, we appreciate the opportunity. Together for our presentation, we put together an agenda. We'll go through introductions, project understanding, what we bring with right sizing, program, budget, schedule, operations, and then we'll do a little bit more of a deep dive into the project that we think we have done recently that is comparable to your project, and then we'll open it to discussion and questions. So first, for introductions, I am Devin Dillinger. I am with Confluence. I am currently sick. I got a cold over the weekend, so I really appreciate being able to do this virtually. So you can see my little face mask on my image on the screen, just so you know who I am. And I am based in Layton, Utah. I'm an associate with Confluence, and I'm also site certified. If you know what LEED is for buildings, sites is the equivalent for projects that have or do not have buildings. And now I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Chris.
Yeah, my name is Chris Sutterfield. I'm a principal in our Denver office. I'm sorry. Yes. I've been there, I've been a principal there for almost 30 years. I checked the math this morning and that is indeed correct. It flies by. So that's my goal is really to make sure we champion the idea of authentic placemaking, continue to make sure that that informs all our decisions throughout the entire process.
Yeah, I am Cam Preston. I'm with Ensign Engineering. I'm a principal there. Kevin and I are both based out of our Layton office. We specialize in civil engineering, so site civil, grading, utilities, those type of things. I've been with the firm since I came out of college, so 20 years, and yeah, so we'll handle, the drainage and all the utilities and all the unforeseen things. So yeah.
And like Cam said, I'm Kevin Simmons. I've been with Ensign for 4 years now, and before that, I've been with other firms around the state.
Yeah, hello, my name is Jason Ringel. I'm an architect and principal with Barker Rinker CCAT. I will be handling most of the architectural needs on this project as well as budget and schedule program.
All right, thank you. And then also online with me, unfortunately, Scott Ward wasn't able to attend, but he's with B32 Engineering. He is our ice specialist consultant. He's worked with us on many ice skating rinks around the country, and we thought he would be a perfect fit for this project. And then Doug, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure, if I can remember how to take it off mute. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Whitaker with Water Technology. I'm a principal there. I've been designing aquatic facilities for over 40 years and really have enjoyed spending time in Heber City. Just this summer, we go to Park City every summer. So I enjoyed that great environment. So thanks for letting us be part of this process.
Thank you, Doug. We've worked with Doug on a lot of different projects, especially with splash pads and aquatic centers, so we're really happy to bring them along as well. Also part of our team that is not on the interview right now is Wiggin Consulting. Amanda Wiggins is a wonderful consultant that helps with programming and throughout the year, who will bring great experience for this type of project. Blundell Associates is our operations and maintenance consultant. Heinz Irrigation would be our irrigation consultant. Spectrum Engineering is locally based in Salt Lake and would also be our mechanical, electrical, plumbing, information technology, site lighting, and site safety consultant. And then Ballard King is our cost estimator consultant. A little bit about Confluence. We are a landscape architecture and urban design and planning firm. We were established in 1998. We have a staff of over 75, 40 licensed landscape architects, and 5 certified planners. We primarily focus work in Midwest and Mountain West. However, we do have projects coast to coast. And our projects range all sizes, from pocket parks to civil plazas to sports stadiums, streetscapes, hospitality, university campuses, aquatic, so on and so on. If you have a project for us, we know we've probably had an experience with it and we know what to do. I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to Cam to talk about Ensign Engineering.
Yeah, so Ensign Engineering is, we are 5 offices across the state of Utah. We're all across the valley. We specialize in all types of site design. We do residential development, which we've done a lot of up here in Heber City and worked with Russ on getting things approved. And then from commercial sites to schools, we kind of handle the whole broad spectrum, but we've also, as we've built relationships with city, we've done a lot of parks for cities all across the Salt Lake Valley and Davis County. Lots of splash pads, lots of different park places, and so Ensign, I mean, it's one that, our motto at Ensign is we work to live, we don't live to work, and we definitely love these types of projects because these are the projects that we, as our staff, because most of us are all based in Utah, these are the projects that we get to see the fruits of our labors. We get to do them and then we get to enjoy them. And this one's especially special for me. I have 2 boys that play a ton of baseball, and I'm part of the crowd that invades your city in July when you host all those baseball tournaments. So I've enjoyed my hamburger and shake from the Dairy Queen and sat in this very park while I was in between games. So this is definitely one that's special to us because it will one that we'll get to enjoy later on. So.
Perfect, Jason.
Yeah, so Barker Rinker CCAT, the company celebrated our 50th anniversary this year. We've been doing community projects around the country for 50 years now. We've worked in over 350 communities. We have 2 offices, one in Denver, one in Dallas. Really, our bread and butter is community projects, community parks, splash pads, aquatic facilities, community centers, recreation centers. We kind of eat, breathe, and sleep it all. What we believe in is we believe communities can live better, so we like to try and add to that as much as we can.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to go ahead and move into project understanding. So the Heber City vision we know came from the Envision Heber 2050, creating a pedestrian-friendly and vibrant downtown. There was also the previous effort of the Parks Trail and Open Space Master Plan of 2021, which identified the need for the urban gathering space. And then the Trailhead Plaza is intended to be the catalyst that will start the implementation of all of these plans. We know that this trailhead is supposed to be, and what we're hoping to be, Utah's best community living room. And it's really first and foremost intended for the residents of Heber. We want to make sure that we have those year-round activities. Some of the ones that, of course, have been identified in the previous efforts are the skating ribbon, the splash pad, the concerts, the markets, the wellness programs, etc. Almost 250 different activities have been established. And then the whole intention, of course, is to revitalize downtown. Now, the community needs, of course, need a gathering space for the residents and the visitors. It needs to be safe, family friendly. It needs to support the local entrepreneurs through those shops on Main Street or the jewel boxes or those other events that will happen on site. And while all doing this, it needs to enhance the city's brand, the heart of the Wasatch Back. Some opportunities, of course, we can leverage the proximity to Main Street in the historic downtown. We're able to tie into the regional trail system and the recreation culture. And then we can showcase Heber's identity. And we can do that through either design, through the materials, whether that be brick or other classic materials from Heber, and even the programming that happens on the site. And what we're hoping is that model, or this model will become, this will become a model for future development. Now, we have noticed there are some challenges to address. Of course, public and private opinion. One of the things that we've realized through our career, especially with these types of projects, there's a lot of opposition that can come up. And sometimes those oppositions come from people just not understanding what the plans or the documents or the intention is behind those drawings. And one of the things that our team brings is the ability to have a digital studio where we can actually, once we go through a community input and stakeholder interview and right sizing the project, we can update all of those graphics. We can provide new renderings, new plans, even create 3D fly-through videos. So online or when people see these marketing advertisements on social media or whatever, they'll actually be able to see themselves through that site instead of it just being a 2D plan that a lot of people who are not in our profession can't really understand. So we have that ability to create those graphics. The other things we need to address are managing the complex site, high use site, and then like I mentioned, we need to right size the plan. And then we need to design year round for flexibility in programming. And parking and traffic, of course, is going to need coordination. And then you can always create a beautiful project, but if you don't have the funding or the maintenance team or the idea of what it's going to take to keep it operational, that can be a challenge. So making sure that we have that long-term plan in place is something that will keep the project successful. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to Jason to talk about what we bring and rest my voice a little bit.
Thanks, Devin. Yeah, so what we like to really, once we get past some of the components here, we like to make sure that we think of this project as kind of an equilateral triangle where each side of the triangle is equal and to each other, where we think about the budget, schedule, and the program, right? We'll start the program, we'll figure out what that budget is and schedule, Once those become out of alignment, we have to reanalyze that and refine those things so they can start coming back into equal proportions and alignment. And we also want to think about the operations aspect, as Devin mentioned. What are the expenditures, what are the revenue potentials, and those kind of things, so you guys have an idea of what it's going to cost and the cost recovery for this project. We'll get into that a little bit here. For the program, the next slide, yeah. For the program, we know that we want a park, we want to keep it busy and active all day and into the night. It has many types of users, right? Anywhere from the neighborhoods around there to the residents of Heber City, and also to visitors. And they all have different experiences and different needs. We need to really focus in on those to really fine tune and refine kind of what we're looking at doing in this park and make it active all day. Next. Well, the next slide, Devin.
All right, it looks like it's frozen.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Did it go?
We want to start off reaching out, working with y'all and figure out how do we right size this? What's the right balance? How do we refine what we're looking at doing with a master plan that's put together? We don't want to change it, but we want to just reinvestigate it. So we reach out to the community, different forms and functions. We don't expect them to come to us, but we want to be able to go to them. So there's pop-ups here and there. Go to the children if we're not hearing from them. Go to the seniors if we're not hearing from them. So we make sure we hear a good, diverse range of what people are really looking for. We can manage those expectations. Next. In terms of budget, the next slide there, Devin. We have an estimator on board. We find this critical with these community projects. You want to be able to make sure that we tell the public and we're accurate of what we're looking at doing. And pricing is always a concern, right? We don't want to wait to the end of the design and documentation to get this priced. Because if we come in over budget, then we got to take things away and value engineer. So we want to try and avoid that. So along the way, we're going to do at milestones, and even intermittently, we want to check the price, make sure we're still staying on budget and on schedule and program. And if we have to tweak anything, we tweak it at that time versus at the very end. Next. Go a couple more slides there, a couple more times there, Devin. So, a lot of communities will call up to their neighboring community and say, hey, what did you build that park for? And they'll say, well, we built it for 10 million. Well, that might have been a few years ago, and they're probably 30% short at that point because they didn't think about the soft costs. What's it cost to do a project? And also escalation. We find, time is money. We're seeing anywhere from 4 to 5% escalation each year. Tariffs are still a little bit unknown right now. There's a lot of uncertainty out there and the interest rate. So it could even go up a little bit more in the next year or two. So we want to keep those in mind, especially when we phase out the project and think about those things. So we like to estimate the projects out to midpoint of construction, because then we know it's bought out by that point and that we should be pretty solid when we come to the end of the job, and we're not going to have to be contractors not be asking for extra money that we don't have. Next. And then schedule. Schedule is always an important part. We put together a draft schedule here. We want to work through you all with that and think about the phases. Are there any opportunities to combine some phases or to do less phases so we can maybe save time, save some money, and put more money into the project potentially? So we'd want to work through the schedule with you all and figure out what's the right portion and what's the right components to include and when do we want to include it. And it really comes down to the goals.
Can you tell me why you have that star on, the previous slide? You've got the star with the VEGMP and pre-construction in September, October next year. Does that star mean something?
That star is the time that we'd like to try and get the GMP established for the project, the guaranteed maximum price. And we'd look at bringing a CMGC contractor on board early to mid-design development. Once we kind of figure out the program and what we figure out the design, we can bring them on board along with our estimator, and they can start to look at the numbers and make sure we're really aligned with the costs.
Can I also ask, does your firm also plan to perhaps apply as the GM?
See?
CG, thank you.
No.
Okay,
No.
just checking.
But we've worked with a lot of them. A lot of our projects, at least for BRS, we're probably 60 to 70% of our projects have a GMC or CMAR procurement process.
Thank you.
Next, Evan. And then operations, Ballard King, we brought them on they help us really look at, what are the goals of the project? What are we trying to do? What might be some components that we want to bring into this thing? And look at different types of situations, right? I mean, something that they would look at is, what do we want to do with the ice rink in the summertime? Is it a bike pump track? Is it a derby course? Is it bumper cars? What might it be, and what could be the revenue generation on that? So they can help make informed, educated decisions by putting some operational costs to some design options or design possibilities, so that you guys can make that decision and see what that impact might be for that. Next. And then also, obviously, want to look at the revenue. What potential is there for revenue in terms of vendors, lease or rent, events, concessions, activities, and all your various programs that you might do here. And then in addition to that, we also want to look at expenditures. What kind of money, will this thing cost you guys in terms of staffing, maintenance? We noticed there might be a few things missing in terms of like the ice operation and maintenance, the Zamboni. We want to just make sure that everything's covered and there's not any hidden things somewhere that you guys are surprised with at the end, like, oh, we need to come up with more money to cover this stuff in terms of operation, because that's where it can really fall apart. We want to make sure it's a sustainable, successful project that's easy to operate.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Now we're going to go ahead and look at the project experience, a little more of a deep dive into the project that we submitted as being one of the most comparable to the Trailhead Plaza. So Jacobson Plaza at Falls Parks, located in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It was a 7-acre site. This site contained an ice skating ribbon, an inclusive playground, splash pad, dog park, event space, and it was designed by Confluence in collaboration with city staff, donors, and stakeholders. Almost every element on the site, such as the ribbon or the warming house or community center, all have donor names on them because we were able to find and facilitate those donors and funding for those pieces of the puzzle that all came together beautifully, we think. Some of the graphics, so here are some of our renderings that we did during the design development phase of that project. The left side is an aerial over the multi playground. We've got actually 3 playgrounds on this site. One of them was for 2 to 5 age range, one was 5 to 12, and then the other one is what we consider adult. It even had kind of a training facility area for adults to exercise and to get some recreation as their children play on some of the younger equipment. Then there's the splash pad kind of in the background, along with the ice ribbon way in the back. On the right side, you can see the warming house, as it's known as, which is a community center, rental space, concessions, as well as where the equipment is stored for renting for ice skating. One of elements to note on this is you can see a fireplace on there. That fireplace is actually double-sided, so it's on the outside plaza as well as the inside concessions area. And we've heard from a lot of people that have used the site that it really makes that interior feel like a living room, and they've really enjoyed that feature. And a splash pad is located on the lower image. Some of the other rendering styles that we can do are nighttime shots. Because we want this space to be able to be utilized during many times and fully activated, this is a shot during summertime. You can see how we've used projectors off of the light poles off that ribbon. In this case, it was used, as a tricycle race during that graphic. But we can also provide winter images as well. As you can see, we've got projections of the snowflakes that rotate as the people are ice skating around underneath those catenary lighting features, and those trees are lit up to really give that wonderful holiday feel and a place making really know where you are when you see it. This project was also, its grand opening was this spring. So you can see Jacobson Plaza's monument sign, the grand opening of everyone there. As Jason mentioned earlier, we actually did program this site to have bumper cars in the ice rating rink during the summer. And you can see the people using those. They're an electric bumper car, and those are stored in the mechanical chilling house. You can see the splash pad being used, and then also some of the play equipment that we had on that site.
Devin?
Yes.
Hi, this is Yvonne Barney, one of the council members.
Mhm.
Approximately how many individuals have they had attending this particular plaza? Do you know? I noticed that
So
you have very large parking area. Is that the only parking area you have, or is there one that's even larger
So
adjacent
on
to it?
good question, thank you. So you can see the parking lot that's accommodated on the site itself. There's also parking along the street, if you can see, and then it continues along the entire Jacobson Plaza's border. So the full parking count for this entire project was roughly around 2,000, but it accommodated a lot of parking through the downtown, which was adjacent.
So council, can I recommend, let them get through their presentation and come
No,
back
but
with
I wanted to see where the
Well,
parking was. This
yeah,
is
let
something
them
that's not
do that.
shared.
And this is Doug from Water Technology. We do a lot of work in Sioux Falls, and this is a very wonderful project. The entire city is just enjoying the daylights out of this. It's in a very popular area with the Sioux Falls area right there, and it's been such an activation for the community in this area. And Confluence did such a nice job with this.
Thank you, Doug. The image that you're seeing on the screen now is actually not a rendering. This is a drone shot 2 weeks before the opening. So this is the completed project. And you can see that those 3 playgrounds with the adult kind of a playground as well, the splash pad, dog park off in the background, of course, that warming house, and then the ice skating rink as well. This project was budgeted for 18 million. It came in a little over that. Part of it was a learning experience for us with having ICE consultant and also a technology consultant and utilities and everything. You can imagine the amount of pipes that run through this project. We're talking hundreds of pipes. Having a team that really coordinates and works together and is responsive and understands scope is a really important feature. And that's actually why we've arranged our team the way we have. If you've noticed, we are Confluence and we have all of our consultants will be directly contracted to us instead of having middlemen. Sometimes during projects, you'll have, say, the project lead who then has a consultant who then has consultants. And then if you get multiple branchings on that type of organization, you can have middlemen that the information starts to be missed and doesn't cross. So one of our learning lessons is that we have everybody directly contracted to us, and then we become the, as I say, the facilitator or the sorting house and make sure that everyone is communicating and talking together. So the project was 18 million, but it did come in with a little bit of modifications at about 18.5 million at the end. But as Doug had mentioned, it is a beautiful project and we're incredibly happy with it, and hopefully it is a comparable for you as well. So that brings us to the end of our agenda that we had. In my final statement, I just wanted to say we bring together the confluence of design needs, and collective ideas, ensuring that the final plan is both a reflection for your community and a roadmap for success. And with that, I would like to thank you on behalf of Confluence and the design team for listening to the interview, and we would like to answer any additional questions you have.
Well, I want to thank you for a very impressive presentation. Very impressive. We can certainly see your expertise and the creativity that you have and the actual finished projects that you've done. So I'm ready to ask questions, but I need to open it up to the council first. So council, what's your questions?
I'll start.
Go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Very impressive. Talk to public outreach. This is going to be a public project and we're going to have help with that because we're going to be under magnifying glass as council and we need help with that. Talk about your approach and your process of doing that.
And if you don't mind, I'll answer that question. So we have multiple methods, kind of as Jason mentioned on the community output. Our majority thing that we like to use is a website called Social Pinpoint. It's an online community engagement platform that we've leveraged on lots of different projects. It allows us to post documentation, progress of the project. We can put on surveys. We can even do different modules where we put a map and have people drop pins if we need to ask them specific points on a project. And we can advertise that with yard signs, with QR codes, or the website address on the actual site. We've had it released through like city social media, postcards through the mail. We've also done mail flyers out to like residences that are adjacent to a project site. And then we've also do pop-ups. So we'll be on site, attend maybe an event that's already established, for instance, 4th of July or something. And we set up a tent and we can bring different images or boards or information that we can collect and survey the community during those processes.
No, thanks. Thanks for that, because we're going to have to hit all ages.
Mhm.
I love the actual mailer out to me as, I don't know, social media
Yes.
and stuff like that. So that's very important. That engagement is huge. And we've heard that a lot, especially on this project. One other question, and which was really interesting, um, vendors. How did you help organize and decide what vendors are appropriate for these types of projects?
So
Because that,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good. And programming, talk about that a little bit, because
So
that is a big part. And were you guys heavily involved with that in other projects?
yes, absolutely. So with the Jacobs and Plaza project, we were completely the coordinators from beginning to end on that. And ultimately, for the vendors and for the different opportunities, it usually comes out of the engagement process. Vendors start to see those different engagements come through and they start to answer questions and then they ask how they can get involved. And then when we bring them to the table and start talking to stakeholders, it evolves naturally and kind of evolves into this beautiful connection and process. Like, yeah, I'd like to be a part of this portion of it. How can I do this? What can I do to be a part of that? And then those kind of develop.
That's awesome. Thanks. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Sid. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Out of all these projects over 50 years you've done, which was the biggest failure?
That is an interesting question.
Like, did it ever not meet the goal of the entity doing the project?
So for Confluence, Chris,
Has
you
an
might have
has an
to
idea.
help me on this one.
Who wants to admit failure here, right? Gosh. Go ahead, Devin. I'll let you admit failure first.
Admit failure first. Okay. You know what? I'll mention this one. So I know we had a project. Basically, it was a public plaza for a civil, or excuse me, for a town center, and we had catenary lighting. So the poles with the lights that go across, like the cafe lighting. Uh, that project, we had a whole bunch of community input. We had bandstand, we had everything. And once that piece of the project came together, found out that the engineering for the system wasn't done correctly for the weight, for the winter weight load, and the snow and everything that would happen on those. So had to go back with the engineers and go back and forth and had a conflict between engineers and structurals and the manufacturers of those lights. And it took almost a year to get those lights fully installed. And that was a big learning lesson at the beginning of a career. That again, talking about how we now structure our projects, how they're all under us, because that project engineer was under somebody else, and then the structural was under somebody else. So to get them together and communicate was a hard process. And now with how we structure our project team, where they're all under us and we can communicate directly, that's all. It has been a big benefit.
I appreciate your response. I want to clarify my question because failure to you and me is different. For me, it would be that the city or the community doesn't come and use the plaza or doesn't use the amenities.
Oh, I see.
Did you have any of those projects?
So interesting. I'm going to answer it this way. If you ever have a project that fails like that, then the community input portion wasn't done right. And we have never had a problem with our community input.
Great. One other quick question. How many ice ribbons have you dealt with?
So me directly, I have been on 4 projects with ice ribbons. I queued up just in case this was going to come up. So Ames Plaza is another one of our ice ribbons in Ames, Iowa. It was a 2-acre site. It was actually a redevelopment of an underutilized parking lot in downtown Ames, and right next to City Hall. We took that parking lot out, installed this new ice ribbon, and it's been a great asset to the community. And right next to City Hall is something that's been definitely benefit for the events that have been handled there. And then Johnson Town Center is another project that we recently finished. It was in Johnson, Iowa. It was 6 acre. It was a new town center along with a public park and open space called the Great Lawn. And there was a splash pad at the end of that Great Lawn. And interestingly about this one is that splash pad is converted to an ice rink in winter using a synthetic ice system. So that's another project that we have recently completed as well.
I'm a hockey player and a purist. I can't use the synthetic system.
It
Sorry
is a
about that.
different feel. It is a different feel.
These guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Scott, if I may add to your first question there, I'd say, you know, what we find that when projects or public projects don't go through, to Devin's point, it's usually because there was kind of a lack of community engagement. You know, when they get the community, when they don't do the community engagement, they don't involve the people of the community, they don't hear what they're looking for, right? So when it comes time to vote for that, it usually gets shot down. So they don't even get a chance at it because they didn't listen to the community.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Mike Yvonne. Go ahead, Mike.
Great comments. And I love the thing of the failure thing about the lights. So it kind of goes to my comment. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold. What have you learned in your careers about making sure this lasts for 50 years? I mean, I don't want it to last for 5 or 10 years and then we have to start repairing it, and maintenance is a problem. You know, what materials, the concrete, and, you know, when I see people using fake stone rather than real stone, it's a problem that's just waiting to happen. You can see, I think we've done a pretty good job on the quality of our festival street and the quality of materials on the new main stage there. So maybe talk about your experiences there and what have you learned that you could bring to this project?
Devin, I can take that if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Councilmember Johnson, I'd say that, you know, we like to kind of look at good, better, best, you know, and provide options for that in terms of pricing and the pros and cons of those things. You know, we used to design buildings to last 20 to 30 years. Now we're looking at 50, 60, 70 years because they are community buildings. So, you know, there is a premium to build a longevity, a building that lasts a long time, but it's a sustainable component to it. So we kind of look at those operationals and those capital improvement costs and then the return on that stuff to see, you know, does it make sense to make everything out of, say, concrete and it'll hold up forever like a bunker, or can we kind of maybe do a little bit lesser system or something of that nature like masonry? So that is something we definitely want to look at and talk to you all about and make sure that we're designing this and building this that'll last a long time. And there's options out there for that.
Can I add to that? I would add too that the thing I've learned over my career is it seems as we've gone further along, there's more involvement on the construction side, where the design team will stay on to ensure that, I mean, not that all contractors cut corners, but to ensure that corners aren't cut and that the materials we've specified and the manner of which we want it installed is done properly. And so involvement on the construction side is also another key we've seen to help projects get built better, just to ensure that the design and the specifications that are in the drawings are actually being executed on the back end.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Did you have anything else?
Thank you, Devin, for indulging me on that question about the parking situation. Was it Jackson Falls? Is that what it was, the name of it? And that was in Sioux City?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So I guess that would be go along with my question. What has been, you've obviously done a lot of beautiful projects, and thank you for bringing such a great presentation to us. What would be the smallest community that you have done something of this magnitude in? What would be the population size? What have been some of the issues or concerns when you've gone into smaller communities that you have recognized? And I guess I'm asking a lot of questions in the same question. And then what has made it a positive? So your negatives, size
So
of community, small size.
That's a really good question, and I'm trying to put together. So we've, worked all over. Me personally, I'm licensed in over 6 states. I've worked in Texas, Illinois, Iowa, California, Utah. So I've worked in many different communities and many different sizes, all the way from Chicago and Dallas down to Bloomington, Illinois. Um, a lot of the times when we have a large project, a large community project, especially when the community may be a little smaller than some of those large municipal, large, large cities. Funding can be one of the biggest problems. So finding the funds for it, coming up with a phasing plan that prioritizes a proper organization on making sure, say, like the utilities get put in first while we then move to the next phase, but still having the site usable during those phases. The last thing that you want to do is, if you have a 10-phase project, fence off that site for 10 years if you're phasing out 10 years. You want to be able to implement those phases as you continue, find the funding and the ability and maybe those partnerships or even grants that will help with the funding, and set it up at the beginning of the project so you know that they'll be coming as your phasing is implemented. Did I touch base on all of the questions?
I think so. And then what would have been the smallest acreage that you've worked in? I know I saw that you had 6, and I think there was another one that was 2 or 3, maybe?
Correct. So for this size of project, like an equivalent of this project in acreage,
Yes.
is what you
Yes.
mean? So yes, so with Ice Ribbon, so the Ames Plaza, I believe, was 2 acres. So I believe that's roughly as small as we've
See
gone, but
another picture of that Ames project.
I
Is
only
that
had
the one that was in town? It was just a circle, and it was
correct.
utilizing
An old parking lot.
an
Yes,
old parking lot. And
correct.
what is the population of Ames? It's about 30,
Ames
40,
is a college town. Yeah, it has the University of
about
Iowa in it.
40,000,
Yes,
and it was right
correct.
next to. Great.
I would also say,
Thank you.
Councilmember Barney, is, small towns, the challenge, a couple other challenges in terms of funding would also be staffing.
Okay. Yep.
And not only just having the staff, but and then the other portion of specialty systems, with that splash pad, if it's a recirculating one, you got chemicals, you got mechanical systems, pumps, so staffing that knows how to operate that, and then also being able to just make sure that you can have a system that you can get the product or the materials there, right? If it's a chemical system, you have to get your chemicals from Denver, or can you get them from Salt Lake City, right? So we want to make sure that we're aware of that, and that's, for pools and things like that. Doug Whitaker with WaterTech is great about looking at those kind of options and saying, hey, you guys might want to go with this, but guess what? You can't get it for 1,000 miles. So maybe that's not going to work out for you. Or maybe we need to do it that way and make sure we have enough storage so you only have to do that once or twice a year.
Storage area.
Storage for
Obviously.
some of that stuff too, the availability of any sort of ongoing materials or products or chemicals that might be hard to challenge or challenging to find and get. Would be something
And
else.
Jason, I think what you're really talking about is aftermarket support. We want to design systems that are durable for both maintenance and easy to maintain and can be supported in the market area, but also have durable attraction value. And one of the projects that I know that Confluence and BRS and WTI did together was in a relatively modest sized community of about, I think it was around 26,000 people at that time, in Garden City, Kansas, which is a remote destination. And we took out the largest free pool in the entire country. So the city had a lot of resistance, and the citizens had a lot of resistance for that project at the beginning. But due to the public input, all the engagement, and the constant communication with them, and then also with their operational team, that has turned out to be just a phenomenal success because it's easy to maintain. Everybody loves all the new amenities, and it's just been a great new revitalization of a great destination.
Great. And one more question, going back to the parking. What would be the suggestion, especially for what we're trying to do in the Heber Main Street area? What would be the suggestion for parking as far as size? How many would you foresee? And maybe I'm getting way ahead of the project or anything that you've even looked into, but what would be your biggest lot size projection for that area, since all we have right now currently is on-street parking?
That's a good question. And to be honest, we haven't gotten into that level of detail yet. We were just actually talking about it before the presentation on parking. And I had mentioned that in some of the previous efforts, there is a parking garage proposed in the future along the C Street Trail. And because parking, of course, is a concern. It really will come down to the actual amenities and everything that, through the right sizing on what on parking would be needed. But for a project of this size, if it's fully activated, if it was installed exactly like in the Rogers Brooks plan,
Mm-hmm.
the parking would be almost in the 1,000.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If I could ask a few questions, please. How long have you worked with all of these people, the Hines, Blundell, Ballard King, WTI, et cetera? How long have you been able to maintain your professional relationships with them?
That is a great question. So a lot of our team members we've worked with consistently. So Confluence and BRS, WTI, Ballard King, Blundell, Hines Irrigation, Wiggins, we've all worked for years. I will say Ensign is a new partner for us. We've been going after specific projects in the Yucatan market, and this would be one of our first ones of working with them. And then also Spectrum Engineering is also one of our new local representation our consultants that we are working with. So 90% of our team members we have worked with for years. And we do have some new team members for local experience and also partnerships that we've been trying to do.
Okay, I appreciate knowing that.
Add to
That's
that?
very good to know.
Can I add to that? With
Sure.
Ensign, the one thing when it comes to site civil utilities, we have survey work. And a lot of times your site civil tends to want to be a local firm that's close and within the area. And that's why we're with Ensign. I mean, we've done lots of parks through the area, through the county, Salt Lake, Davis County, that type of thing. So when it comes to the civil and the utilities, because we have relationships and we know your city engineer, we tend to know the Utah market and how things are done. And it really helps where the site civil tends to do better to be a local firm. So.
Okay.
Their boots on the grounds helps us a lot, and
Yep.
we'd rather have that than somebody from out of state, especially for civil and site.
And it looks like your team's proposing 2 times a week meetings throughout perhaps this year time period. Is that correct?
That's correct. So I can elaborate that on a little bit. So as your project manager, I would be somebody who would be with you through the entire project from the very day one all the way to the very end in the grand opening. That's one thing that Confluence prides ourselves on, is providing a project manager that will stick with you, who will be a friendly face through the entire process, who will be your direct contact. And what I like to do as a project manager is I set up bi-weekly meetings with stakeholders and then also the design team, and I uh, oscillate them. That's not the right word I'm looking for. Alternate them. And that way we always have a meeting that is set, that we keep people accountable for the tasks that they need to do and to stay on track. And then also for stakeholders and ownership side or council side, you also have a milestone date that you know that work is continuing and progressing at a very consistent rate that can be monitored. And that's one of the things that we bring in our project management skills. And then also with some of the other elements that I like to bring to a project, like quality control assurance, when you hire Confluence, are not just hiring a Confluence Salt Lake, or not just hiring Confluence Denver, or Chicago. You're hiring Confluence as an entire company, and we leverage all of our different locations. So when you hire us, you're hiring a team of 70 people who will collaborate uniformly across. And during our quality control, we actually send our documents to other locations and have them look at it with fresh eyes, so they can look at it as if they were from a contractor perspective and point out potential opportunities or cost saving measures. So we utilize our actual staff to make sure that we're providing the best quality that we can for the project.
Okay, I appreciate knowing all of that. What my next concern is the 3-month public outreach time period that you're proposing on page 4 of one of your documents, 3 months. And you know, we're a bit delayed right now, right? We sent out
Yes,
this
yes.
RFQ in July, and we're obviously not going to start in October, right? But
Yes.
what I'm concerned about is public outreach during the holidays. I don't think that that's advantageous to getting as much input as we need. And some of the other proposals are saying they're going to do so many open houses or so many surveys or things like that. Do you have any idea? Is 3 months usually enough? Because I don't think it's going to be enough, even if you started in January to March. You see what I mean?
No,
I
that's a very
just,
good
so
point.
tell me
Mhm.
more about how you're going to do how many surveys besides your social pinpoint site and putting up yard signs and QR codes. What kind of sample participation would you think you would need out of 18,000 citizens in our city to feel
So
confident with that public outreach?
the one reason why we put the 3 months in there is, as Jason had mentioned earlier in the presentation, we still want to refine that with you, with the stakeholders and council. So it was a draft schedule that we were putting together, and yes, it is over the winter time and the holidays. We have found in some communities that is actually beneficial, because sometimes people are off of work, people are at home or with their community, they're more out of their home and they can see those media posts or those signs in the park. So sometimes they get a little more input because they are available, or running around doing shopping and seeing those signs that we can put up. Some communities it's not. Some communities it is not the time to go for input from the community or for stakeholders. Sometimes businesses are closed and it prevents us from getting information from adjacent landowners, or so that's one thing that we need to right size in our actual project scope with you too, to come up with what you think would be an expected amount of time for it. And that would be part of the first scope and the first meetings that we would do, is formalizing that list of items. Um, but if we can do a right size amount, we would really like to at least attend the site a couple of times in person, so we can grab people who are actually using the site, so people that are around in the adjacent lands can see us there and come out and give opinions. It's nice to be able to have the social pinpoint portion, the online portion of the community input available online for a consistent notified amount of time. Um, some, as we all know, we're all human. Sometimes we all procrastinate. So you may see a sign and say, oh yeah, I really want to give input, but you don't get to it. As long as you have a very knowledgeable amount of time that, hey, okay, I know that's going to be available for, 60 days, or, a notified amount of time, we can usually get the input. But for the size of community, it's would ideally, if we could at least get 25% at a minimum, that would be good. Uh, that is very different among communities from what we've seen. Um, did I answer the question, Jason or
Really,
Chris? Did you want to
that's
jump in
really
on that?
ambitious. I would be really happy if we could get 25% participation out of our total population, adults and youth and so forth. That sounds great. I just don't know, have you been able to get 25% in a 3-month time period before?
We have in some of our communities, like the Bloomington, Illinois project. It was a master plan for a historical park. We plastered the survey information everywhere, and the
Mhm.
city down there really helped us provide. I was talking about mailers, so the mailing surveys out to the community.
Mhm.
They sent it out to almost their entire city, and we received. I believe we almost hit the 25% on that project. It was quite impressive. It took quite a long time to sort through it all, but it was one of our best input processes.
That's all sounds really great. Council just realized with the UDOT bypass route being selected in this same time frame and people being asked to public comment for that, it's going to be, I think, harder for them to do both. And that's what we need to probably think about when we're trying to do this big project compared to that big project, which is
Public comment
community-wide.
parties
I'm just
all in
saying,
one night.
so who does lead your public outreach besides Devin?
I'm not sure of the question. So you mean like the company or the specific person in our
Yeah, is
in our
it
design?
Jessica or Jen, the principals that you listed in your information? I'm not sure.
Oh, I understand. So Jessica is our wayfinding. She's out of our Sioux Falls office. So she does wayfinding. Caitlin was also listed in our proposal as well. Caitlin is out of our Omaha office. She's a certified planner who's done a lot of community input over her 10-year career. She is one of the facilitators that would help support our team. I would be the primary person who would be, of course, directly contacted to you, but we'd have the support of all of the staff in Confluence.
Okay.
Council, so we do have
Yeah,
till 3:16 because we're running behind a little bit.
right, but
our-
I was wondering if any of our audience wanted to ask
Our
questions too.
consultant actually has a suggestion.
And Carrie, do you want to
So-
come to the podium, please, so we can hear you well?
Yeah, she's suggesting
Thank you.
that you ask a couple hard questions. So
So it's from the Matrix, and hello, guys. I was hoping that we could get support to ask if part of the Matrix includes examples of on budget, on time delivery with references and outcomes. Were you guys able to provide that information?
I don't think I saw that.
Okay. And then a couple other quick questions that are related to the matrix. Do you have examples? The ones that you shared today, they included a lot of like activation space and recreation. Did you have any projects that included a partnership with also event space that was maybe managed by a non-city entity or nonprofit?
So we do have project examples of that in Confluence's portfolio. One of them is called Serve. It's a pickleball project, and it is a private vendor who actually runs the facility and runs basically pickleball rentals. It had a activation plaza, indoor, outdoor pickleball areas, concession stand, public playground, parking, and then also the alcohol sales and the bar portion of the project as well. And that was a project where we planned everything out, and then the actual vendor through the city was contracted to provide services.
Perfect. So did in that time frame when you were designing it, was the other partner involved in that process?
Near the end
Okay.
of the construction is when they got involved. So the site was actually originally designed through with like city stakeholders, city communication, and then also community input. And then once we got to the end of construction, the vendors were, an RFP was put out, different vendors supplied for that, and then the city chose the one that they wanted to go with for the site facility management.
I think the last one, if I have time, is you have a note up here about year-round activity. What type of experience did you have on helping maybe build out that activity space? Part of the Roger Brooks plan is that he always wants 10 different activities happening on the site at one time. And so some of those features might be hard permanent features, and some might be like a life-size Jenga game. Do you guys have experience and staff that would help develop out a more specific plan for Heber for that?
Yes, so definitely the team members that we have, Wigan Consulting, she's the programmer that would help us on those, definitely help with all the different programming and activities. We also have experience going through some of those, like the Jenga games, even we've installed different types of play tables like chess boards, the life-size chess plazas before. So we have experience in some of those activities and events, and then also Wigan Consulting can help with those different activities as well.
Okay, I actually had one more. Sorry.
Yes.
Did you identify any specific sensitivity to site constraints for Heber when you went through the plan?
So can you restate that again?
Like, did you identify any like site constraints that you might have already noticed that we need to work
Oh,
through?
yes, we have. We were just talking about this earlier. So one of the things is, of course, you have the historical monuments on site, as well as a lot of features are donated. So you have a whole bunch of donation plaques on the light posts, on the walls, on the plinths and columns. So we noticed that a lot of things have been donated over time, and people can be sensitive to the things that have been donated, even benches and their loved ones. So handling how do you redevelop a site that has already so many donations to it is something that's definitely a constraint. We have experience in that, and we also have experience in getting new donations. One of the things that our team was just talking about before this is possibly, like the lamp posts with those donations, they could be moved to the islands of the ice ribbon. And so they could still be donated, just relocated. And then when you're skating through the ice skating rink, you'd see those, historical lamp posts, see those donations still there. So integrating some of those, those constraints into the plan to make them an actual opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tony, okay. Did anybody else have questions? Come on up, Marissa.
I think that's a natural segue from the last question. So what you just discussed, plus when you conduct community engagement and you maybe hear there are some hesitations about certain aspects of the proposal, how do you share those with us and the city and the council, those new suggestions for some of those concepts? Or talk about your experience having to do that.
So part of that is, going through community input, going out to the, hearing from you. If we're awarded the project, starting with kickoff, knowing what you've already experienced, going through the community input and learning those new experiences. We then synthesize through all that information and data and come together and create a report, basically, which will talk about what we've heard, what opportunities and constraints are coming up, what risk factors are going to happen from doing certain elements, such as moving a memorial, or in one of our projects, moving a cemetery. So there's definitely pros and cons to some of those, and then we can provide you a report that shows what people are comfortable with, what people are upset about, what we could do, how we can accommodate something, and come with solutions and opportunities to rectify some of those concerns.
I don't know how you move a cemetery. That's probably a story for another day.
Yes.
Right. That's pretty amazing or interesting. Okay.
It was a nightmare.
Can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine that. That is really tough. Okay, council, any other questions? Okay, we are going to obviously discuss you and interview others. We really appreciate your time, and we're going to try to get back with you as soon as possible.
Thank you for your
Thank you
time.
very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Those from Colorado, there's some Enstrom's toffee in the kitchen in there.
I'm having problems connecting. Are you having problems on your phone connecting?
Thank you. Thank you. Very good questions. Thank you.
Sounds. It's okay. My grandson is sick. Everybody seems to be sick.
The leftovers.
Is the leftovers okay?
Yes.
Hello, come on in and sit down. Thank you very much. Let's see. You are you Jesse?
Yeah, I'm Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much for coming. And then is Jason here? Oh, yep, there's Jason. Okay, and Ben, are you here? Is this Ben? No, this is Christine. I'm Christine. Excellent, excellent. Is this Jeff?
This is Ben.
This is Ben. All right, and then let's see. Are you Jeff? Cody. All right, thank you very much. We want you to introduce yourself. We want to get right to it, and we appreciate your patience. We had to start just a bit late to make sure we had a quorum, but you'll get your full time. Okay, thank you.
Can I say something? Is Anthony in the area close by? Because for some reason I
Having
keep
issues.
running into issues in getting connected. And I have tried everything. If you could, I just want
That'd be
him
very
to come
kind
and
of
look.
you, please.
I'm having a hard time even with my phone, so I don't know if it's me, you know. Who knows? Might be. It's me.
I'll,
Oh, you are
I'll,
too? Okay, good.
I'll take a look at it, Yvonne.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was.
I think it was.
It was.
All
It was
right.
the. It was the voice from beyond. He was there.
Is Erica with you today, or is she online perhaps?
She is not online. She
Okay.
is off for her wedding. So
Oh, for goodness sakes. Let her enjoy.
congratulations.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that you're all here. We just had a previous presenter with people online that needed to become presenters. So you have nothing of that. You're all good to go?
Yep.
Okay, Tony, do they have access to the computer, their
Control
presenter?
here. So we've
Excellent,
got
excellent.
50 minutes. So we were asking you to do a 30-minute presentation, 20 minutes of questions, and thank you for being able to set up so fast.
Right,
Yeah.
so we'll turn the time over now to GSBS with Jesse Allen on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you want us to speak into the mic?
Yes, please
Okay.
do. You might have to eat them, right?
Yeah.
Around where
On
you are,
these-
just because we want to make sure it's recorded well. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm GSBS, the principal in charge on the project with GSBS Architects. In the room, we have, well, first, I'm a landscape architect and an architect. I went to Utah State for my undergraduate in landscape architecture and then University of Utah for architecture. I'll be managing the overall team and making sure we have adequate resources throughout the entire project. Ben Rhodes here is our project manager. He's your day-to-day point of contact, and he's a landscape architect with GSBS. I've been with the firm for 18 years, and Ben and I have worked on several projects together, working hand in hand on public projects very similar to yours. Jason Foster is our public market and retail expert. He's an architect with GSBS. And Christine Richmond is our director of planning at GSBS, and she will be leading the stakeholder and community engagement part of the project and has a lot of experience doing that on public projects similar to this. Cody Williams is our civil engineer. He's with McNeil Engineering. McNeil Engineering, GSBS has been in business in Utah for 47 years, coming up on our 50-year anniversary. And McNeil has been in Utah for 45 years. Our headquarters are in Salt Lake, and all of the team members on this project will be working out of the local office. We do have a second office in Fort Worth, Texas. If we need some extra resources to pull in, we can, but 100% of the design team will be here in Salt Lake City out of our office here. We have 99 employees total, and it's a mixture. It's an interdisciplinary firm of architects, landscape architects, planners, economic development experts, environmental graphics, interior designers. So we feel like that mix of creative design professions helps make our projects better, seeing things from different angles, collaborating, all working under the same roof. So an interdisciplinary project like yours, where there's a mixture of buildings and plaza elements, landscape elements, it's helpful to have that design leadership in one location here in an established firm. We have a few other team members. Mayor, as you mentioned, Jeff Bollinger is our project architect. He'll be engaged on any building part of that may come up in this, depending on the phasing and the budget. And then we have a trusted list of engineers that we work with. So our structural engineer is Chris Hoffines with BHB. We have a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and a water design consultant, along with Cody, our civil engineer. So together, that part of the team is outside of GSBS, but other than that, everything is under GSBS roof. So we understand that you've seen the Harriman Town Center project that we worked on several years ago and liked it. And we ran into the mayor, and he reminded us at the League of Cities and Towns just last week how much they really are enjoying that project and really see it as a success. Right after it opened, they had to immediately start reservation policy to reserve time slots that you can go and use the ice. And it's just been a really great destination and a source of pride for the residents of Harriman and for the surrounding area. This was an interdisciplinary project that GSBS led. So everything from the City Hall building itself to the pavilions, the shade structures, the restrooms, the ticketing office, the Zamboni garage, the ice rink itself. So we were the lead on the project that organized all that together and brought it all to accomplish Harriman's vision of creating this destination. We've also worked on the Daybreak. Jason led the effort out at Daybreak with their new ice rink that just got put in. And then we've done other plaza projects that you'll see here in a little bit. We do have experience in Heber itself. So I was on this project several years ago with the public safety building. We were successful in integrating the detailed technical aspects of a public safety building with the historic guidelines that Heber had in place at the time. And I think there's a similarity, even though this was a building and a public safety building, but to this plaza where we need to integrate new functional elements with the historic nature and character of Heber downtown. And so we have experience with those guidelines, we have experience with your process, and a successful project here in Heber.
This would be my slide. Again, I'm Jason Foster with GSBS Architects. I will be dealing with, I'll be coming to bear on the east and the west edges of the property concerning the market and the retail components of it. Starting with the market, we want to consider a variety of things, including the day one scale of the market as well as the year 2, 3, and so forth. We will be looking at things of logistics for moving, for load in and load out. We want to also think about things in terms of the market when it's not in season. We want to figure out what's in a, what is a season that works for you as well, but also how to not have that whole side of the property go fallow, in the winter season. Have it be something that's an active and attractive part of the site when you don't have vendors there. In relation to that, we could look at the retail side of the property, and we'll want to consider aspects of what is the right mix of retail, what is the type of retail, what does that retail type, for instance, food and beverage, how does that affect the architecture that needs to take place there? What is the infrastructure that needs to take place there? Is there a seasonal aspect to that as well? Do you have something that has a high rotation? So we want to help you break that down and even potentially look at things like programs where you might have vendors that become so successful at your market that they eventually evolve into a brick and mortar concept as well. So my job will be to help guide that part of this process for you.
And Jason is always too humble to mention this part, but Jason wears several hats. He actually was part of the development team that led the Central 9th District in Salt Lake City, where the Lazee's Kitchen and the Central 9th Market and Blue Copper Coffee, Jason was the developer. So he understands things from the operations side of things as well as from the design side and can bring that expertise to this. So we don't know how much retail is going to be a part of this, but we're prepared to help address those issues as they come up. I forgot when we were on the Harriman slide, I'm sorry. I wanted to mention that we've been in touch with Harriman, not just the mayor at League of Cities and Towns, but I called Justin, their public works director, and Anthony, their facilities manager to talk about what is working and what's not working. It's always great to hear about what's great with your projects. You know, we love hearing that. But the thing is, we need to learn from every project, and we need to be able to apply that knowledge to your project. And so I asked Justin, you know, what are the things that are not working? What would you do different if you were going to do this again? And so we learned a lot from that, and I'm happy to share all of that, the good and the bad, during question and answer if you want to get into any of those details.
So one of the aspects of your project that is shared by a number of the projects that we've already highlighted for you today is that you already have a plan for the vision. You already have identified your vision. You have a plan that you want to see executed and see it get over the finish line. One of the things that's important that we've learned from the Harriman project, that Jason learned on the Daybreak project, when you have an existing plan, is that we do need to go through a process of checking in and making sure that that vision is still in place, clearly identifying any challenges to implementing it in the way that it's been envisioned, identifying any possible adjustments that need to be made. And the process for that begins with check-ins with internal and external stakeholders to look at technical challenges. On the Harriman project, the original vision and plan document included the city hall, retail shops, an ice sheet with a splash pad in the middle of it, and then an amphitheater on the other end. Well, when we got to talking about the ice, to the ice people and the splash pad people, they said, you know, those things don't play well together. We need to figure something out. But then when we thought about, one of my roles is also with economic development. I started my career as a director of community and economic development for Mid-Vale City for 9 years. And so I kind of put on that hat. And thinking about how they wanted the retail buildings adjacent to that plaza to create activity similar to sort of thinking through how your eastern edge is, we needed to have the summer activity and the winter activity kind of in the same place, because you're not going to move your retail back and forth. So we had to figure out how to keep the splash pad and the ice kind of in the same location, and voila, a ribbon. So that was a process of staying true to the vision that they had in their plan, but working through some of the details that popped up in the stakeholder and community engagement process. We also check in with the community to make sure that we're hearing them correctly as we make design choices, because there are some choices that will have to come into play. Which is what some of those pictures you see up there is what we're doing on our Kaysville City Center plan right now, where they had a vision in their general plan, and we're figuring out the details of that with the community right now in Kaysville, because there are options for how we achieve their vision, and we have a process that we'll go through where those meetings might occur on the schedule that Jesse's going to review with you in just a few minutes.
So this is the full schedule. We don't need to go into all the detail, but I want to highlight that there's some things at the very top. I'll zoom in on the first phase here in a second. But overall, we have a schedule that has the first phase is the, I think you called it input phase in the RFP, programming and scope definition, whatever we want to call it. But we have to get this first phase right, because we have to figure out what is going to be in the project, what budget are we working with, what phasing makes the most amount of sense. And then that will set us up for success for the remainder of the project, from schematic design through construction documents into construction. So zooming in on the input phase, we will work with you to identify when is appropriate to update you as the city council, and check in a couple times during this first phase. We might need to give this phase more time because you'll see that we're packing a lot into that, but I think giving this phase the right amount of time and squeezing on the other implementation is probably the right thing to do, because if we don't define the scope clearly and set off on the right foot, then we're going to be in trouble the rest of the way. So we'll also have a stakeholder engagement and public engagement process that Christine was talking about. We'll work with you to define what level is appropriate there. Then we'll set up a technical committee of city, however you want to do that, whether we have city engineer, parks, whoever is the right mix of people based on operations, management, maintenance, to weigh in on the technical aspects of the design and that scope. We also want to do continuous cost estimating. So we're always, instead of calling it cost estimating, calling it cost management. So we're managing the design based on what the budget allows. So we're going back to every decision we're making. Is this in line with the budget, or is this going to cause an issue with the budget? So we're checking that once in the middle of this phase to kind of say, gauge it high level, are we on track? Then we'll actually do a more detailed cost estimate towards the end of this phase with our third-party consultant, Construction Control Corporation out of Salt Lake City. And we'll have them do a full estimate on that based on the information that we provide them. And that way, then we can set up the right amount of phases for this project to say, okay, phase one's going to cost about this much. We can accomplish that with this budget. Phase two will be this, and phase three, whatever makes sense. So we can help guide that process and lead that process to make sure that we get this first part of the schedule and project done right.
Can you go back for just a second? I wanted to talk a little bit in more detail about the stakeholder and public engagement. That initial dot that you see that happens really early, that's an internal and external stakeholder outreach effort, where what we're trying to do is work closely with you to identify the areas of the vision and the plan where we think we might have challenges or where there might be some questions about it. So that's a process of identifying some of the things we want to dig in on as we go through the rest of that outreach process. And that community outreach can be a whole range of approaches and tactics. It could be a combination of online and in person. It could be open houses here at City Hall. It could be something as something we like to do. We in Kaysville went to Orlando's, which is their local favorite restaurant, and hung out there one evening, had dinner, and talked to people as they were waiting for their table because it was always really busy, and got some real, and it's right in our project area, got some really good feedback from that. We go to community events and things like that, but we'll work with you to figure out the best way to reach the people that are most important for us to hear from. So we'll coordinate with you about how to do that. And then that becomes a process of listening, drafting up some responses, going back out to make sure we heard correctly, and then adjusting as we go along. So that's why there are several dots really early in the process, because as Jess said, we want to get it right early.
Tony, how are we doing on time?
We've got about 11 more minutes for the presentation.
Cool, perfect.
So moving into your vision, we were able to dive into the plan a little bit more and understand the relationships and a lot of the work that you've already put into this project. And everything seems to be working well as far as relationships. And one of my favorite things as a landscape architect and a project manager is taking a vision such as this, or a master plan such as this, and figuring out the best ways to implement that. And there's a process sort of involved in that, because there are a lot of different things that come up during the design process that you have to adjust and stay to the vision of the project. I just wanted to give you a quick example of what that might be. So what it would be would sort of slight refinements or slight adjustments to the plan as decisions are made or as things come to fruition as we go through the design process. So on the left here is the original design in a 3D format. Kind of the relationships are there. they're established. And what we're looking at the adjusted version on the right-hand side of the diagram is how can we enhance that? How can we maybe make the lawn maybe a little bit better, a little bit larger, and work with some berms and some different mounding, work with the natural grades at the site. We were actually able to go out to the site and look at the site and see that there is some grade on the west side of the site, that maybe that could be enhanced and improve the function of the stage a little bit. So it's all these little nuances once you start to understand the vision and the plan and how that starts to apply to the site. That's the fun part of landscape architecture to me.
Yeah, it's the civil engineer on the project. We wanted to take a look at the city GIS maps. So this is a utility map of the existing utilities that are on site, and we just wanted to take a look and see, make sure that there's adequate infrastructure available to service the new project. It appears, we have adequate water, sewer, and irrigation around the site. We would just want to take a look at stormwater. Obviously, we're creating a much larger impervious area, so we just want to understand how that connects into the existing city infrastructure and work with the city engineering department to make sure that's managed properly.
The other thing we're going to want to check in on early is the electrical capacity loads. We understand that Harriman spends about $5,000 to $8,000 a month on their electrical bill to service that chiller during the 3 or 4 months that the ice is in place. So it does have a pretty high load in the winter, and so we'll want to work with the power company to make sure that we've got that load identified. So in closing, Ben and I worked on this Murray City Hall project, and we did the City Hall building itself, but then we also did a public plaza on the south side of the building as a community gathering hub and really trying to gather as the heart of Murray City. And Doug Hill gave us a really nice feedback there. He's their was their city administrative officer. But that's our commitment to Heber City as well, as we really do want to exceed your expectation in terms of accomplishing your vision on this project, to create a place that's authentically Heber, and identifying that so that this is really a source of pride for the residents of Heber and for the adjacent communities. So we open it up for any questions you might have.
All right, Council, I'll turn it over to you first. What would you like to ask?
Go first. So I guess this would be for your civil engineer. When you looked and noticed some of our deficits, so you were concerned about electrical, I think you said, whether the loads, does that include acknowledging that there are several residents? We are kind of placing something of this size in the middle of a residential area, a dated residential area. Are those one of the things that you look at? Also, do you take into consideration traffic and parking issues and such like that?
Yeah, I think Jesse might be able to speak to this a little bit as well, but I'm a civil engineer, so we don't deal too much with electrical.
Just most for the utilities. Okay, so then I guess the one question is for you still, how would that affect the current area? Like I said, it's a dated area, meaning most of the residents in that area live in homes that are anywhere from, 50 to much older as far as that's concerned. How would that affect them? Is that something that you would look into in your part of your process?
Yeah, we would look at into utility demands to make sure that there's adequate water demand for this new project, and it wouldn't affect any of the existing homes. Same thing with sewer irrigation. I don't think we're going to have any issues there. Storm drain, we did notice on the it's on the north side of the site and the south side of the site. It does go from underground stormwater flows to a ditch, a roadside ditch. So we just want to make sure and understand at the city that there wasn't any existing issues that are currently there right now that we need to be aware of, or any adjustments that would have to be made. But The site itself, we would manage all stormwater flows on site and reduce any off-site impacts to any existing residents.
You could answer.
Can I also just add to that, in terms of the parking and the traffic impacts, that's actually a question that I have for you, which would be one of the first things we would want to dig into in that internal and external stakeholder exploration phase, which is how does the original vision see the parking happening? How much interaction have you had with the adjacent residential, the neighbors to the project? When we've walked the site over the last little while, that's actually a question that's come up because they are right there and thinking through how best to make it to address what their concerns are and possible negative impacts and enhance the fun of being near a really interesting and fun park in the city as well. How we would work through those issues. Those are some of the things that are part of that engagement process.
Okay, so that engagement process would begin
Immediately.
in October immediately.
Absolutely.
And so that includes city council members.
That includes you would be internal stakeholders in that process.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
All right. Phasing. So we're not going to be able to build this all at once. And how are we going to go about understanding and doing the right phase for certain areas of this project? It sounds like you have a cost estimate, construction control. They're great. They understand it. I would recommend, or I would hope they would be right up front, trying to give us information up front for phasing and for pricing of those phases, because that's going to come out. Stakeholders, public outreach, I brought it up. It's the big thing because we're going to, like I said in the other interview, we're going to be under the microscope right now. And we're going to need that up front. And we're going to need that as from a city standpoint, our consultants to help with that and moderate that. So one of the things, Jason, we actually went and visited Central 9th. If you remember that, council, we went down.
I hope you were treated very kindly down.
So talk about your role, and this is a little bit different than down in the Salt Lake. And what do you foresee, from a retail or from a tenant standpoint for this type of facility and your experience in that?
So just to give a context, I years ago worked for GSBS, started my own practice, have recently come back to the fold. GSBS acquired my firm at the end of last year. But in that time, we had established an office in frankly, a part of the city that was pretty neglected. And if not neglected, not treated very well. We respected the working class. It's a working class neighborhood. It was where if you're familiar with Salt Lake, there's a huge industrial area called the Granary District, and it's very popular and just going vertical quickly. The neighborhood that Central 9th exists in is actually where the working housing was for the people that went to those factories in the industrial part. We felt it was important to keep context at the forefront of this. The scale of the projects that we were doing we kept them small, and believe me, we had a lot of headwinds there. Everything was, the conversations were much different about the economics of the type of development that you do. Retail is tricky. I actually was up against an economic development person at the time that felt that retail follows rooftops, and what we actually ended up proving was that rooftops follow retail. And so how you piece this together is critical. and thinking about the type of character of the different shops you have. In the Central Ninth, because I was also the developer of a lot of the retail buildings there, we handpicked who we thought had the right idea of what it meant to be there. So it depends on how fine grained you want to be, or if you just want to have, we might look at this a little different if you decide you just have a broker, for instance, that you want to go out and recruit, if national chains are what you want, or do you want to keep it local? These are the types of questions that you will need to ask yourself as part of this process. There's also the ability for you to potentially convert some of that space to maybe a winter market that you wouldn't necessarily do for the summer pop-ups that you're looking at on the west side of the block. So I think that this is just part of that conversation. We need to flesh out what your end goals are and how you feel it dovetails, because one of the things you want to be careful about, you don't want to cannibalize against some really important retail establishments that you already have. Because you are now a city entity that's potentially competing with the private sector. So we need to tread carefully there. And so that's part of what will help flesh out in this discussion. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And yeah, it's going to be a key component of this plaza, and who and what and how we go about doing that and how we program it. From a phasing standpoint, give me some ideas or some examples that you've encountered in similar projects, that you've worked on, such as this, as far as how you would go about, let's say if the funding's not there for everything, what would you do to, best address, the project in a phasing standpoint?
Yeah, so we worked with Salt Lake City on their Gallivan Plaza downtown to do a 20-year plaza plan for them. And a lot of that was looking at their operation budget and how does the operation budget then feed into their development budget and their ability to expand or change the plaza. And then also looking at their funding mechanisms, such as skate rentals was a big one, concessions, and talking to Justin at Public Works with Harriman, he was saying that he wishes that Harriman had the ability to rent roller skates during the summer because it would have been a good revenue source. But because we put the splash pad in the middle, I think this is one of those lessons learned that we won't repeat with Heber, but is that because the splash pad is so popular and there's a bunch of kids in there, they can't have the kids crossing over the skaters going around the edges. So having the splash pad outside of the ice ribbon, but still connected, working together, I think would be an improvement so that you can have the roller skate revenue. So I think with phasing, it comes down, early on, we want to establish what are the primary goals and objectives of this project. What are the most important elements? And how do we put our emphasis and our budget on those elements first? And what's going to start to get us momentum up front so that then it can lead to those next phases? Because we want to set us up for success in phase one so that phase two is more likely to happen in phase three. So I think we'll have to look at the whole picture with revenue, with budget, and with momentum and accomplishing your overall vision.
Thanks.
If I may add to that, I mean, that's also where you'd need to consider retail. I mean, how much do you have potentially lined up at that point, or does retail need to wait till it's, I'm sorry?
I said it could lag.
Yeah. So, I mean, just depending on how certain parts of this process go, that might identify, some elements that might need to wait.
We've been working with Downtown Alliance with Salt Lake City for years on their public market dreams of a 7-day a week public market like a Pike's Place, and their funding challenges and their phasing and how do you grow the farmers market? How does that expand to a winter's market? How does that then expand to a public market? And all those phases.
We want all the above.
So do they.
Thanks, Mayor, that's all I have.
Okay, anybody else want to ask questions? Okay, question then for you, please. How long have you worked with your consultants, the various groups that you have here and that you'll be using?
It varies with each group. I don't know that I have the data exactly defined right now. I mean, we've been working with BHB structural engineers since I started 18 years ago.
Okay.
And then with Spectrum, the same. It exceeds my time with the firm. We've been working with McNeil. I think if you include your work, a decade.
Well, that's what I'm interested, your long-term relationships,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
With your
Right.
consultants.
These are the trusted these are the firms that we want to work with because we trust them. We have a tested, proven track record with them.
Excellent. So do your consulting firms have their own consultants that also feed into projects like this?
No.
Okay. And then let's talk a little bit more about public outreach, please, Christine. I'm interested to know what you think your ideal public participation rate would be out of our city of 18,000.
So I'm hesitating because if we rely just on open houses where we expect people to come to us, and we do 2 or 3 of those, if we get 40 people at each of those, we love those pictures. If we're sitting at the grocery store or we're sitting at Dairy King and talking to people about the park across the street and the vision and some of the options, on 1 or 2 nights, maybe after a high school football game or something. If we can talk to 100 people, including kids, because we want to hear how the kids want to use the space too, and that's probably a couple hundred. If we can get another couple hundred on a website, that's depending on how your community likes to interact with information on the website. When we were working in Saratoga Springs, almost all of our input came through the website where we had thousands because they had to commute so far. And they didn't like to do evening meetings. They liked to put their kids to bed and then go online and give us their feedback that way. And so it depends on how your community likes to interact. I would say that I'm going to want to talk to 100% of the people who are right around the park just to hear what their concerns are. So knocking on doors is probably what that looks like at some point, just to talk and hear their concerns, which I know I'm going to hear a lot of concerns. But I do want to hear them. And so I can talk to the designers about ways that perhaps we can mitigate some of that. And so it's not a percentage number, but I like to come close to the 30 to 35%. And I will work with you to find the strategies that have worked for you in the past. And then we can identify the tactics that we think are going to get us there. I do want to make sure we talk to seniors and to kids and to all the subgroups within your community. We do have Spanish-speaking firm members who can help us with outreach in that area as well.
So can you explain what Strava is or Placer AI data?
Oh, so Strava and Placer AI allows us to track how people are moving within a space. And Placer AI uses cell phone data, unidentified cell phone data. I don't know whose cell phone it is. I don't know whose cell phone it is that went to Dairy King 6 times in the same day, but I can see how people are moving through the space, how many people come into a particular area. Strava is a self sort of identified, but people tracking how they're using trails and sidewalks and walking or biking in a certain area. So I can use both of those to complement sort of understanding how people are moving through a community and what they're doing.
Okay, so
On
this,
a
this
high level, not
metadata,
details.
this
It's just
metadata that
data.
we're
It's
talking
it's
about.
data about how people move around.
Yes, but how complete is the information? Are they targeting every cell phone here in the city?
Placer AI, yes, it's
Placer
quite
AI
comprehensive.
does, okay.
Whereas Strava is not as comprehensive. You have to like tell Strava, yes, you can track me.
Yes. Okay, let me see. You have a very robust public outreach, which I really like, that you were willing to start as soon as we get started, and then perhaps almost go the complete year, but not, not till the bitter end.
What we're doing for that outreach will evolve depending on where we are in the project. But yes, go through the whole project.
So your more intensive outreach would be in the first quarter, it seems?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And then it will be the outreach of what the decisions are and the transparency and
then where we
designs
are and what they can expect and just what the next steps are.
Okay. And now let me see if that was everything. No, that was good with me. I'm going to invite any of our committee members. Mike, did you have a question?
Just comments.
Go ahead.
First of all, Christine, how have we worked together up here?
I've been wondering too. I've been sitting here looking at you going, I know you from somewhere. We will figure it out.
Okay.
What is your day job, sir?
I'm a civil engineer.
For?
It used to be Summit Engineering, but I just know you really well, and I don't know how.
I've been doing the same thing. Sorry. I'm like.
But has it been for Heber? Isn't it something up here in Heber?
Maybe it was the Wasatch County Schools Facility Master Plan?
Yes.
Yes,
you facilitated the public. That's right. You facilitated all the public input for about a year. Okay, Wasatch County School District. That's it. Good memory. I was just going to say, we have a plan. It's an exciting plan that Roger Brooks has put together, and I really like it. But there's lots of hesitancy with lots of elements. Different people have different hesitancies with different things, the ice rink and the splash pad and the trail center. Is that, I guess my comment or my thoughts are, we're going to need input on guiding public input that's helpful, not just the wrong kind, griping and complaining. We need helpful input. And I think we also need to understand what is the return on our cost, return on our investment. Is this certain things are worth doing more than other things? And so I guess that goes back to phasing, and that's the experience I think I'm looking for, is guidance and expertise that none of us really have.
So you just mentioned something that is in response to Councilmember Barney's question about traffic and challenges, and I mentioned that that was one of my initial questions, was how does the plan contemplate some of that? I do have a list of questions for you. And so one of them is, which parts of the plan and who in relation to each part of the plan sees certain challenges, and what are those challenges, and how can we as the design team think that through and adjust it or address it through phasing, or what are those challenges that you've been listening to feedback on this a lot longer than we have, and so we want to go to school on that and learn from you what those are, so that we can fold that into our thinking and how we achieve your goals and your vision in the most effective way. We think it's really exciting what's put out there. As Ben put up on the screen, we do have some adjustments we've already thought about, and as we go through the process, we would want to review other possible adjustments with you as we identify some of those things that people are concerned about and we can dig in and see what those really mean and what that might mean for the
Or what they're
overall-
excited about.
Right, or
I
what
kind of
they're
like to know what
excited
is,
about. That's the
what
other
does
thing.
everybody say? That's, I love that. Let's do that first, you know?
I just wanted to add on to that a little bit, and the importance of having a plan like you have. Because if you start talking about phasing and we phase one thing a little bit differently, it affects the overall plan. So
Yeah.
the plan together, we kind of got to stay to that and move and adjust things as needed and as things are moving along.
If I may add too, I mean, one of the things we also need to think about, you know, everyone's thinking about the Olympics, and you know, how do you see your role, considering you have a venue right next door, you know, and I'm sure, yes, and we want to help you be able to bring that part, you know, to fruition as well, and you know that takes an understanding of the games, which I think we have, and we can help you
Very impressive.
look that far down too. So,
Council, we have about 6 more minutes. If you want
To invite anybody in the audience to come up and ask a question that was on the steering committee, please. Or I should say the criteria selection committee. Thank you. This
And
is Carrie.
Yes, I'm Carrie. I'm the consultant. So just trying to give everyone a fair chance and make sure if we miss anything, give you a chance to answer it if I didn't catch it. So one of them is, did you provide staff any information about projects where you were on budget, on time delivery with references and outcomes by chance?
You're asking if we did?
Yeah.
I think it was in our proposal.
Okay. Okay.
Was it? I'll
Um,
have to go and look.
I don't remember
See
seeing
a few
the,
things here.
okay, perfect.
Original and final budget and.
Okay, good. Did you have examples where there was value engineering that had to happen? You went over budget and could you provide an example of how you did that and being cost conscious?
Yeah, it tends to happen a lot, especially with volatile markets. You know, not knowing what, it seems like it just depends on the time of year, what trade is going to be more expensive than another. Like all of a sudden electrical gear will be really expensive, or all of a sudden, you know, this other thing will go up, steel will go up or something. And so you have to, I think, that's why we call it cost management instead of cost estimating. And we really do try to align that with our design process as we go throughout the whole project. So if we're estimating at every single phase and making sure that as we make design decisions, we're keeping budget at the forefront. In terms of an example of value engineering, I think we recently had a large project up at the University of Utah that we were estimating throughout the project, and we were actually cutting throughout the project. So when we got to the end, it came in under budget, but we had to make some really difficult cuts during design that made it so that we were under budget by the time it got to the final bid. But I think it's that kind of, and those were not easy cuts. Value engineering is never easy because everyone wants everything they can get. But I think having that happen during design so that you're not having to make those cuts at the end and, you know, get to the end of design and have to redo everything and go back through the whole, you know, public engagement and everything. So trying to design to the budget throughout the process.
Okay. Do you have an example where you worked on one of the projects with, it's like a public-private partnership where the city was building it and then you had an operator, like a nonprofit or private, and they were at the table and participated in the process, and what was that like? We're all looking at you for some reason. I don't even know why, but your team wants you to answer, so.
Well, so it's funny because that's what Daybreak is a public-private partnership where the city doesn't actually own it, but they have made significant contributions to the cost of the plaza and the public spaces around there. Yes.
Into the operator of it?
I think all along, so in that particular case, it's the Larry H. Miller Group that is running the Daybreak operations around the ballpark. We were involved in.
You might want to
Sorry,
get closer
I'm
here.
sorry. Your proximity negated the
True.
microphone for me. But in that particular case, sometimes those agreements would shift because of whatever logistics weren't always known.
Mhm.
But in that particular case, LHM would be managing all of the services that were occurring on that, regardless of how the split might have occurred in terms of ownership or jurisdiction.
And so just a little, my background, because of my economic development history, I'm actually part of a national group that looks at public-private partnerships and works on those. And one of the plans we just finished, and I didn't bring this one up initially because it's not done yet, it's still in the planning and early implementation phases, is an area of Murray where they've added a lot of affordable apartments, but they don't have a grocery store. So we've been working with the city and with Salt Lake County to find a way to subsidize a grocery store in that neighborhood so that can get stabilized. They're struggling. The neighborhood is struggling because of that. People keep moving out because they want to be able to get diapers and milk in the middle of the night, but they can't. And so I have worked on deals like that, but I don't have one here locally that I can point to as having been built.
Okay. Did you list on another note who your ICE consultant has been on your past project?
So we've worked with the mechanical engineer. On Harriman, it was a different consultant, but we're using the same consultant that they used at Daybreak.
And we also used L.A. Roser for the ICE component at Daybreak too.
So this one, Daybreak, is the organization that you'd subcontract to?
No, sorry. Spectrum Engineers is doing the mechanical and plumbing engineering.
Since you changed, is there a reason that you changed?
I think it was based on responsiveness of and availability of the team that we proposed.
Glad you did that for your client. Okay, and then last but not least, did you notice any site constraints on the existing park area where we're trying to transform it?
The one thing I would notice is it is a relatively flat site. On the west end of the site, you're contending with some accessibility issues on the northwest corner of the site. And then you do actually have a really nice natural berm on the east side of the site, but I don't think that's limiting. If anything, that's sort of enhancing maybe what you're doing with the master plan.
So then where you had the screen up where you were looking at the different site change options, like the buildings were kind of proposed on the top of that berm. So are you thinking keeping both off the top of your head? I know it would change, but
I just say that the berm was actually really nice. It sort of screens the traffic a little bit from the park.
Mhm.
That's one thing that we did notice. And then getting into the buildings when we start to make some of the phasing and others.
And I think that the retail building would probably articulate to maybe some of the, again, the desired occupancy that you want in that, but some enhancements might prove to be more important, and then the building could respond more to the site as opposed to the other way around.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Anyone else? Oh, Marissa, are you coming? Thank you.
Okay, I'll be quick. I'm going to repurpose the question. Our city we're being asked to participate in several other engagement opportunities right now. We're up against the holidays, so we're up against some UDOT big proposals for trails and a bypass. Can you talk about some creative strategies you might want to implement here in our city to increase engagement?
Well, that's part of that is going to where people are and also branding this process so that they understand that we're here to talk to them about the trailhead plaza and park as opposed to hearing about the UDOT bypass. although we will take any comment and pass it on to whoever needs to know. But that's also one of the things when Jesse said we might want to extend the period a little bit, rather than right now our schedule has us doing most of that really intensive outreach in October, November, and into December, which we know once we get to Thanksgiving, it's super hard to get people to think about other things. So that's another reason to sort of push it a little bit into January, February, when people wake up from Christmas and and are ready to think about some of these things again. We have talked about what that would mean for the schedule, and we think we can accommodate that.
Tony, is there anything else? Anyone else? We are, but any final questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and we'll be getting back in touch with you as soon as we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a redevelopment party with a free showing of Back to the Future 2. So they changed their courthouse and stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I have two. That seems to be new. Maybe I never clicked on it.
I have an idea. We should do a downtown redevelopment party and watch Back to the Future 2 at the Avon. He's not listening. It'd be awesome.
Very good. All right, let's see. Is Dave here? Thank you, Dave. Is Lars here? Hello, Lars. Thank you very much for coming. Is Ryan here?
Ryan Wallace.
Ryan, great, great. And then are you Mike or Michael?
Michael, yep.
You're Michael? Okay, very good. And so we don't have Rich or Mike Budd here. Is anyone online that we need to promote to a participant or presenter?
We're all local.
Okay, and then have you got everything set up the way you would like?
Looks like we got it.
Okay, well, we're going to dive in. Our third interviewee is Terracon. Welcome to Heber City. Glad you're here. Hope you have had a safe trip. We're excited to hear your presentation. Tony, why don't you talk about the parameters?
Just briefly, if you could try to keep your presentation to 30 minutes. We'll try to keep most questions to the end, and then council will have about 20 minutes to ask questions. So if we could try to wind down about 5 after 6.
Well, we might go 10 after, right? We want to
yeah.
give them their full time. Okay. So we can go the full hour. That's perfectly fine.
Sounds great. Well, thank you, Mayor, and we're excited to be invited to this project and interview with you today. We have a great team here today. I'll go through with that and introduce our team. So I'm Dave Harris. I'll be the senior principal and project manager. I have over 30 years of experience in landscape architecture, urban planning. I've designed 2 local ice ribbons, one in Bountiful and one in Mill Creek. Probably seen that in our qualification package. We have Ryan Wallace. Where are you? There you are. Ryan Wallace is going to be our lead architect, and he's going to support some of our public outreach. He's really good. His team's really good at the public outreach. And then they also have wayfinding and signage as part of their scope. And then Michael is their civil engineer, and he's going to be our foundational element as we kind of do the iterative design process and build the plaza. He's going to be our civil engineer, working as an extension of your staff, working with the civil to make all of that work. We also have John Charchenko is our structural engineer. He's a great local structural engineer. By the way, our whole team is local here in the Wasatch Back and in Salt Lake City, so we can be here in just a few minutes. We also have Resolute is the mechanical engineer for the power and some of the electrical and so forth. We have Customize, who designed and built 2 of the ice ribbons with me. So as the lead designer on both of those with Customize, great company, built hundreds of ice ribbons across the US and in Canada. And then we also have Cloward H2O. They bring an entire package of mechanical, structural MEP for the splash pad. So that's all one consultant that manages the splash pad. And then I think that's and then we have Hogan Strong as our consultant. They're just an advisor. as a CMGC contractor. If we need to, we can preclude them as we select the CMGC. But they're a great partner in the beginning to help us do preliminary pricing, material selection, and just kind of early exploration. Lars, I'm going to be supported by Lars as my project assistant, and our local team here in Salt Lake City at Terracon. We have about 7 local landscape architects here that Lars will be managing, with Grant Hardig as our lead designer. So why Terracon? I think we've answered this in our RFP and the questions and so forth, but we like to explore. I brought we thought we were going to stand, so I brought my hiking shoes. So we're going to go on this trail journey with you, and we want to explore this great adventure with you guys. But we do have that experienced local team, local projects that we've completed. We align and do consensus building and do a great job at public outreach and consensus building, and are really careful with the public and concerned with that. We have Mill Creek as a active project that is very similar to the Roger Brooks plan in helping you activate and executing Roger Brooks' vision and all the hard work you guys have done. We are phasing phenoms, so we can phase this in any way that you need to adjust to the funding and the timing and things like that. And then we're proven fundraising partners. So we've had experience in all aspects of that. So we do have a handout. We'll hand it out during Q&A, but this is our trail map. So in the spirit of heading up this mountain together and this trail together, we've prepared this wonderful trail map. So we'll start with like a kickoff meeting and go through that whole, checking the scope, make sure we have everything correct and we understand the scope with you correctly. Map 2 is as we kind of prepare for that journey, we're going to do schematic design. We're going to do public outreach throughout the entire process, have these touch points, always kind of reaching out to the public, getting feedback, celebrating milestones as we go through this journey and hit great vistas and views during this trail. We'll bring in that. We'll also help you select a CMGC and be part of that process as well. And then task 3 is onward to the heavy lifting, which is construction documents. So we'll prepare the construction documents with you, again, reaching out to the public, checking the cost estimate, checking our wallets, our backpacks, make sure we're ready to go into construction. Just briefly, we have a schedule on the right. Again, this will be a handout, but October 2025, if we get an NTP, then we'll start the project. We'll go into phase 2. One of the key aspects there is to select a qualified Sherpa to help us lead you through this journey, make sure that they're very experienced and that this team is gone on this journey many times before and can guide you through this process very carefully and safely. Phase 3, we're going to do the construction documents again, and then we're going to go on to the bidding and administration and helping you guys bid the project. And then we're going to celebrate the construction phase of the project and kind of reaching that summit, helping you execute the project.
We just want to acknowledge too that Heber City's been really busy. You guys have put a lot into your Envision Heber, your Envision Central Heber. We've looked at those plans. We are excited about what those plans are doing. The Roger Brooks plan, your parking solutions. We understand some of the issues you're looking at, and your proactive approach to it is something we're excited for. We also looked at your parks, trails, and open space plan, and how this park fits within this space, the Tabernacle Square, and public space or public services part on the other end, and how it wants to fit in with everything else. We also understand the regional context, this being a place to come to and then get out into the region. We understand that it's between the 2 reservoirs. The county's plan to connect those 2 trails, but also get your visitors out into that area is a big part of what this project wants to help facilitate. We understand that we're here to review and refine the Roger Brooks plan through looking at the scale and cost to construct, But we understand that mostly that we need to help you create a year-long destination for your community and its visitors, and then to support that economic development or transition with the downtown. We understand, we're excited to work with stakeholders like the Valley Chamber and your community alliance for Main Street. We understand, and we applaud you for that group, because that's really what's going to anchor the ability to stay on the wall, to anchor yourself into that community and tie it to economic planning and the place and the good and feel of Heber. We understand, you want to look at the value to the residents, the family friendly, like what do they get out of the everyday use, the connection with visitors. This is a destination, or it needs to be inviting to those that are coming and how they can use it. And also the impact it does to the businesses and the uplift to not only downtown, but the businesses can support this park and they can be supported by it. We understand the need to honor the legacy of the park. There's plaques and there's names in those parks that mean things. The foundation of this, not just the park, but the area. And we want to relocate those plaques if they're impacted, and do so in a meaningful manner. Maybe get them off the ground a little bit in order to celebrate them a little more. We kicked around the idea of a 5604 club. That's the elevation of Heber, and the ability for these for the community to help pay into and support the park by being supported benchmarks like the markers you'd see for the Mount Timpanogos Cave. And then they can not only honor the legacy, but build upon it.
So similar to buying bricks, you can buy a marker and sell those in the project.
But we will do this and support the city by value engineering. The way that we design is in real time. You can see the design at any time. We work closely with our architects and our engineers. We actually guide their hand in a lot of ways. We'll be sensitive to the constraints. We'll look to understand where the existing trees and elements are, so we can not only save them, but understand what they mean to you. We have in-house grant writers that are local and national experience. And part of our design process is pursuit of your goals, but not to lose touch with the community, of that human touch.
So Lars and I obviously visited the site a few times and noticed the beautiful existing mature trees, and obviously some of the opportunities and constraints with the existing plaza. It's very similar to many other projects that have prepared us to help you with your Heber Trailhead project. You've done a lot of work. The Roger Brooks plans is spectacular. It's highly detailed, very, very thorough. We're here to execute that plan and refine it. One thing that we really noticed in our refinements is just a few ideas here we'd like to share. And that is just expanding on the majestic lawn. And, I think we read somewhere in there that needed to be a little bit larger. Look at the retail, articulate that retail edge so it really fits in with the downtown theme, the downtown character, and some of your goals and objectives that you've outlined there. Look at a slip lane. It looks like there's plenty of room. You got a big, huge parallel parking space there already. So cutting in just a little bit more space for a slip lane to add buffer, have a safe place for parallel parking, pick up, drop off, kind of moving that traffic a little bit further away, away from the busy Main Street. And then, obviously moving that splash pad so it really engages and interacts with the retail. The double-sided retail is really valuable. With our experience, we've found that a performance oval as part of your ice ribbon is a really good idea. It adds value. It adds performances. You can create ticket sales from that and a little bit of revenue. People like to perform. It's also another place to teach and train skaters and roller skaters. And then right size the ice ribbon correctly. Make sure you're not spending too much money. We can definitely execute on the Roger Brooks plan that you have, but we know how to right size that and make sure that it's affordable moving on forward for the future for long-term maintenance and life cycle costs. All these trees on here that we illustrated are existing trees. We think that is really valuable. I think we should plan around those beautiful existing trees. They're legacy trees. We should preserve them as part of the plan. Therefore, kind of acknowledging these iconic corners and architecture next to the monuments and the history of the plaza, and then moving the trailhead center a little bit over to those gigantic trees on the southwest corner there. So just making a little bit room for that kind of thing. But those are just some of the initial ideas and refinements that we thought would be added value. We've worked a long time with Ryan. Ryan and I are currently working in Vernal. He introduced this listen, align, and design as part of our public outreach plan. So I'll let him kind of introduce the architecture and his experience.
Great. I just want to say, as Lars and David pointed out, we applaud you for the efforts you're taking in your downtown. We align to the vision that you're creating. It's an aspirational project that you have envisioned here, and we would love to be the executors of that vision with you. Right? People say if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we think that's going to be very important here. Projects like this don't happen if you don't get consensus building with elected officials, key stakeholders, downtown business owners, property owners, and local residents. We've learned that working on many different projects. I hope you see these are just a smattering of some of our civic projects. Each should look very different to you because we try to listen to the identity and values of the community and create architecture, experiences, and environments that elevate that feel both formally and functionally like they align to their communities. So Dave pointed out, one of the things we've learned through our experience, designers can have an ego, but we need to restrain that and we need to listen to the community members. We often get very eager and excited and want to bring ideas to you, but over the years we've been doing this work, we've learned listening is the first step in any successful design process. So we would work with you all, put forward a community engagement strategy that makes sense to listen to key stakeholders, area residents. Your park is very unique. There are residents who live immediately adjacent. We'd want to understand their perspectives, right? So we begin by listening. After we feel like we understand their hopes, dreams, vision, concerns, we'd come back to this body, right? We'd be working with your staff and we'd work directly with the city council to align the thoughts and concerns of your residents with your vision for the council, understanding budget, phasing, all those key aspects of the project. Projects like this, parking often become major concerns, activation, hours of operation. These are all things that we'd want to make sure are in careful alignment before we then move into a design phase, right? We want to have a project that is your project, that when we complete design and construction, you feel like it's inevitable. It should have always been in your downtown. It represents and aligns to the vision, thoughts, concerns, and needs that your community expresses, right? That's what we ultimately do this work for. We would spend time doing values-based listening. So we've just taken a first smattering of some of the ideas we've seen through your documents. So we always want to try to elevate the inherent story of any particular site. So some of the things we've seen are this site can bridge past and present of your community, the downtown becoming an elevated destination. What are some of the values that we hear coming out of that? Things like, even as we grow, we want to preserve the small town feel that we have and the reason that many of us have chosen to live in this beautiful valley. We still want to feel connected to nature, right? And it wants to feel authentic and connected to its place. What would some of the design responses that we bring to you be? Events, activation, natural materials that are durable, things that have lasted a long time that you already know work, not brand new ideas that we would test out for the first time. We'd be restraining the ego in our design. Okay, you're probably wondering, why are we now showing you a project from downtown Ogden? Just wanted to show you a smattering of projects that have certain similarities where we have listened to the community and tried to come up with designs that make sense. So in downtown Ogden, right along Washington Boulevard, we were hired by Weber County through a public-private partnership with a local developer to take a surface parking lot and transform it into a downtown activated place. There's not a ton of relevance in terms of the architecture here, but we wanted you to see this is a very different project that fits in downtown Ogden, right? It's an eclectic environment, Art Deco heritage. We didn't mimic that, but we rhymed with it. We'd be eager to do the same thing in your community. Something that we think might resonate in your community that we've been doing very successfully in some of our recent projects is a resurgence in timber as a structural material, but also a finish, right? It's biophilic. We feel a connection to nature. It feels warm and inviting. It's a resilient, rapidly renewable material. So at Utah State University, we used mass timber in a space that they use day to day for students and faculty to gather, but it's also a rentable space. So it has multiple purposes. We think that can be important for you. Same thing in Mill Creek. We used mass timber for their top floor. You can see we've carefully oriented the architecture to take in the views of Mill Creek Canyon. This is a space they use for large community gatherings, nonprofit meetings, but they also hold weddings and events here, right? So it is a revenue source for them, but it carries that idea of connected to nature that was so important to Mill Creek. Same thing with the exterior, right? This is not the right solution for Heber, but maybe there's some elements, maybe the use of timber, natural stone. For Mill Creek, instead of a clock tower, they wanted Utah's tallest climbing wall on the outside of their building. What would that be for Heber City? We don't know yet, but we'd be excited to understand those things with you as we refine the Brooks plan. One other element to Mill Creek is they wanted to activate that space year in and year out, not just on the plaza, but the building itself. So they have a ground floor interior public market, highly flexible. So even when there's inclement weather outside, they can move events into this highly flexible space. And it's intended to incubate local businesses. They can come in, sell tamales, move into a restaurant space next door, and thereby grow local businesses. We think the plans that you put forward for your Main Street make a lot of sense, and we'd be excited to interpret the idea of the anatomy of Main Street buildings that would be attractive and alluring and pull people into your Trailhead Plaza while creating the buffer that you need along that edge at Highway 40, but encouraging people to stop and linger.
So nice to meet you all. I'm Michael Demkowitz with Alliance Engineering, second generation owner of Alliance. The majority of our work has been in Park City, Summit County, and Wasatch County, very local to the area. We'd be very excited to work on a project like this. It's got some very unique site features in the concept plan. All of these site features are elements that we have experience with in different projects that we've worked on. We plan to be the link between the project and the city. We want to work closely with the city engineer, the public works department. We want to make sure that access to the site, utility service to the site, stormwater management is all done to standards, meets expectations, exceeds expectations from the city's perspective. We have the skills and the experience, and these are a list of some of our projects that have similar aspects, as well as working with this design team. We've worked with Terracon on Sommet Blanc specifically. We've worked with Lars on Pendry Hotel. We've worked with MHTN and Ryan on the Arts and Culture District at the city that Park City never implemented, and also with the school district projects. Our office is experienced. We have the know-how, we have the staffing and the manpower, and we're really excited to be part of the project. Look forward to solving the stormwater challenges, which is probably the most important civil engineering aspect of the project, since we're converting so much impervious space to pervious, from pervious to impervious space, and coming up with creative solutions to use bioswales. A fantastic landscape architect that I've worked with in the past introduced me to bioswales, so we're excited to implement these elements to the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So we realize that how we really work as a team, it's a kind of iterative process. Obviously, form follows function. Mike is here to really help the plaza function. We're here to design the form with you, collaboratively with the community and the city and with our design team. So that kind of goes around and around until we get it just right. And Mike is the foundational element that helps us achieve that. We do have very, very talented staff. Grant Hardy and our team does the 3D modeling for the entire site. You'll see that come to life every 2 weeks as we meet during the design process. And another kind of just key differentiator is Terracon does provide geotechnical material testing and facility services. So it's one thing to have a geotechnical report and a geotechnical engineer. It's another thing to have a geoengineer on board. So we can engineer your site, the majestic lawn, get it just right. We've had 4 stories of those lawns failing when you want to do a car show on them, and you do that geo grid out there, and all the cars sync up to the axles. So we're going to get it right. We're going to build the plaza, get the right paving. We're going to do the material testing throughout the process. We're going to right size the foundations with our geoengineering team throughout the whole process. collaboration with our whole team. So Bountiful Plazas, I was the lead designer on the Bountiful Plaza. We obviously listened very carefully to the community. We aligned our ideas and concepts very carefully on several iterations and concept plans, and then we built it. It has a lot of similarities that prepared us for the Heber City Trail Park Master Plan. So it is adjacent to Highway 89. It has double-sided retail. It does have this retail that faces both the plaza and Main Street. And then we do have residential adjacent, so we need to be very sensitive to the residential that's impacted by the plaza. In this case, we designed these outdoor buffers, extensions of the front yards of these homes so that they had a place to expand into as a little buffer between that and the super active parts of the plaza. These are some of those images of the project actually built. It's thoroughly loved by the community. Ice ribbon in the summer, roller skating in the ice skating in the winter, roller skating in the summer. Another project that prepared us for this project was our current project with Vernal. So you guys have this connected fiber of Highway 40. You probably see the same trucks, fortunately or unfortunately, coming through Highway 40 in Vernal and coming here. We were here last Saturday eating at Dairy King. And yeah, it's truck, car, truck. So we understand, and we're doing that. We're mitigating that in Vernal. We're listening there. We went out to all of their festivals. Haley, in our one of our team members, dressed up as a dinosaur to reach the
He's trying to set a Guinness Book of World Records, but it's still under consideration.
It's pending. So we really engage with your community. We like to come to the festivals, come where the people are when we're doing our public outreach, just to engage, get to know you guys personally. And then we align. We're in that alignment phase right now with Vernal. It also has very similarities with Highway 40. We're closing 100 South on this project as well. And then obviously parking's an issue. We have on-street parking as much as possible. Thank goodness we have large right-of-ways to add angle parking and increase that volume. And then we have this retail promenade that Ryan helped master plan several years ago. And then finally, in this project, we're exploring this same concept of a slip lane to kind of get people off of Main Street and into a safe zone so they can access the retail to preserve that historic edge along Main Street.
Yeah, as Dave mentioned, one of the concepts that came out of the Vernal Downtown Plan was creating a secondary network of pedestrian boulevards, two-sided retail throughout. The city has already begun to implement some of these, as you see, so the importance of consistency of placemaking, creating a connected experience becomes very important. So they've already completed some of these walking boulevards similar to the promenade you envision connecting to Trailhead Plaza.
So again, we talked a lot about Mill Creek. Again, we did a lot of listening. Ryan did a lot of listening when he did his initial master planning scope with Mill Creek. We added to that. We didn't redo it. We really kind of studied what they had already done and added to it so that we don't wear out the public. We'll do the same for you guys.
That'll be really important to build on past engagement efforts.
Yep. Again, we aligned our concept, came up with multiple alignments of concepts and phases and strategies. In this case, we worked with the city to help organize public-private partnerships. The Cottonwood Residential is sharing the parking garage, for example, with City Hall, and they're sharing the cost of that and building a shared parking garage on the east side. The city is just barely starting another project with the hotel and a condo unit, and they're sharing that parking garage. And then we're continuing to work with them on ground floor parking throughout the city to solve the parking questions and concerns. This is the design. So obviously this is a live project. It's a case study that you guys can come and see. We'd love to tour you through it. It has all of those elements that Roger Brooks has highlighted in the project. This is phase 2 that we're currently designing. This is an example of our modeling skills. You're working with us, you'll literally see your design come to life 3-dimensionally every 2 weeks as we meet with you. It's not going to be in 2D. For several months, it'll be 3D. Almost day one, we'll start elevating this to a 3D view so that the city, the council, the community, the CAMS team can really see this come to life and understand the plan. A lot of people can't read plans. In this case, we added this gigantic moose. It's a playground moose for the Milo the moose. So we're really good at doing context-sensitive design, being sensitive to Heber, being sensitive to Mill Creek and Bountiful and Vernal. All these communities are uniquely different, and they have some similarities. Mill Creek has been spectacular success on preparing for performances, celebrating culture, and then the public market. For grants, we've helped Mill Creek write and win about $10.8 million in grants through these funding mechanisms from state and federal and funding options. They did bond for the city hall and some infrastructure as well. We can work through the bonding strategies as well. The revenue, the return on investment, they're already getting that 1.2 million, almost 1.17 million in 2024 in revenue for ticket sales and revenue generating activities that they've generated on the plaza, which supports almost 30 full-time staff. Hundreds of jobs are being created, revitalizing their new town. And then about 15 to 20 new businesses are knocking at the door because we've created this critical mass. We created the platform just like you guys are doing with the Roger Brook plan. And we're literally living that out in real time for you right now. And we can introduce you to Amy McConkey and the executive directors over there at Mill Creek to share additional knowledge on how they're doing it now. But we outlined that plan for them. We planned 520 events and classes in 2024. So 194 classes, 326 events. It is constantly activated. Every weekend, there's hundreds of people going out there. We have a great Facebook following and a huge Instagram following. Funding strategies will work with you collaboratively, again, with our full-time grant writers, state grants, federal grants, impact fees, P3 strategies. And then local fundings. On bonds, you can go after a bond that is tax supported, or you can go after a bond that is revenue supported. If we can prove a revenue generating business plan, you can bond against the potential revenue of the project and not burden the taxes. So those are strategies we can explore with you. Currently, you outline a very detailed phasing plan, and the Roger Brooks plan is about 8 phases. We're concerned with that a little bit. We'll definitely do that if that's the way you want to do it, but it'll cost it. Inevitably, construction costs go up every year. I think that the public might get tired. You might lose institutional knowledge after each phase. You might have a change in administration, a change in philosophy. So you might lose momentum, spreading this out amongst 8 phases. So we're really proposing, we're in phase 2 right now, the architectural engineering. We're really proposing a bigger phase 3, something that generates revenue right out of the gate. So let's think about how we can work together to generate the money, the funding for the skate and splash pad, the hardscape surfaces, the trailhead center, the underground services, the core and shell for the retail and the operating and programming team, the executive director that's going to program the plaza to start generating that revenue, that return on investment is one way that we think is valuable. And then you can add the dressing, you can add the icing on that cake later. And the shops along Main Street as you prove it out. But what we learned in Mill Creek is they literally built phase 1, the ice ribbon, the little retail shop, and the adventure hub before anything else was built. They activated it, and then the community, the development community, saw that investment and saw the bold leadership of Mill Creek, and they started knocking at the door and say, "Hey, we want a place at the table. We want to build something next to you. We want a piece of that retail or a project next to Mill Creek because of what you're doing." So we can go straight up the mountain to the summit with our experienced Sherpas, or we could zigzag to multiple phases, however you guys feel comfortable. But we're experienced in both pathways. We can take you up the mountain and back down very, very safely. We really look forward to that. Again, we have prepared this great trail map for you, and looking forward to that. We also have a detailed phasing strategy and a timeline of how we're going to get this project done on time and under budget. Not maybe on budget. It's hard to hit like under budget these days, but we'll work very vigilantly with you on all of these aspects. So we look forward to answering any questions you might have. We're just going to hand out these little trail maps for you guys as a takeaway.
Thank you. Thank you. That was actually really fun to hear. Really appreciate it. Okay, council, your turn to ask questions. Any takers?
Yes, always.
Go ahead.
Always. Talk to about your grant writing. How do you go out? How do you solicit? How do you find? What's the process that you guys do? And let's say Mill Creek went through that process. How heavily are we as a city? Do you guide us? Just the process of that.
We can do it any way you want. If you have some people experienced in seeking the grants and your point, and you say, hey, these are the grants we want to go after. We don't have the resources or the labor or the manpower to do this. Can you help us write that? We can approach it that way. We can look for the grants and do all the heavy lifting ourselves. Typically, so Terracon does grant writing nationwide for brownfield projects. That's how we got into the grant writing business. So Terracon writes more grants for the federal government than any other firm in the nation, and we win millions of dollars in federal money for revitalizing brownfield sites. That's how we got the experience. So we take those same grant writers and we go after Land and Water Conservation Fund, ARPA funds, anything that we feel is available to you guys. So we can take the whole burden and do everything, all the heavy lifting. We usually do that on brownfield projects at no cost, because then we manage the grant, obviously, right? We get paid to manage that grant and paid back for those services. We would negotiate a similar strategy for you guys.
Yeah. And what types of grants would you go after for a project like this?
So we listed some of them on here. We have.
I wasn't paying attention. No, I was.
You weren't paying attention? Right here. So Salt Lake County Coalition Assessment Grant. I have some more listed here. Utah Outdoor Recreation, UORG, the Community Parks and Rec Grant, the RRI, Land and Water Conservation, we've done several times. That money is still available. RTP, USDA Community is more of a direct loan grant program. Would be a good starting point for those types of grants that are available for Utah.
So for like a Heber City, how successful do you think we would be, in getting those grants and going after those? I know that's a loaded question, but yeah.
That's fine. So one of the key aspects of winning a grant is, has the city successfully done anything, with your own money and invested in your own town to date to warrant a grant? And that's what you've already done. So you've already done some heavy lifting. You already paid for the Roger Brooks plan. You've already built phase one. So you have proof that you're doing some work. You're initiating it. You have skin in the game. That helps immensely in winning the grant, telling the story to the grantee that hey, these guys are for real. If we give them the money, they're going to actually execute that money in a meaningful, wise manner. It takes a lot of effort. Public money's very sacred. We want to make sure that money is being used wisely.
Oh, that's great. Great answer. So again, we'll talk about, you'll probably get a little bit of this public outreach and the process, and how do you propose to go out and get as much input as you can within a community like this? What's your strategy?
So I'll hand it off to Ryan in a second. They do a great job, but we go where the people are. We come to you guys. Every time you have an event, we try to bring a booth. So we're not trying to create a special event just for the Trailhead Plaza. We really want to come and make sure we're available. We go to the high schools. We go to, your events throughout the whole year. We don't just have a few. We really kind of spread them out through the entire project. And we try to reach out to as many people as we can, through your existing Facebook or city website or tools that you already have. We'll explore that together and kind of design that together. If you want to add to that.
Yeah, maybe relate back to Vernal and what you're doing out there, because somewhat similar, they're in the basin and somewhat, similar.
Yeah, that's a really great question. One of the first things we did in Vernal, talked with the city manager, Quinn Benyon, who knows the Downtown Alliance very well. We began with key stakeholders in downtown. We did walking tours with them. They shared with us places that we could connect with community members. So we went to their chamber. We went to Utah State University, Uinta Basin. They have a rodeo days. We largely integrated with community events that they had ongoing, as Dave suggested, to meet people where they are. We know that's not going to get everyone. We hosted a charrette workshop in their city hall at the same weekend as they already had a large downtown, they call it Dinosaur Days. It's when they have their balloons on Highway 40, which is fun. We also used a GIS story map and social pinpoint, so online websites for those who want to participate but maybe work all day, can't get out to events, can't come to public meetings. So we want to meet community members wherever they're most comfortable. So it would be a layered strategy. We'd want to definitely integrate with community events. In some communities that don't have a lot of events, which I know that you do have many, but in some communities, we've even gone to local schools when they have parent-teacher conferences, things like that, just to gather localized feedback. But it would be a layered strategy. We'd want to have definitely online website, surveys, likely blasted out through city social media. We'd want to work with some of your partners like CAMS and other local groups who have a broader network. We want to cast as broad a net as possible. We feel like if someone comes to the last meeting where we're finalizing the design and say, I haven't heard of any of this, this is brand new to me, we feel like we failed. So we want you to be in full alignment with your community. And we do that by having a layered strategy, fully committed to not just upfront listening type engagement, but bringing back design ideas that are iterative throughout the process. So people can see the evolution of a design idea and they can see how their ideas are being integrated. Particularly, we hear with a lot of communities, we want our city to be wise steward of our funds. Show us how you're responding to that. Show us how you're looking for grants. Show us how anything you build can be used multiple ways. Show us how those things will be durable and easy to maintain for many years into the future. We feel like the feedback that we receive become part of the design constraints of the project, and they inform the work that we ultimately come up with and make it better.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Anything else? Anyone else?
In your first initial, with your phase going to phase 3, as you said, going to the summit first and starting with the most expensive. In that first initial planning, will you be taking into consideration our issues and our concerns, obviously, with parking? We don't have any parking in and around the area. Is that something that's included in that? Is that something where you are adding that to the phase and saying, without this, you can't have that, or how to work around it with what's currently there without impacting our citizens? You've obviously visited the site, and we have some citizens who are very concerned already with the addition of our new main stage. It's loud, it's things like that. The parking is atrocious. We still have individuals who are parking in citizens' parking space and so forth. Also with that, will you be taking into consideration, I think, runoff? Where's the water going to go? I like the idea of adding more greenery. That speaks to my soul. Something that I've definitely wanted to keep in our park, because that is something that is very near and dear to the citizens of this area. They don't want something that's just going to be this sterile, courtyard, if you will. So adding that has been, thank you for considering that. But those are the things that I'm wondering, if you're going to go straight to that top phase, the big bucks, how will you do so in making sure that we have the parking that's necessary?
It is a challenging question. Again, Mill Creek, I think, prepared us for this project in many ways, because they built the ice ribbon and the roller skating and the activation literally, post-COVID with nothing around. They didn't have any parking lots or anything. We used, rotor millings and milled off a temporary parking lot directly north. They worked, with the surrounding community. So what we found is, yes, the plaza is programmed very heavily, but on a weekly basis, it's like if you on the weekends you get 100, 150 people, activating the plaza weekly. I think that's a great cadence. And then the only time you're really going to have the major parking problem is on these gigantic events on New Year's Eve, or, Dachshund Derby for Mill Creek is a big event now when they have the Dachshund Derby. And these bigger events where you're attracting 6,000, 7,000 people, that's a challenge. I think that's when the city has to come together and have a kind of a parking plan. You do remote parking, you kind of shuffle people or shuttle people into the plaza from remote parking strategies in other areas. You also have a fairly large right of way in most of the city, so you can convert parallel parking to head-in parking, get a lot more advantage out of condensing those parking lot. We did that same thing in Bountiful. We took advantage of the really wide right of ways to do angled head-in parking around the whole plaza. If that's a concern for the neighboring residents, we need to take that in concern and listen to them carefully, align our design with their concerns, and make adjustments.
I would just interject really quick too, is that as you look at, you don't have to take the direct ascent. There's multiple opportunities to, if you're breathing heavy, you can get off and you start doing the switchback. We can go as quick or as fast or as slow as you need to go.
Yeah.
And do it appropriately. If activities are bringing too many people to the site, you do less activities.
Yeah.
There's ways to balance it.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to chime in on too is if you build it and activate the space, people will come. If you have parking that can meet your day-to-day needs or even your weekend needs by accommodating that right on the site, that's excellent. When you have a larger event, right, these are managed events. We know you'll likely have several throughout the year where you might have several thousand community members who want to come out. And you're going to be planning for that in advance. You're going to be doing things like getting a mass gathering permit, likely having police come and help organize traffic. One thing Mill Creek has done through learned experience, and you can learn from some of what they've had to learn. For some of their events, they don't cost any money, but you have to register in advance for a ticket. Some, they do sell tickets. For those people who register in advance, that gives the city a good idea of how many people are coming. Then they have an email or a cell phone to tell them there will not be enough parking. We're setting up parking off-site. We're going to bring buses to the site. So you could maybe use, say, the high school or some large nearby surface parking, coordinate bus shuttles or safe walking paths to the site so that people know I don't spill over into the neighborhood. The city has built a plan where I need to park elsewhere off-site. And that's coordinated in advance, and it protects your local residents who live nearby the park. Then hopefully they can enjoy the event without having someone park and block their driveway or have nowhere to park. You even see these issues at the State Fair Park on the west side of Salt Lake that have persisted many years, but through coordination and planning in advance, you can try to head off some of those challenges.
And I think your long-term parking strategy shows structured parking. Periodically those are expensive. They're down the road. But I worked in Gilbert, Arizona. They built two parking structures eventually, which alleviated the parking problem. But that's a phased approach. In answer to water harvesting and doing that, we're definitely teamed up with the Right Civil. We'll do that very, very creatively. We just finished a low impact development strategy for the Harriman City Hall, where we're harvesting water from the roof and from the parking lot. It goes through these LID basins first and cleans that water before it goes into the storm drain. We plan on retaining the water on site through permeable paving, bioswales, landscaping, all those features, working collaboratively with our civil engineer and our geotech engineers on percolation rates and understanding all that as we go through design.
Okay, anyone else? They've still got about 10 minutes, everyone.
I think Dave made a good point about the widths of the right-of-ways and the widths of the roads that you have. I think we could use the large roads that you have and find more parking solutions. It might encroach into our site just a slight bit, but I don't think that parking could be, the end of this project. I think we could find ways to improve and increase parking for the area. We'd also want to do that sensitively to the neighbors, of course, that live nearby. But it looks like Third South and First West has some opportunities that we could come some creative solutions.
Great presentation. Talk about ice ribbons some more. We don't have one up here. It seems neat. We've seen some now. We've, been to Mill Creek and I'm assuming what is your experience on the popularity? Is it a flash in the pan, or is people really coming there 4 seasons, spring, summer, winter, fall? Do they fund themselves? Is there good revenue coming off of that?
I mean, it's a wonderful feature. We finished Mill Creek Common Phase 1, the ice ribbon. It was roller skating season, so it was summertime, spring. I brought my mom, she's 85 years old, to one of the weekend events. There's literally hundreds of people roller skating, and the music was playing, and everybody was just uplifted. That you could see the smiles, and it was every age group, every type of every culture was there, and we stood on this sun deck on the Adventure Hub where you rent skates and looking over all these people. My mom kind of turned to me and she says, "Dave, where would all these people be if we didn't design places like this?" That's what we do. That's why I went into this profession. That's why we're here. That's why you guys are exploring this. So emphatically, I say, yes, it is activated year round. You turn on that music and people's stress level just goes down. They hear, 1970s, disco music.
That's the
whatever it
best.
is.
The best music.
Best music, yeah. 80s rock and roll.
80s is good too.
And people dress up in their 80s, stuff, and their shorty shorts and their tall socks, and they just come out and they relax. And the community comes together. They kind of forget the differences and the political challenges that we have. And you're building this space for the people that can come and just relax and decompress and enjoy. So I say, yes, I see it programmed year round. You still have to have an Amy McConkey, an executive director, to really plan it and program it and Instagram it out there and tell people, hey, it's there. You don't want people wondering what's going on. You want people to know something is going on in Heber tonight. Let's go check it out. That's the atmosphere that you want to create here for your community and for your Heber residents. Winter ice skating is the same thing because we have ice skating lessons. You do the lessons and then the kids come and they learn how to skate. So it is one of the very few activities you can do in the winter, other than skiing and cross country and snowshoeing and snowmobiling and all those other activities. This is something the family can do in the evening on a weekend anytime. So I really believe in the roller skating and the ice skating. I enjoy it. I'm a roller skater and ice skater myself. The quad skates I had to get used to, quite frankly. I fell on my butt the first time right in front of the mayor, so hopefully I won't do that here. But I think it's a great feature. You got to do the real ice. You got to be authentic. Yeah.
And I think they spoke to it as well as far as getting the right size for it for the community, depending on.
Yeah. Roger Brooks planning, he's showing a $5 million ice ribbon. I think that's spectacular. Like if you did that, it would be amazing. I would come up here just to do that, just to roller skate and ice skate on that. It does create conflicts because you have all those different paths that you can go around and you could have collisions and safety issues. If it were me, I would spend a little less on the ice and still make it spectacular. Save the trees, make sure you have a really fun, exciting ice experience, but make it a little bit more sized appropriately for, for Heber. The ice ribbon that you're currently showing is kind of like a Chicago ice ribbon. I mean, that thing is spectacular.
Tell them how much Mill Creek was.
So Mill Creek, the ice sheet, so the concrete, the cooling system, the chillers was $800,000 back in the day. That's probably $1.5 million today. If we were building the exact same thing today, it would be about $1.5 million. So I think, Roger's done a great job for you, kind of preparing you for these big ticket items. I just don't think you need to spend $5 million. You could spend $1.5 million or $2 million and build a spectacular ice ribbon today.
And I would just interject too, that there's a connection with ice skating for a winter event. It's an opportunity to get out. I grew up in Cache Valley skating on frozen ponds. I'm walking in here, I see your assistant planner, Jacob, he speed skated with my son. There's a connection there that brings people together.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, Brian, can you tell me the kind of sample size you would think would be appropriate for public outreach for a size for our city with about 18,000 residents?
Really great question. In Vernal, just over 10,000 residents, we have strived on our public surveys. We've wanted 1,000. We wanted 10% of the community. And then we've looked to have 500 unique commenters through public outreach. We might look to double that for your community. And I have family who live in Daniel. I know your community cares deeply. I don't think you'll have a hard time getting a lot of feedback. It may take unique methods, right? It may take visiting many community events. It may take finding the right avenues. For instance, in Vernal, the community connects very significantly through Facebook. I don't know which social media channels are most popular in Heber, but that is a really important avenue to driving people to surveys. Some communities, we've even included survey links in utility mailers. That's been very beneficial. Sometimes we've dropped things off at local schools. That's been very beneficial. We set up engagement boards at City Hall or other key community locations. You could do a Lee's Market or somewhere else. We found lots of different ways to drive feedback and listen to the community. But I would think it would be probably double roughly what we did in Vernal. I think you'd want several thousand survey responses. When we've worked in Eagle Mountain, they actually have a city text service, and we'll get thousands of responses to public surveys in Eagle Mountain. That's a community rapidly growing, experiencing change. They're eager to share their thoughts with the city, as you can imagine. And I know that longtime residents here in this valley feel like they want their voices to be heard. They feel like they're seeing change, and they want the identity that they have felt for a long time to still be represented even with that change. So it'd be really important for us to try to strike that balance with you in the design outcomes of the project.
Thank you very much. Can I ask, Dave?
Yeah.
How long have you worked with your consultants?
So we've been working with Michael Seme Blanc about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago.
Still under construction.
It's under construction now. Ryan, we've been working with Ryan for about 3 to 4 years. Ryan and I both worked independently on Mill Creek, kind of crossed paths. Mike Winder said, hey, you guys need to get together and start working together. We saw a lot of commonalities in our thinking and our philosophy, so we kind of connected on these last several projects in Vernal here. Phase 2 in Mill Creek, we hired MH10 to be a special advisor on our Phase 2 team. And so definitely 3 or 4 years there. Our other team members, so Cloud H2O, I've worked with them. I met them in Dubai in 2006. So I've been working with them almost 20 years or so. And Resolute they used to be BNA. They've combined forces. They're Resolute now. Some electrical engineer, mechanical, plumbing. I met them when I first landed here in Utah in 2012. So about 10 years with Resolute. So a long, proven history with our sub-consultant team. Hogan Construction, same thing, about 10 years experience with Hogan. I've built many, many projects with them. They just seem to be a really good valued partner, a good CMG partner for us on executing several projects. They're not adversarial.
No,
it's really a partnership.
They built our public safety building, and I thought they did an excellent job.
Really fun to work with and very informative, and met all of our expectations. So am I missing a team member?
Well, that's good to know that you've established those long-term relationships. Appreciate that.
Mayor, we have
Yes.
about 5 minutes or so. Maybe we could.
Carrie, did you want to ask your questions, please?
Carrie, one of the consultants for the city. I think I only have 2 questions. Do you have any examples of projects that you completed in budget and on-time delivery with the references and outcomes that you can provide?
Sure. So our phase 1 Mill Creek was in budget. It was very, very challenged to be on time because it was built during COVID, and it was an existing site where we're demoing a lot of existing buildings. We're discovering a lot of underground infrastructure and that we didn't know was there, but we still feel like I still feel like we finished that project in a meaningful time frame and on budget. The city did add a lot of infrastructure to that project. The day we went out to bid, they added a basement to the Adventure Hub for additional storage. And even though we did that, we still started construction. the architect still caught up with us and did the design during construction and added the basement for that additional storage. Bountiful Plaza, I believe, was built on time and on budget, very much so. It was a really good example. Lloyd Cheney's the civil engineer there, Gary Hill. You can call and ask him how we did there. I think we had a great experience with those guys, did a lot of public outreach with the businesses and with the community there.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you provide any examples where a project required value engineering and cost-conscious detailing?
Every project. So from our experience and lessons learned in Mill Creek Phase 1, we did do some value engineering. They did have budget constraints in that first one. It was their first big project. We did compromise on some materials and some things that we all regret. So Phase 2 is literally designing and under construction currently with Hogan Construction as our CMGC. That project went over budget. We had a budget of 10 million, and they actually increased our budget by another couple million. So I think we were about 13 million. The original bids came in around 17, 18 million. So everybody's freaking out, like, what are we going to do? Mike Winder and the team at Mill Creek, obviously with our experience, they just don't want to value engineer it. It's like the one time you get this one-time chance to build something that's for the community. And he says, I'm not going to compromise. After Hogan Construction and us kind of went through the bids again, we found overlapping bids and kind of cleaned it up. We got it down to about 14.5 million, and Mill Creek kind of came up with the difference and said, hey, you know what, we're going to do the right thing. We're not going to value engineer it. We're going to, we have some extra funds here and there. We're going to do it right. So yeah, we have both experiences of going over budget, value engineering. We can do that. You just got to make the right decisions when you do that.
I would just add too, the other thing you can do, sorry, this is a little awkward, Carrie.
No, you're talking to them anyways.
The other thing you can do, if the construction market has been unpredictable and it has made CMGCs and designers look like we don't understand what's happening in the market, quite frankly. Yeah. One of the strategies we've seen projects starting to use is having bid alternates as a way to, right, you can add them into the project scope if the rest of it bids the way you anticipate. If not, it becomes a future phase and needs to occur later. But that's one of the ways we're starting to see people beginning to control budgets, because it has been frankly unpredictable, and not just budgets, but even procurement. Yeah. We changed the primary structural system of the Mill Creek project was originally going to be steel, but during the middle of the pandemic, steel became such a long lead item. We ended up shifting to concrete, and it was actually the right solution for them. Concrete and mass timber. It was actually it was low carbon concrete, so it was a very sustainable material, and it was readily available. So you have to be flexible and pivot. But I think with these two groups, MH10 is the oldest firm in Salt Lake City. We're over 100 years old. We've seen quite a few years of waves and cycles in construction. So we want to bring all that value to bear on behalf of the city for your project.
I just have to say, I wrote down add alternates as a question mark, and I was like, nah, I'm not going to ask. So good job. Thank you.
Very nice. Looks like we've got one more question, please.
Thank you. Rachel Kaler, I'm the CAMS director. I actually have known Amy McConkey for 25 years and had an opportunity to meet with her last year. A couple things that she brought up that I just want to make known to the council. One of them was early on in the opening of the ice ribbon, they had to plan a lot of events because they weren't seeing just public use. And one of the things that she was most excited about was the high density housing that was coming in, that she felt like was going to bring that daily use, and that her team would be able to pull back from having to plan so many events. And she anticipates still needing the city to line item the ice ribbon, that it wouldn't be self-sustaining because of the need, just the expense of it. So I guess my question to you is, without high density housing, how do you see the day-to-day use being for this ice ribbon?
I don't think the ice ribbon will ever be fully self-sustaining. I think you can generate your fair share of the revenue to offset the operating costs of operating the project. But I still think that if you program it, year round. You bring activities there. People know something's going on every weekend. It's not a what if. It's like, no, I know something's going on in Mill Creek. I think if you have the classes and lessons, you have the mommy days where moms come in early in the morning with the kids and they have the splash pad and things like that. There's just enough, there has to be enough going on, enough things to connect the dots to bring people to the plaza year round. The revenue generation is something we have to work on collaboratively together to make sure that we have an Amy McConkey that's a crazy talented executive director that can bring a team together and plan this project. So we need to find that person for you here. If you already have that person, Roger Brooks' plan has clearly outlined a lot of these concepts and a lot of these elements in his master plan to you guys. So I think you guys have the template. I think he even has some of the operating costs for year 1, year 2, year 3, 4, 5. We can look at that together, make sure that we're aligning that with his vision and right sizing it for Heber.
Okay, please go ahead, Mia. Hi, Mia Yu. I chair the Parks, Open Space, Trails, and Trees Committee for the town of Heber. Post, correct. I have a couple of questions for you. You touched on this briefly in your answer to Carrie's questions, but you said that the Mill Creek project, and in the RFQ as well, actually, that you learned a lot from the Mill Creek project because it was very similar to the project that we are working on. Was there any significant challenges that you faced and needed to pivot and learned from? And if so, what were those?
So we learned a lot. I don't know if there was, I guess, to be honest with you, in Mill Creek Phase 1, we did the design without Amy McConkey for a period of time, unfortunately. And she came in about halfway through construction and said, hey, time out. We need speakers. We need bigger speakers. We had speakers, but she says, we need bigger speakers. We need better lighting. This has to be a festival space. And she had an open at the time. I don't know how she magically did it, but she did have a checkbook to allow her to add those things in during construction. So we had to scramble to add in a ton more power. So we had to add power to all the trees. We had to add power pedestals, 100 amp power pedestals in multiple locations for her events, her blow up tents, and all the activities that she had spinning around in her head. So the lesson there is learned is bring that activity director on early in the process. Make sure we're programming the plaza, which you have, because Roger did a great job. You guys have a very detailed plan. In Mill Creek, we didn't have that level of detail. So that is a kind of a critical lesson learned there is just to make sure we have all of that infrastructure, the lighting, the underground utilities, the power pedestals, the food trucks was a critical thing, making sure you have power for the food trucks. They're not running generators, but all that infrastructure was absolutely critical to the success of Mill Creek.
And planning for parking.
And planning for parking.
And I just interject there too. I mean, we put it on the map that we gave you. It's not just all about the ascent. We have to descend in safety as well. That programming and understanding what we're doing with the product that we're creating is critical.
Thank you. Second question. And this is it, but there's a reason that people don't hike Temp that way because it takes a lot of resources. And in this case, the resources are money and time as well. So you mentioned all of the grant funding. I'm intimately familiar with a lot of those grants, and they're becoming more and more difficult to acquire as more and more people start to apply for them. So my question, if you could briefly, what does the recalibration process look like for, let's say, the planning process included that grant funding, and then all of a sudden we don't have, half of the funding or something like that? Does the firm have the time and or the resources to help us find creative solutions?
Yeah, like I said, we have full-time grants that can, subsidize our team and help us look for other grant opportunities, either federal, state, or even, private money that might be out there. But, to pivot, we can also look at, if we have a lot of community support, we can look at bonding and different bonding strategies and low interest loans, the U.S. loan program. But if we're falling short on funding, we're going to right size that plaza for your phase one. We'll pivot and make sure that the team, we've done this, 100 times, over and over again with multiple public communities and municipalities to right size plazas to adjust to that public money. We understand how difficult it is to raise the money. Cities have a hard time, and then we have to take that money very sacredly, make sure it's spent very, very wisely, that we don't mistakenly use it on fancy brick or granite or things like that that's not absolutely necessary, but right size the materials, make sure it's long lasting, affordable, and easy to maintain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate your presentation. Thank you for bringing more creativity. It was really fun. And we are going to make some decisions and we'll get back with you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, council and everyone, we need to take a 10-minute break. Come back.
This conference will now be
Okay, welcome again, everyone. Today is
recorded.
October 7th, 2025. This is a meeting of the Heber City Council. Thank all of you for your patience again while we finished up the work meeting. All right, it is now 6:33 p.m. I want to welcome our city council members that are in attendance. We have council member Sid Ostergaard, Yvonne Barney, Mike Johnston, myself, Heidi Franco. I believe that Mr. Phillips will join us back very quickly. And then we are hoping that Aaron Sheetwood will also join us soon too, but we have enough for a quorum. All right, our first agenda items are the Pledge of Allegiance given by Sid Ostergaard, and then a prayer or a thought by any one of you that want to come forward, or by Mike Johnston.
Please rise. Repeat the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I have three adult 20-year-old children now in their 20s, and we were talking a few weeks ago and about perfection and how sometimes it hampers us our desire to be the best or do something the best. Do y'all remember the book Good to Great? And it's about how good is the enemy of great. And I get that maybe in business, but I actually think differently than that. I think great is trying to be great keeps us from being good because it's hard to be great. And I think good is good enough. I think good is good. Whether we're on a city council here, we're trying to put ordinances in place or regulations, or whether we're a mom or a dad trying to plan the great vacation, or even just dinner on Sunday night. Good is all right. Good is excellent. We should be striving for good. And great, what happens a lot of times is we want to be the best, or we want to be perfect. And so it hampers us from even accomplishing something that's good. And John Wooden, famous basketball coach, famously said, I remember this quote, "Even really great gardens have some weeds." And I think that's true in everything, whether it's an ordinance that we put together, guys, or or taking care of the city. You guys as parents, sometimes we just have to realize we're not perfect. There's always going to be some weeds in our really great garden. Our really good garden still has weeds, and it's okay. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any conflicts of interest that anyone wants to disclose for the meeting?
Mayor, I've previously disclosed conflict of interest for the Heber Food Truck Court and submitted that. And then I also have a conflict of interest with the Bush annexation, but I believe that's been pulled from the agenda because he wants to address the questions that came out of yesterday's emails, your questions and Aaron's questions, and the applicant or the neighbor's comments. So
And Mr. Johnston filed that conflict of interest with me for representing the Heber Food Truck Court item, which is later on the agenda. He filed that with me back on May 5th, 2025. Okay, everybody, let's keep going. The consent agenda is next. There are several things on the consent agenda, and you might consider adding another one. You might consider adding, moving up the Kenny Seng contract award, if that's okay, Russ? Russ Funk? Okay, I'm just saying, you feel free to do that. But on the consent agenda is the September 2nd, 2025 and September 16th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes. We also have ordinance 2025-27, amending the short-term rental ordinance, which we discussed last time. There is an evidence purge request from Chief Sever, which of course has quite a list. And then Jay Townsend is here. If you'd like to stand, Mr. Townsend, I'm nominating him on the Airport Advisory Board, and you saw his qualifications in the agenda. And then there is a resolution, 2025-16. Thank you, Jay. Resolution 2025-16 for non-appropriating funds for LensLock Incorporated. Jeremy's here to answer questions. Mark Evans is also here with the newly proposed settlement agreement. And then, like I say, any of you are welcome to move up the contract award to Kenny Seng Construction for the 300 North Sewer Line Upgrade Project in the amount of $333,729.26. Questions, comments, motions, council?
I'd like to make, not a motion, I just would, at this time, be unwilling to make any kind of vote for the September 16th city meetings, city council meeting minutes. I was not here at that time.
Okay.
And also for the ordinance amending short-term rental ordinance, I was not here at that time either. And I'm looking for what else I had here. For resolution for the non-appropriating funds for LensLock Incorporated.
We didn't discuss that last time. We didn't.
Okay.
We didn't.
All right.
It's just
as long
the
as there was no
information.
discussion, but for those other two items where there were discussions, then I would like to recuse myself from those.
Would you like to make a motion on the things that you could approve?
That's what I was going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In that case, I would like to make a motion that we approve, and if we can, I'd like to separate that so that we have approvals for first, September 2nd, council meeting minutes. Second, for evidence purge request, item number 3. And third, for airport advisory board, item number 4. And I guess then for resolution for item number 5 and for number 6, was that also discussed, Mark Evans?
This is just, we've just gotten the final draft back this time.
Okay. All right. So for item number 5 or number 6 as well. So the only thing I cannot make a second motion to approve for the second motion would be for September 16th meeting minutes and for ordinance 2025-2027 amending short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, so we've got that motion so far. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, let's start with a vote on this end.
Is this motion number 1 or?
Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll get to that.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
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 Okay, that motion passes 4-0 with 1 absent, or excused, I should say. Aaron's excused. Okay, council, any other motions or discussion on the September 16th City Council meeting minutes, ordinance 2025-27, and again, just in the interest of time, considering the Kenny Seng, I hope I'm saying that right, Russ. Seng. Okay, construction award in the amount of $333,729.26. Your choice, council.
Mayor, I move to approve the September 16th meeting minutes and ordinance 2025-27, amending short-term rental ordinance, and item 2, contract award to Kenny Seng Construction.
Thank you.
I'll second, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Russ, is there anything you want to say about the construction award? Okay. All right, let's take the vote then, please.
Yes.
I will abstain.
Yes.
Okay, that still passes 3-0 with one excuse. I'm sorry. It passes 3 with one excused and one abstention. Thank you very much, council. All right, Mr. Townsend, thank you very much for your service. We will need your expertise. All right, the next thing is the public comments on the agenda. Would anybody like to come forward? You have 3 minutes to speak and tell us your name, and then we can go up to 20 minutes max. Let me just write that down. And then I also have a comment to read from the public. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi, Jason Talley. I'm a resident of Heber City. I'm the chairman of the Airport Advisory Board. Last night, we were fortunate to have all of the council candidates and mayoral candidates come and speak to us at the airport. And one of the things they talked about was to come talk to the council, to let us know when things were coming before the Airport Advisory Board. And so here I am doing that. So sorry for those that recommended that. Tomorrow night at the Airport Advisory Board meeting, we have an agenda item that's coming before us to consider new ground leases for renewals of airport hangars. I'm a little perplexed about this. First of all, I've never seen this come before the council or have the council direct us to the Airport Advisory Board. And secondly, we received a 37-page document that appears to be fairly fully vetted without any input or requests for comment prior to the drafting of that document by the Airport Advisory Board. You know, where I'm from, when you have an airport advisory board, and you have any advisory board, to be clear, you generally solicit some of the thoughts. You try to put everything you know, up on a board, or see what the various interests are, and then you try to start getting to a solution that meets the various stakeholders. Right? Obviously, the city has an interest in the leaseholds out there, as well as the people that currently have those leaseholds. What concerns me is, upon cursory review of this, even though it's titled a non-reversionary lease, it in fact is, in all intents and purposes, a reversionary lease. So, for instance, one of the portions of the lease says that upon the effective date, all of the improvements in the leasehold interest will become the property of the city. And instead of today allowing you to extend your lease or have a right to enter into a new lease with the city, you are not given that right after 15 years. So what that's going to do is that's going to create a situation where people that can afford to spend large amounts of money, and there are people that are willing to spend large amounts of money on hangars, are willing to come in and spend that money with the expectation that that value is going to go to zero. And we compare that with today's situation, where we have small general aviation pilots and aircraft that are in those hangars because they know that they can continue to either borrow money for that lease, or they can pass that on to other people, or they can sell that down the road and have value that's in it. We'll be talking about this tomorrow night, but I didn't want it to be a surprise. And I certainly am welcome to take input. If the council is looking at making reversionary leases, well, then let's not title them non-reversionary leases, and let's just be upfront with what we're trying to do. So I know, Matt will be at our meeting hopefully tomorrow night. So I'll hear from him then, but if anybody here would like to give us guiding lights, I'd certainly appreciate it.
I'll probably ask you a few questions, but let's see if anybody else wants to come up first. And then let's also look online. Any of you are welcome to come forward. Is there anyone online that wants to raise their hands? Looks like Nick Lopez. It looks like you're off mute. Did you want to make a comment? Nope. Okay. Anyone raising their hands, Trina? Anyone here that wants to come forward?
My name is Linda Middleton. I just would like to, is that too loud?
No. It was an accident.
Okay. Well, I would like to encourage this council to look at the empty spaces that could be improved in our community. I know that the park has been a central issue, but also I feel like there's areas near the airport that could be greatly enhanced and improved and already have businesses there that could benefit from the kind of project they're talking about putting on Main Street. And I feel like Main Street right now in this situation, my vision was we were going to get the trucks off of Main Street. It was going to be less traffic on Main Street. There was going to be more local businesses on Main Street. And then the entries where that vacant Smith's parking lot is might be a place where the kind of infrastructure and community park could already have parking, already have infrastructure, and be an asset to the gateway entrances to Heber. And I know that we're building a lot of communities with HOAs that are talking about putting amenities for their community. But I feel like when you drive into or out of Heber, those are the places where great welcoming and beautiful things could be happening. But for all the years that I've lived here, they're rusty cars and, you know, it's not inviting to visitors or the existing residents. And those areas don't have a lot of residential or school, you know, places where people want to sleep at night because they have a day job and their children need to get to school on time. And I love, love, love the park that you guys, I know you guys have worked really hard on making that inviting and for the whole community. But it's not really where we could do a lot of infill where things are not working and where there aren't a lot of residents and where traffic could be, it just could look so much better coming into this community. So look at where we already have 500 parking places. You know, I don't know how much longer we're going to need 5 car dealerships on Main Street. Maybe those places, a skating rink there. But I think this is heaven and perfect community. It fits for who we are now. If we want to invite people in the future, let's look at places that are derelict and needing improvement, please. And I appreciate our airport. I think we could do a lot for that community too by having things there. It's not a really great look there, around there either. So industrial places, the codes that we have codes for where residents are. Let's look at that code book before we plan a big high density thing. And all the high density that we've already planned, let's look at putting these park amenities where there's going to be 800 new homes, and maybe work with Wasatch County on some of this. But the park that we have now, so great. And I really appreciate your service to our community in looking at where we could do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? We still have time. Is there anyone online that wants to come off mute? Raise your hand. Are you seeing anyone, Trina? Okay, last chance, everyone. Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public comment period, and then let's just follow up with what Jason has asked. Matt, can you tell us, because I've never heard this discussion either on the city council, where did this new lease proposal come from?
Recall we were sued by Mill McQuarrie regarding the situation. Recall the issue was that in the Daniel Hanger leases, if they give us notice within the prescribed window in the agreement, they are given the form of lease that is offered by the city. And so we've actually discussed this many times, and the priority was to get this thing updated as soon as possible to avoid future lawsuits like we had with Melma Query. So the new lease agreement is taking the place that's been on the website now since 2017, 2018. It's antiquated. It no longer meets the airport's needs. For example, it allows renewals to go for 20-year terms with 2 5-year renewals, which is no longer in the interest of the airport's long-term sustainability. This has been worked on now, probably the better part of 18 months by staff to get this to the condition it's at, to be reviewed by the Airport Advisory Board. I wouldn't take that review lightly. This is a pretty extensive agreement, which the Airport Advisory Board is going to have to review. And what we're hoping to do is reduce the amount of renewal length. This particular lease will also be used for not only renewals, but new leases, but the terms would vary based upon whether it's a new lease or renewal of a lease. So it's intended to cover a lot of issues. This is intended to cover the old agreement, which is no longer meeting our needs, for which we were sued over. And so this has been talked about extensively by council at times in the past.
Well, I've been a part of that, right, all of these years. And we did update the lease before the one that Steve Ossett and Peter Kirsch proposed, and theirs was more commercial based. But we've already had a huge discussion over the last decade about reversionary versus non-reversionary. And I cannot understand why we think a 15-year lease is enough, especially when the GA hangar owners are going to need much longer than that to build their new GA hangars in the new ALP.
So let's talk about that. So this is intended, the 15 years is intended for expiring leases. The 15 years is not intended for new leases. In fact, the FAA prescribes that the lease term needs to be commensurate with the amortization of the investment. And so typically you're going to have 20 or 30-year leases for new development. And you've seen that with Nadine, you've seen it with Jason's, you've seen it with Pedersen's. They need longer terms in order to amortize their investment.
That's why I'm so surprised to hear what Jason's saying about the 15 years, and yet that only the 15 years.
Let's talk
given.
about 15 years. I personally advocate that it shouldn't be 15 years. I think it should be 5 years for renewals. Let me emphasize that, for renewals, and maybe extended based upon additional capital investments that are taking place at the airport. Well, why is that, Matt? Well, remember that these leases have already expired. They've been given an extension of 5 years. So the assets already been fully amortized. And now we're trying to ensure the long-term solvency of the airport. And by giving 15 years, what that means is the assets no longer needing to be amortized. And what we're hoping to do is go 5 years longer if they're willing to make additional investments at the airport, which is what we need in order to ensure long-term financiability of the airport. Complicated. It's coming before you after we get the input of the Airport Advisory Board. But this thing was happening as a result of a lawsuit from Melma Query. If you recall, he tried to transfer a hangar over to OK3. It didn't happen and ended up the lawsuit. We've settled, and now this is an outcome of that, of trying to get this agreement updated.
Okay, but it sounds like this is something that you and Steve have been working on for some time.
A lot of staff have been working on this for a long time.
And I'm just saying, I don't recall this council saying, please do this.
This was a request of council for staff to update this agreement.
But that's been, it sounds like 3 to 4 years ago.
This has been a long time coming. That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so what about the claim of it becoming reversionary instead of non-reversionary?
So that I was of the understanding it would not be a reversionary lease, that it would be non-reversionary. I don't think there's any value at this point to reverting back to reversionary leases. No. Recall several years ago that a group came before the city council to convince you to go from reversionary to non-reversionary. Thank you. And so if that language is in there, that is probably an oversight on my part and several others, but it is not the intent to go back to reversionary. It's intended to stay non-reversionary. But the issue here in my mind is the 15 years for renewals of existing leases. The language in there is 15 years right now. I think that's too long. I don't think that's in the interest of the airport. And this is obviously a conversation we're going to have a lot more very soon.
I understand that. I'm just wonder how this popped out.
I know we can discuss issues raised by the public, but I feel like this is something we didn't notice and an issue that a lot of people are interested in. So.
Jeremy, it's okay to discuss anything as long as we don't take action on it. Okay.
It's all right to discuss something raised by the public, but I also think that this is going to come back to the council, and we're going to have a lot of time to discuss this when it's been properly noticed. I think that'd be a more appropriate time.
I totally understand, but there's no action on this right now. And Jason's trying to figure out where this came from. Go ahead, Yvonne.
When will it come back to the council? since we obviously have some questions from our board and questions, I will say this, I do remember briefly discussing having some changes on this policy when we had the larger discussion of everything else.
Yes, we have
I
talked
do
about
remember
this.
that. I don't remember us talking about it briefly at any other time, and I'm sure it's because everything else was just so much that we had to deal with.
Mhm.
But since we do have our board that has raised some definite questions and concerning questions, I think you're right. Thank you, Jeremy. I think it's right, though, if we can possibly bring this back and maybe circle back and
It will
bring
be.
this and put this on as a discussion item, maybe in a work meeting with the advisory board and make an extension to
That's a
them
good idea.
as an invitation to please come, share with us any concerns you might have, give them some time to kind of go through it and then ask the questions. That way we have a better group of individuals. Not that Jason, that your questions aren't good, I appreciate it, but it will at least give us some ideas. And at that point, because as a council, I definitely want to hear from our active board and hear what they have to say, because they're the ones who, and for all intents and purposes, are the boots on the ground. So I think we can, let's table this and let's find a way.
This is not an
and put
agenda
this-
item.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go forward and maybe make this an agenda item for the future. And can we ask?
Actually, we're meeting on it tomorrow as a board for the first time.
Okay.
I think it's highly inappropriate to discuss things that none of us have any context with. You haven't seen the agreement, you don't know what it says.
I've seen it. I've briefly read through it,
So
but it's not in the agenda
Let,
materials
allow
for tomorrow.
allow the
and it should
process
be.
to work. Let the board discuss it. This is a very first draft. So
That's fine. I'm not trying to say we're going to discuss it now. That's what I'm trying to get away from, is not discuss it now,
Agreed.
but to give them a chance to discuss it and to make sure you put this on their agenda and then bring it back to us with any other concerns going forward. That's my thought.
Agreed. So just an overview, it is intended to go to the Airport Advisory Board tomorrow. Heidi, you just said something that interests me. It is not uploaded?
The agenda is there when I checked it today, but the actual lease is not in the agenda materials as of today. I
Mark,
was
that should have been
hoping that it
uploaded. Do
would
you
be.
know why that was not done? So that's concerning to me because that should have been uploaded. So I need to
I
get
would
with
agree.
Travis to find out why. But Yvonne, to your point, the notion is it goes to the Airport Advisory Board, and then they're going to opine on it. We would never bring anything to you that you've seen the first time for action. It'd go to a work meeting, and then it'd come to an action item.
Being an action or anything, this is
Mhm.
just the beginning phases. Great. So as long as they're part of it and everyone can sit and have this discussion and you're meeting tomorrow.
That's
so
why it's going to
that's
them
great for me.
tomorrow,
I'm
but
good.
I might,
I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, I may need to get with you about a new meeting date because if that agreement has not been uploaded, it is uploaded.
It might have been this afternoon, but this morning it wasn't. Excellent. So it is there for the public to see.
Okay.
Okay, just remember, Council and Matt, we have a long history of meeting with the Planning Commission when we've got something new and big coming down the pike. Right up front, we meet with them and then we talk about it together, and then the Planning Commission goes to work and then they bring it back to us, but we at least start on the same page. I would really like something like that to happen here because this is a very big deal. And you're talking about a very complex administrative effort to have different leases with different time periods, with different amounts of infrastructure improvement, right? Capital investment. And how are we supposed to make sure that's fair? Especially given our capacity and our staff right now. I'm just saying this is a lot more complicated than just a lease
It
renewal.
is. Know that Steve Oss has taken point on this. He's been drafting for well over a year. We've had a chance to review it and vet it with Kurt Castanga. So I think it's at a spot that is able to be reviewed by the Airport Advisory Board and hopefully take their comments and apply it to any conversations that you may have.
I would just recommend that we, like Yvonne is saying, that we bring them in to a work meeting, we meet together, we kind of get on the same page up front as to why this, why that, what's being said, what the different parameters are, because this is going to be very complicated. And it's really affecting future investment out there.
I don't think so, but I think we can talk more about this significantly because
That's
that's what
fine.
we don't want to do is deter investment at the airport.
I don't like unequal treatment between our citizen boards.
I
That's all I'm
agree. And
saying.
I understand the airport grant assurances don't allow us to do unequal treatment. We can't discriminate from one person to the next person, so the agreement's got to meet all the FAA guidelines.
I
And that's why
understand
Steve
that.
Ossa has drafted this thing.
But we are always trying to make sure our citizens board feel appreciated and valued, and not just here's something and where did it come from, and now who knows what they might say and what we might think. You see what I mean?
I agree.
I'm just saying, please, can we have their comments, and then can they come to the next work meeting or relatively soon? And then we invite them back, and let's kind of get on the same page here instead of it just being them and then us. And then, believe me, I've heard way too many complaints over 12
remember-
years of the AAB saying you don't listen to us.
Sure. Remember,
right?
the bylaws require that the chairman accompany the recommendation to you at the work meeting. So
Yes, but
they would be invited to come to you and provide that recommendation. And it's a public meeting, so anyone can come and attend that.
we just have so many experts there. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, everyone, if we're settled on that, I did forget to read a public comment that Trina gave me. And so let me just read this really quick for the public comment part, Trina. Okay, it says,
That's for the Bush annexation. So that'd be read in the next meeting when we have
and
the
that's
item.
not on here. It just said, I'm unable to physically make the meeting today, so I didn't know. You've probably got that in your email then. All righty. All righty. And Tony, Mr. Dixon said, please put a sign out there on the road when we do this again, but the signs are there just for the public hearing. So if we can reach out to Mr. Dixon when it comes back on the agenda item for the Bush ordinance annexation, I'd appreciate staff being able to do that, please. Okay, everyone, we're going to move on in the agenda to the general business items. Is Russ Watts, I don't see him here. Is he online?
No, he says he's on his way.
On his way, should we delay this and go into some action items until he gets here?
Well, maybe we could jump to the
Yeah.
rodeo.
Let's do that. So we're going to jump ahead, everyone, to the first action item. This is the Utah State High School Rodeo Scholarship Fund contribution request with John Provost. John, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm here to request a continuation of your contribution for the Utah High School Rodeo Association Scholarship Program. This will be the 51st year that we've hosted the state finals here in Heber City. And I'm aware that you have contributed for the past 20. I think it probably goes further than that, but that scholarship, it goes to all of the senior rodeo athletes in the state of Utah. So a number of the recipients are right here in our own valley and have helped many of the students, athletes, be able to further their education. So that's what I'm here doing, and answer any questions you may have.
And you want the $10,000 scholarship contribution?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. Does anyone have questions for John?
Can I make a motion?
Please do.
I'd like to have the scholarship fund continue.
Thank you.
I will second.
All right, and we're assuming it's for the 10,000, right? Okay. Usually I can have a public comment, but they've gone ahead and made the motion, so we're going to take the vote. All right, would you like to start on that end?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0 with the one excuse. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
patience.
Thank you
Till
very
we
much.
could get to you. And then you'll work with Matt on when that gets dispersed.
You can give me an invoice.
Oh,
I'll need an
absolutely.
invoice. Mhm.
You bet. Thank
Okay.
you very much. It makes a huge difference. We'll be coming back next year. We haven't raised this contribution amount for, I know, of the 20 years, so
Mhm.
we may have to come back and bother you.
Just so you know, our budget cycle starts in January.
Okay.
And if you're going to come back, say, the end of next year, if you could just let us know, so, come January, in an email to Matt, that just helps us plan a little better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go backwards now, everyone. Mr. Watts is here. So we're going to have a discussion. Feel free to come forward. And Jason, if you want to come up, that's fine. Or Jason Glidden is also here to answer questions. We're going to discuss the celebration workforce housing with Russ Watts and Tony Kohler.
Thank you. Hey, I apologize. I didn't know I was late. I apologize for that. Sorry.
We're just going so fast tonight.
Say what?
We're just going so fast tonight.
You guys are moving. Yeah, I'm impressed.
Late too.
Russ Watts here with Jason Glidden. We're here to talk about the celebration project. You've seen it a few times. I think tonight is the purpose is to talk about what our thoughts are about a collaboration with the city, how that might work, and kick ideas around. We don't have a preset determination of, hey, it's yes or no, but we are excited to be here and say, this is what we're proposing, this is how we're going to move forward with it, and then just answer questions from you as the council about, okay, what elements do we need to resolve? I think right now for us, right now our phase one is 142 units. We have an agreement with the school district on land that we will be building parking stalls on so that we can meet the city criteria for so many stalls per unit. We'll share those units, we'll share those parking stalls with the school, and it's just right next door. So that agreement is still in place. We haven't moved forward to the next step just because we need to get a relationship with the city in place before we can go to working on a final agreement with them on that. We have been working on financing with a number of different entities. Right now, interest rates, as you know, are higher. So in order for us to move full speed, if we say tonight came to some type of collaboration, we got a development agreement, we would need to make sure the interest rates are at a level that works so that we can provide housing for the workforce that's our intention. And that housing would be based on providing housing for people that make average between 60 and 80% AMI or medium income. So that's our goal. We have got an agreement with the Wasatch Housing Authority to collaborate with us as partners in the project. They want to help where they can. We've also been working on an agreement with Mountain Lands to help manage the rental of the project so that we meet the obligation and our commitment to rent to the section of people that we want to meet. And really our goal is to provide housing for the first responders and all the entities in the city where they just can't get housing at this point based on affordability. I talk to Cy at Intermountain Hospital once a month. He is anxious to have units and something for his employees to stay in. The school district has asked that they've reserved 50 units, whatever level they were, 1, 2s, or 3s for their teachers they're trying to hire. They're in dire need of units for their people. We've talked with the police department and the fire department. They all need housing. So those two entities, IHC and the school district, were very specific about what they wanted as far as being participants in leasing units from us on those projects. So it is a rental project. It's not a for sale project with this objective and at this time. I think right now, based on what Russ Funk had redistributed on water calculations, it makes the water cost a lot more affordable. From the standpoint of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, they changed the assessment for 2s. 3s are still considered a 1 ERU, like one unit. So I'll show you the impact of that as we walk through this, but that's a general overview. I think right now our challenge is how do we afford in an affordable setting paying the impact fees. Our impact fees, we recalculated them with the city the last 2 or 3 weeks. For the 42 units, our impact fees are $3.1 million for the impact fees. And if you divide that per unit, that's
Russ, did you say 3.1?
3.1.
3.1. And
Yeah.
that's roads, school district, sewer,
Parks, yeah.
parks. Am I missing any?
That's
Heber Light and
unbelievable.
Power.
That's a lot.
Heber Light and Power, and have we got everything?
Fire.
The fire? Okay,
Yeah,
thank
Heber
you.
Power and Light.
And that-
What's really
I'm
interesting
so sorry.
is.
I'm so sorry. The
I'd like
3.1
to just-
million
oh,
is for
sorry.
the 142 units.
That's for the 142 units, yeah. I'd like to show you, it's interesting because we were trying to build affordability. If Tony could pull up the celebration workforce housing, just the factor sheet right there that we put together, Tony, you and I. It's really interesting to see. I'd like you to see this. So factors in making, a project affordable, if you look at that, you can see so we're building three types of units. A one bedroom is 600 square feet. A two bedroom is 800 square feet, as you can see across the top. And then a three bedroom is 1,000 square feet. The land is equally divided on as each unit because a unit you just divide it equally that's the value of the land. We know the land is being contributed right now by the Hickens. We have an agreement with them to contribute the land, but they'll want a return on the land. So we take it to the lender. We have to say what the value of the land is. You can see the water assigned per share is Russ Funk outlined. You can see a water cost for a one bedroom is $10,000. The water cost for a two bedroom, 800 square feet, is $32,500, and the water cost for a three bedroom is $65,000 for the water share. Land $35,000, water $65,000. Impact fees, you can see the cost is $22,500 across the board for each unit. That's the impact fee cost. And then the cost of construction, you can see it's outlined at $120,000 for a one bedroom, $165,000 for two, and $210,000 for a three. So you can see how the different categories affect the cost of affordability for rental units. That being said, I think tonight we're brainstorming with you saying, is there a way we want to pay the impact fees, but could we ask the city to be partners in helping us finance those so we could spread them over a period of time so we can make the units more affordable? That's our discussion, one of our discussion points tonight. And probably the main one, just to see how we make it work. And so we're putting that on the table saying, hey, let's discuss that. Is that a potential so that we can get the project moving? Matt, we met with Matt and Tony. They said, well, how do we guarantee we get paid if it's divided? I would say over a 15-year period, we would have to ensure that the impact fees are placed as a second on the property so that you have warranty guarantee that you'd be paid. We'd have to work with our lenders on that, but we've done something similar to that before. So that would help us immensely in putting the project into play. And that's one thought we wanted to throw out to you guys tonight. As I mentioned, the first timing is based on interest rates. So, I mean, if we said, let's do something tonight and we got a development agreement, we still need to work on getting interest rates in the right place before we start. So that's going to be a challenge we've been working on. And Jason's got connections. We've met with the State Housing Board. They want to help finance it. The Olean Walker Fund wants to help with financing. And there's one other group that is involved in low-cost affordable housing, would like to contribute. And at this point, we're only building this for our people that are first responder groups, not low-income housing at this point. But if we integrated that into this, which I haven't really thought that is a concept we would use, we can borrow a bunch of money from that organization to help with affordability. So it may be a collaboration of all four or
Correct me
five.
if I'm wrong, if we use that, we can't do this, right? It has to be Fair Act, whatever it is. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just going to say that. You beat me to it, Sid.
I'm so sorry, I don't understand. If we use what, then what?
So whenever you're going to be using federal funds through low-income tax credits or whatever, there are rules that are associated with that. And one of the rules is a prohibitance of prioritizing any other group over another due to fair housing. Yeah. So
No, you're talking about no discrimination for applicants, or are you talking about the second lien as far as the 3.1 million?
oh, no, just for the applicants itself.
The applicants, okay.
Just the applicant.
Can't prioritize city.
We couldn't say first responders get
workers.
first. Like school teachers couldn't be prioritized over low income.
But that's with using federal tax credits.
Right.
That's correct. Can can we limit it to people that work in Wasatch County? Since the county, we're trying to solve that problem.
According to the Utah Housing Corporation, who really does all who filters those through the federal government, no. But I'm having that challenge with them right now with another project we're working on to try to waterfall.
So there's no state style funding that would maybe balance that out. So if we can't use federal, can we use something that includes state funding of some sort?
There is the Olin Walker Fund, which
Okay.
is gap financing for affordable housing projects. I would have to check in on that to see if they have any of those waterfall provisions as well, though.
Right.
It's unfortunate when you get these funds from the state and federal government, they
I
come
know.
with a bunch of rules.
But then they have all these additional rules.
So the school district knows that then, that even though they would want it for their teachers, you can't guarantee that the teachers can get it.
Well, if you were to use those funds, Mayor,
But
if
how
we're able
much
to
are
find
those
alternative funds.
How much are those funds worth out of your total funding package?
So really only right now, at this point, only about 5%. It's not a major part of the funding vehicle. Look, our intention is for workforce housing, which means that's teachers and everyone that works up in the valley. It's not for low income. So if we had to skip over that, I haven't even considered that in our package because I don't want to be bound by that because we want to just be able to provide first responder housing.
Okay. So can I ask, you've got the 3.1 million that you want to talk about, and then that 5% more of federal funds that you may or may not use. How much more would that increase the 3.1 million if you didn't take the federal funds so that there could be restrictions
We
on?
have to replace it with another lender. We
I
still need to
understand,
borrow
but how
the
much
funds.
would it be?
Oh, well, right now, Olin Walker Fund is about 500,000, right, Jason?
Yeah,
it's not very much.
It's not.
And does it have those requirements that you can't do
Could. I'm not
Okay.
sure, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you might even be asking for 3.6 million is what I'm saying.
But we're not asking for the city, we handle that. We're not asking for the city to help us on that.
3.1.
That's all we're asking
Bottom
for
line.
financing,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, right on. Scott.
I have a question for Russ. Does the city have any water surplus?
The city does have water surplus, but it's already accounted for other things, other future uses in the city. But there is a small surplus. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head. Can I make a comment on the water? I don't want to sidetrack this, but I don't believe those water calculations are quite right. 65,000 seems like probably the going rate for an acre foot. Maybe. I of course don't know exactly what the market is, but the indoor requirement for one ERU is 0.36 acre feet. So I think that your amount for a 3-bedroom full ERU is $40,000 less than that amount. And then a 2-bedroom is 80% of that, and a 1-bedroom is 50% of that. So that one's pretty close. So I don't know, that doesn't account for outdoor water, but I'm just
Right,
saying.
it doesn't count for outdoor and return flow, right? That's just indoor use, right?
That's indoor use. That's
Just
indoor
indoor,
use.
yeah.
There's no return flow. Those numbers seem higher than I would expect. That's all.
I would love that to be the case, but
Yes.
We could xeriscape the whole thing.
Yeah.
You don't need any water outside.
And by the way, our new water
gravel.
policy does allow for a reduced outdoor water if it's managed by commercial business or HOA. So it's not the 3 acre feet per acre of
which that's a
land.
huge, thanks
So,
for doing that too,
anyway.
because we managed all that. We wouldn't be using the same amount as a regular home, so.
Again, I don't know. It just seemed high. I wanted to point it out that it wasn't an acre foot for a ERA. It was 0.36 acre feet for indoor. So
I just see that as the first place we could make an impact is the water cost, because that's another very expensive piece.
It is, yeah.
But impact fees, I mean,
We know we need impact fees. We're not saying we don't do that. We're just saying, can we spread them out so that we can get the project into.
So more like a deference, like deferring it to
So
like a
Let's talk about
layaway
that.
program.
yeah, so I've been, contracted with the Heber City to come in and help with these situations. So that's kind of my role here. I'm not partnering with Russ or anything like that. I just want to make sure that's clear. So when Russ approached us, we discussed different ideas of how we could help to make this project move forward. It's, first of all, when I looked at it, I feel it's in a really great location, obviously, next to a school, next to a lot of things. It's a very attractive property as well for other uses that maybe aren't as going to be as community focused as affordable housing. I know that the property owner has probably been approached by several other commercial interests. Let's just put it that way. So we don't want to lose on an opportunity for a really great piece of property, in my opinion. Second of all, what we were talking about as far as the funding is looking at providing, the city may be providing what would be called a soft second on the property. So a second mortgage, in a sense, that would be second in priority behind the traditional financing that he's looking to get. And that would be to cover the impact fees and spread them out so they don't have to finance to pay those upfront in a sense, but rather spread those out over a 15-year period, which would allow for it to be much more affordable for the project itself. So, and just looking at the numbers, when I think as Heber cities continue to start to evaluate these projects more and more, as these more and more public-private opportunities come to be or are presented to the council, it's important to really try to compare them apples to apples. And I think the best way to do that is really looking at the cost per unit, right? How much is the city subsidizing per unit? And for the numbers that were provided tonight, and granted those might have to change, I mean, you're looking at about $22,000 a unit, which, if you think back to what you just received in your in lieu fees, is actually doing pretty well. That you guys are, investing less money and getting units than what you were being paid for them. So it's actually a pretty good deal that way, as far as fairly low cost for the city.
That's amazing. So I don't know if I can trust that number, Jason. Sorry. That's really amazing. But I'm assuming it's because of the other funding sources that you have. Because Park City's subsidizing so much more up in their project.
So
I mean, it's crazy how much more.
They're contributing land as well as impact fees and providing cash to those projects. So very different here, where he's only asking for a second loan in a sense for the impact fees. It's a very different situation. Now, that being said, I think if interest rates aren't to adjust, he may be coming back and asking if there is some more assistance. I'm not sure. But for at this time, I don't believe that's your plan.
No, gratefully I have a partner, a landowner, that he's very interested in providing housing for the workforce also. I mean, we've already been working on it for almost 3 years with the city and back and forth, and he's patient right now. He is getting called by a commercial venture saying, we want to buy, we want to do this. And we keep saying, look, we're pretty close to working out a arrangement with the city, a collaboration. If we can do that, then I can keep him at bay. And right now we have an agreement. He wants to do it. We just need to see if we can put together an agreement with the city so we can figure out a way through it. You're right. Interest rates do affect the timing. So if all of us know that going in, we're not going to spend any more than we need to until we know. We're not going to ask for anything either until we have a rate, an interest in place, and then we're off and running on phase one.
I have a question. You
Yes.
might have already said it, and I just probably didn't catch it. But in regards to the parking, is this something that you, with your allegiance with this high school, is this something where you're going to be leasing those parking spots? Is this something that the school will be benefiting from, or is it?
So what it is they're
That included also in your pricing then as well?
It is, yeah, and the cost per
And your costs,
unit.
I mean, sorry.
So what it is we have a lease agreement with them. We contribute the cost to build I think it's 310 parking stalls on the land next door they're providing. So in the daytime, they use those stalls. In the evening, we use the stalls that we need. And then we split the cost of maintenance over the long term. So 50-50. So that's how
So it's a maintenance, it's more of a maintenance, not a yearly, year-to-year kind of
we
thing.
just have a
It's
capital cost to put the parking lot in place, and then we just split the maintenance cost from that point forward.
Okay.
And then we just share.
Oh, this is a dumb question. The high school used to make the kids buy the sticker for their car, or they'd get a ticket. So are they still doing that? Because I'm assuming that the people who would live in this place would would not always be able to get a close parking stall and might have to be parking, into the high school parking lot area. And
I don't
I'm
know if
just
they're
wondering
still
if they're going
doing
to
the
get tickets.
stickers or not. Does anybody know that? I don't know that.
Here's the other thing. I'm sorry.
Parking passes.
Okay,
So
here's
you
the other.
might need
We
to
would
work
have the
out the
same thing.
stickers.
Yeah, we'd have the
Well,
same
and
thing.
here's the other question I was going to have in addition to that. With the fact that the high school now has a new building over here, I, I, I'm wondering, the reason I'm trying to get to this point, and I guess this would include the high school in the discussion, is because I'm wondering if with less students attending that particular school, if it can be something that is actually diverted and becomes more of an ownership portion and maybe a purchasing or something down the line from the school district. I know this sounds but I'm just wondering if that's something that you could possibly look into discussing with them, because I don't know if their population or the students, it'll be significantly diverted over to the new school. And so I'm just wondering if this is something that there again becomes a saving, and then you issue the parking passes to those who are leasing from the property and the renters.
That is an option that would help us. I think we'd probably I'd say it's probably more of a phased approach. Maybe just do
Exactly,
a third
but
of the
I'm just
a
wondering
third
if
of the
you keep
stalls
that
we
on your
need.
radar going forward, that's something else that might help in dealing with those costs and
Our
so forth.
costs.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I haven't evaluated the plan fully, but I believe that, part of the reason for the shared parking is to meet parking requirements,
It is.
right, to satisfy. So one
Yeah.
option could also be to reduce the parking requirements of the development, to allow for more of that to be dedicated towards maybe home ownership or something like that. So it's another idea.
So your ask why you're here is that we be the second mortgage.
I think Russ's ask,
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably me. I don't want to put it on Jason.
I don't want
so.
to get too many of the
I'd
weeds
like
and
to,
things.
but-
'Cause obviously
No, wait,
you put a
we're
lot of
just
thought
saying,
into
would
this.
you consider that as an option for us to try to put the project into place?
I think we have to start considering something like that because, to be able to really put our money where our mouth is we have to do that. So I'd be willing to support that. We have, the funds right now are how close are we to our reserve limit?
So let's talk about that for a moment. So the notion that I have spoken with Jason and Russ about is to utilize a portion of the monetization of the 200 units from Jordanelle Ridge. Recall you just approved an amendment to his MD&A that allowed us to monetize 200 units and to monetize it to a tune of about $7 million. And so the notion is that we would utilize that resource for this, should you be interested. There is one caveat, though, is if you recall that agreement, the $7 million is paid out in 3 tranches. And so we'd have to work through the timing of those tranches with the timing of the need for that resource. So it's something that if you're interested in, staff would have to dive in, work through those details, and then make recommendations to you.
I love that idea. And that's what the money's for. And it would be paid back over time. That's exactly what it's for.
Yeah, the 15 years, is that something that's set?
Well, no, I mean, we're just saying it makes it work because we divide it by that many years. It just reduces the amount of money we need to borrow. It just helps us keep in the 60 to 80% range we're averaging people we can rent to.
Yeah.
You're suggesting a 15-year term to pay back the 3.1 million.
Right.
And then I have to ask, because I care about the budget, do you have an interest rate that you're willing to propose yet?
I think that, look, we know there will be an interest amount. That's really up to you as a city. And we appreciate you listening because in a way we're partnering to make this happen. If we don't, we can't make it work. So whatever you feel the city needs, that's probably, or maybe you're bound by some regulation anyway. I don't know, Matt.
Not on this money, no. Mayor, if I may ask a question. Russ, one question I have for you is if the city were to step up and to assist by amortizing the impact fee cost, is that all the funding you need to pull the trigger on this project and move forward? Is there more that you need?
So we have the partners to do the project. What I really need is just the interest rates to come down to, around 5%. I mean, that's going to be the driving engine of everything. It's not It won't be the capital we need to do the project. We have lenders that want to do the project. We just need to make sure we have interest rates that gives us what we need in order to provide the affordable housing level to meet our.
Can I re-ask a question? So if interest rates are, if you took the current interest rate, and could you figure out how much you would reduce that and how much more subsidy you would need?
We could.
To pull the trigger now rather than waiting for
Wait.
interest.
There's a inflationary cost too that you're up against.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I like that you guys are asking that question because we've just been trying to get to that point where we say, how do we make it work? So I haven't done that, but that's something we could do.
I'd be supportive and think we should do a study to how to make it work.
Okay.
Mike, did you have a comment?
Well, I like what you're going. I mean, sometimes people worry about what for this type of project, what would be the current lending rate? 6.5?
6.5, yeah.
Okay.
Right now.
And so sometimes getting in, even at 6.5, I mean, in 2000, my mortgage was 9.5. And then it dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped. I mean, 6.5 would have sounded awesome. So sometimes getting in now, if rates go up, well, you've locked it in that lower 6.5. And if rates drop, you can refinance, right?
You could, yeah.
And then pay back, and then the
It's a little
refinancing.
bit like moving a cruise ship though, because it's not like just a house. I mean, you've got a lot of units and a lot of people. It's a little tricky.
But it's all one owner.
It's one owner, you're right, but it's a little more difficult than that, especially if we have 3 or 4 entities that are helping us with funds. I mean, the Utah Housing Authority and their rate, or Olin Walker, we need to get as much of that as we can without having a bunch of strings telling us, hey, they have to be federally, all these different regulations. We need to have the freedom to work within our own county is what we're trying to do. So, but we will have to have a mixed, blended set of loans. But I hear you, and I'd love to do that. But
Have you received any commitment yet from the Wasatch County Housing Authority?
so the Housing Authority, we've met with them 3 times now. They are anxious to be involved. They're saying, what is the city doing? So it kind of got the cart and the horse
So we're in talks.
If we could do 2 million and they could do 1, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, and I think let's come
I'm
back.
okay.
Yeah, let's get you back on the agenda and let's talk about that. The housing.
They are in support. They do want a place to put money where it has impact on our community.
Definitely.
This is the place to do it.
Right.
And Jason's on their board too, or on
I'm not.
consulting. I know.
Yes.
No, he's consulting. But again, this is how we can work together with them
be
to
really
get
helpful.
something done.
Agree. It would
It's
really be a
win-win.
good step forward.
Housing Authority says the city is on board doing this. Can you do this? That would be, they'd be motivated, I think.
I think in addition to, what Councilmember Phillips said, as far as giving us the green light to investigate this, would be produce the options, these different financial options of what it looks like if we are to receive state funds, what those would be and how much would that be? If we were to move forward now with interest rates compared to waiting till 5%, what that would look like as far as additional subsidies, so that we can give a better idea of the financial picture and bring that back to the council to discuss as far as that goes, and have a conversation with the Wasatch County Housing Authority. I know they are supportive. I think they were looking for more numbers as well. So it's a good place to start.
Can I ask, these impact fees are not going to go to the proposed hotel, right?
No, we're talking phase 1.
Phase 1. And
142
then
units.
do you know approximately how many employees the school district would like to house or IHC would like to house? We have kind of an idea of what we think, but do you have any idea how many employees could be eligible from the fire district or the county?
Well, I can tell you before the district leadership changed this last summer, they were saying we need 50 units now. That was a year and a half ago. I don't know what it is now, but and then Cy, he emails me once a month. I need help. What's going on with the housing, with the city? I said, we're working on it. Stay patient. So he could use 30 units, he told me.
So it sounds like these could fill up pretty quickly.
That would be the hope, yeah. The fire district said maybe a dozen, and the police department hasn't got back to us yet.
Have you also spoken to Sheriff's Department as well? You have. Have they mentioned anything?
They need units. They just couldn't tell me how how many. They were gonna do a survey to see how many people, if there were available units, would move up here versus have to drive back and forth.
Well, I think even with police and with sheriffs, you have individuals right now that are in a world of hurt because they're having to rent very expensive accommodations right now with what we have here, and it's through the roof. And so I think definitely you'll get more numbers going forward. So, okay, might have to up that 172 start out, or what is it, 140?
You know,
Yeah, 142.
overall, we have 300 units planned, but we're just doing the 142. There's a phase 2 that's 782 or 84 units.
Okay.
Is it possible for you to show us your diagram again as to what parts you would build
Yes.
in the 142?
Site plan?
Yes, please.
Do you have a laser cutter?
We don't, sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
I can use the mouse if you want to use it.
I'm sure I'll be pretty good at that. Actually, it's pretty simple for me to point.
Oh, all right. Yep, you're more than tall enough.
So phase 1 would be from right here straight up over to the Woods Fire Station right there. So the line would go straight through there. All the units from this point over to the fire station are part of phase 1.
Okay. And then oh, thank you, Tony. So then all the parking around the back and around the middle.
Right. And then we've got shared parking there, over in here. We're expanding this one this way, and this way, and this way. And this could be a phase 2 expansion.
So Russ, with phase 1, you'd have to expand based on current code as far as parking. Council, I think we need to revisit that also.
Say that again.
Revisit our parking code based on this type of use. So hopefully in the future, we will have transit coming and helping well.
To point out is if you had, say, 30 teachers living here that work there, then parking is not an issue.
Yeah.
Driving over, so
exactly.
Walking back and forth. So, and IHC is right here. So they're, I mean, same thing. We've got walkability.
Right.
Dang, walkability. What a
really do.
what a great idea.
That's walkable too. So.
Is there anything else you'd like to present?
So is it that area over there further to the west? Those buildings over here? Yeah, that's the hotel, isn't it? Or is that also? Oh, that's the hotel. Okay, I got myself all confused here. Okay, so phase 1 are those 2 sections. All right.
Does that include any amenities
Yes,
for the
so,
phase 1?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but the first time we came, each of these are called super. These are called super blocks, meaning there's 5 buildings around the courtyard with pergola, fire pit, pavilion in the center. So each of these little communities have their own amenity here. And then in addition to each of the super blocks, we have a clubhouse, a pickleball course, a splash pad. So we have amenity buildings that are part of this overall phase 1.
Didn't you have community gardens too?
We do have a community garden.
Yeah.
Good memory. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, Mike.
Council, I think one small thing we could do is just allow our staff, engineering staff, to look at the water with you and really nail that down, because that's a huge one single cost, but I think it's easy to do. Maybe just have Ross work with them and get those numbers. And I suspect that the Hickens have water on this land. So it's not like you have to go out to you don't have to go find it, you just have to buy it. Okay.
I just want to thank you, Russ, because you've had a great career where you've tied in community need to luxury properties. I mean, you've done really well for us in the past. We have care centers because of you. We have multi-family housing because of your thoughtfulness.
Senior housing, which we jumped into.
Senior housing. And just to keep thinking this way of what the community need is. I know this is your way of giving back, and I appreciate it.
Thanks for saying that, because we've been focused on it for the last 4 or 5 years trying to.
Yeah, we really appreciate your work.
60% of the people that work for us drive in, and half of them would love to live in the community. It would be good for the community to have a lot of our first responders that really care living here. It would be a huge thing. And I appreciate you saying that, but I also appreciate you being willing to consider options on how we could get to that point.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, let me suggest, let us do some calcs on the water. Let us look at the request from Jason, and then let staff look at some ways in which we can structure something that works for the city and that would be valuable to Russ, and bring that back for further discussion.
Aaron, you're just here. Did you have any questions or comments? Okay.
The one thing I didn't catch, but I'm sure somebody's thought about it, is how to prevent the school district not getting the benefit from the parking lot because of abuse from people living there. And I know that that's probably in an agreement somewhere, but.
And remember, we'll have half the students.
Right, but the whole idea, and I know I voiced it last time, but the idea of we'll use it at night, we'll use it in the morning. I mean, my daughter's at school at 7, so I just can't imagine anybody that uses it at night is gone by 7. So that part's never made sense to me yet. I'm sure somebody's looking at it.
That's a detail we can definitely work out. Yeah.
I don't want the school district to come back and say, well, we thought we were going to get something out of this, and turns out it's always full of broken down cars. I don't know what it is.
Exactly, or trailers, or motorcycles.
Again, I'm
or
sure somebody's thinking about it.
ATVs, or-
It's the only question I had that I hadn't heard anybody ask. So.
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying follow up on the sticker idea too, because you don't want your teachers to be getting ticketed, but they may not have a car. I'm just saying you might want to check out the surrounding parking. All right, do you feel like you're clear?
We have our assignments based on what Matt said also, so we'll work on those. Give us maybe 30 days to get it together, and then I'll get on the agenda for Wasatch Housing Authority. We'll go see them and say you.
And with the county as.
Help us financially.
Right. And discussion with the county as well. Yeah.
At this point, but I think.
Well, they know.
Would tell them how.
They know. They know exactly how.
And discussion with the county as well. I mean, they're wondering what we're going to do. Well, now you know, and let's see what they're going to do. So that would be my question. And then, it wouldn't hurt to maybe discuss the whole parking issue as well with Wasatch, with the school district, considering that they will be dividing their population at that school to another area possibly. So that might greatly, open up that area for you as well.
That may even just provide more parking for our community too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Which really helps us.
Yep.
We're not strapped with too many.
I would definitely talk to them and see what they're willing to do going forward.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
All
Russ.
right, everyone, we're going back to our action items, to action item number 4, the Heber Food Truck Court Development Agreement. Is Jacob here? There he is. All right, Jacob, come forward.
There. He's right there. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just pull up a diagram here, find the mouse. All right, I'll use this. Okay, so I'm going to put up the site plan for the Heber Food Truck Court proposal. I'm going to go through my staff report a little bit here, and then we'll have some comments to go over with both planning and engineering. I'm assuming primarily engineering will be the bulk of the discussion tonight. So the summary here, Matt Hansen is requesting a development agreement to facilitate the construction of a food truck court located at 89 West, 100 South. This food truck court would consist of approximately 8 food trucks, a small parking lot, bathroom facilities, and a seating area for patrons. Applicant intends for this to be temporary use, 2 to 5 years, until the site can be redeveloped. Staff does recommend approval for the proposed development agreement based on findings and conditions below. So we have been talking about this in the background here for a little while. Oh yeah, Matt, if you want to come up, sorry. We determined pretty early on that a development agreement would be necessary to facilitate such a project due to the nature of the project and the current zoning requirements. Current ordinances in both zoning and food truck regulations would prohibit such use at the site. Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on the proposed development agreement back in July on the 22nd. That meeting, the Commission expressed the desire to see more done on the part of the applicant to decrease required legislative waivers and exemptions. And then the Commission moved to continue the item. They held a second meeting, met on August 12th, 2025, with an updated development agreement, which is what's attached here. The Planning Commission gave a recommendation of approval with the condition that an annual visit and evaluation be conducted by staff to ensure that all conditions of the development agreement were being met, and specifically so that the engineering department would have the opportunity to investigate usage at the site and traffic impact, water usage being a primary issue there. So Planning Commission felt that this was appropriate condition on the basis that this use is intended to be temporary. So I'm going to go through my planning comments really quickly, and then we'll let engineering discuss theirs. So the general plan designation for this particular property is downtown, and it does outline a list of uses that we believe are compatible, specifically active open spaces and community-oriented uses in the downtown. That being said, care should be taken to ensure that the impact on the surrounding properties is lessened where possible. So the issues that the planning department that we brought up and that have been addressed in the development agreement are that mobile food vendors, food trucks are required to be located at a brick and mortar business. This property has no brick and mortar building. Lighting, all applicable lighting
Sorry, what
standards.
did you say? It has no what?
Has no building. Brick and mortar building is what I said, but
sorry.
it's just a vacant lot at this point.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So all applicant lighting standards must be met or addressed in the development agreement, which they have been. The applicant has said he's going to light it very, very minimally, if at all. Landscaping, bare ground and dirt areas are prohibited and must be addressed. Additional landscaping requirements for commercial properties also needed to be addressed. The applicant has proposed planter boxes with street trees that could be put along the edge of the property. I think it's 6 to 7 individual planter boxes that could be used while the food truck court is in operation, and then once the use terminates at the end of its 2 to 5 year period, then those could be relocated and brought back, so we're not planting trees, ripping them out, replanting trees. So commercial zones, food truck court should be listed as a permitted use for the property in the development agreement, which it has been. Off-street parking and loading, parking requirements or exemptions must be addressed in the development agreement, as there are currently no parking requirements for a food truck court. So essentially what the development agreement says that they will provide the number of parking stalls that you see here on the site plan, which I think is 16 to 17, somewhere in there. So I'll let engineering talk about some of their comments and issues that they might have.
Can I ask one follow-up question before you go?
Absolutely.
Just, Jacob, you said that on the lighting one, you said that largely it was handled in the DA. I'm just trying to make sense of the next comment on the staff report. The applicant has specifically requested this project not be required to follow parking lot lighting standards. So
yeah, I think that actually was a mistake on my part. I should have removed that comment, and I will go here to the actual development agreement just to show
that part of the comment. That's the second bullet.
Yeah,
isn't valid any longer.
Yeah, okay. And that's my fault. So line item 13 here, lighting. Any lighting installed on the property shall comply with the city's dark sky ordinance. There is no minimum lighting. There's just requirements. If they do put the lighting in, it has to be dark sky compliant. And so they've told us that any lighting that they do install will be dark sky. I think specifically what this comment was talking about was needing to install like light posts that you would see in a parking lot in a typical commercial development. Does that make sense? To help answer the question?
It does. I guess so is that the question to the council is are we okay with not having any lighting in the parking area? Because what I'm hearing you say is they've effectively asked to not do anything or minimal lighting. And so I guess the question is, do we like that? It seems like a safety issue to me in the evenings and the off seasons.
The lighting ordinance doesn't have a minimum requirement for lighting. So
unless we enforce the parking lot standard.
Yeah, I believe so. I'd have to look into that a little bit more, but yes. Sorry, I don't have a great
Okay with
answer on
that.
that
Is
question.
there anything that, Mr. Hanson, you'd like to propose on the lighting of the parking lot?
I mean, I don't have any current proposals now. I mean, we were certainly going to light it enough. You can see, I mean, this is scheduled to close at 9, so it's not.
That's what my next question was going to be, because
Yeah,
if it's something that's going further
We're not
into,
intending to. be
so
open
just
after
9
dark
is your cutoff.
Very much anyway. So, I mean, in the wintertime, I think it'd probably be shutting down at 7 just because
Okay.
nobody's going to be out there at food trucks after dark, you know.
Well,
so.
sometimes you might want to stay open, at the Christmas tree lighting festival or things like that. You see what I mean? So,
Well, and
It'll
we
always be
discussed
9.
bringing in temporary lighting if we needed that if we purposely, but this limits us to being, I mean, per this agreement, we have to be shut down at 9.
mhm,
That's part of the neighbors,
yeah.
issue the neighbors and stuff. So,
Well, we want your site to be safe. That's the point. And to be safe for cars pulling in and out, making sure there's nobody behind you. You see what I mean? And probably you want some kind of driveway lighting, so people know where to turn in at and it's not a dark area. Just saying.
I have a question about the parking, because I've heard from some neighbors they're a little concerned if there's a food truck park that people may be parking on their parking. I just request that you don't just like label it your parking. So if someone else has someone parked there, that there's not fighting, bickering between the landowners. I know that tends to happen in that area.
So you want us to label that it's specifically to the food court?
No, just that you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
And if people park on yours, don't get angry because your people are probably parking someone else's.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not. That's more their concern than mine.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I know. That's the other question I had too, Mr. Hanson, was have you reached out to your adjacent, to the adjacent business owners and property owners around there that would be probably directly impacted by individuals who are parking? That I do know that there is one, especially to the south of you, who's very concerned and gets very frustrated when we have during our markets in the summer.
Talk to them, but I don't know what there is to say. Yeah, they're frustrated, but I don't have any control over it. And it happens. It's already happening. Without whether we're there or not, it's already happening now. I mean,
Have they reached out to you or said anything to you? Or
he said something to me. I've talked to Mr. Merriweather many about lots of different things. So, I mean, he said something to me, but the point is it's already happening today. I don't know what I could do about that. I can't control people parking in his parking lot. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that.
Right.
If he wants to do something about it, he needs to put up signs that tell people they're going to get towed and he needs to tow them, and that'll put an end to it. If he starts towing people out of there who aren't using his laundromat, then they'll stop parking there. There's nothing I can do about that.
Well, Yvonne, I was talking to Matt too about opening up or putting some signage at the Wave building saying, parking allowed or whatever, so that people know they can park there. Public parking.
Yes, so there's opportunities there. It's limited though in terms of the size. But I've approached Merriweather's about the city entering into a joint parking agreement where the city would even pay him an amount that exceeds whatever he's getting off his coin laundry. So it's financially advantageous to him. They've not gotten back to me, but I'm hoping to get them under a joint parking agreement where we would maintain the parking lot by removing the snow, which would be a big, big help to them, and making it financially viable to them to do it. But I've not gotten any solutions on that yet.
That's everything. Being over there a lot, I would say that's not like that laundromat is a thriving business. I mean, if there's 3 cars there, that's a busy.
I know from your perspective, that's what it is, but taking into consideration, obviously someone who seems to have a lot of anxiety about it.
do.
So that's all my question was. And it's not so much to put you on the spot. It's just definitely to make sure that we're taking into consideration all of the neighbors around you and making sure that they're not having issues as well. And
As we discussed, I mean, that's the whole reason we're putting up a fence and some of these other things are,
Okay.
we've moved things around all to there. That's all because of their request.
I do like the idea though of, even for next year, but that's another discussion of possibly using some of that for parking.
Yeah, I mean, if you could, I don't think it would be that hard to pay more than he's getting anyway, and then he wouldn't have to worry about the laundromat.
Okay, Scott,
Question
and then
for Matt.
Aaron.
Could we put a street light there? I noticed there's a allowance for future sidewalk or something. Can we put a street light next to the property for security?
This property here, that's on the screen, or Merriweather's.
His property.
corner on the northeast
100 West?
corner.
At 100 West Corner, could we put, not a street light, but like, I'm talking about the,
Default that to you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what's there now, but with our 100 West design project, we intend on putting lights in, and this, having a light at this intersection wouldn't be a problem.
okay, I think that'd be great, a great addition just for security and nighttime stuff. And so,
Yeah.
Russ, did you have more to present?
Honestly, so we have spent a lot of time working through the conditions of this agreement with the applicant and their representation. If they don't have any issues with those conditions, I don't have anything else to say except to answer your questions. My understanding is they do have an issue with one of them, and we might need to talk about that, but it depends on their position. So.
Well, yeah, no, there's item number 15. I don't know if you can bring it up. That was never discussed with us at all. It was just thrown into the agreement. And we're not interested in entertaining that at all, to the point where we'll just kill the deal, because we've already been held up. We've already added ADA compliance, fences, landscaping. I mean, we've given as much as we can. We already said at the start that this is not a real moneymaker for us in the first place. So if this, we're not going to dedicate land. And if that's the deal killer, then that's the deal killer. We'll just call it quits and leave it as dirt, because we're not going to do that.
So Russ,
So I'd like to present the other argument for that, and then the council can decide what it is they're going to do.
Jacob, can you pull up that corner that they're talking so we can graphically see what they're talking?
Google Maps or the
Yeah.
the site plan?
I just need to understand.
It's not working.
Maybe I'm missing something too. We're talking about a potential future sidewalk triangle, right?
Yeah,
Pull it up on Google.
based on your most recent walk, what I understand is it wouldn't even apply anymore, because this was based on wanting to do 3 lanes that, based on your guys' recent walk, aren't going to be done anyway. But
The clarity I'm asking about is, unless I'm misreading something, everything in this agreement is asking, not everything, most of the things in the agreement are asking the city to give up rights or rules. I'm trying to understand how you say that if that's what we're asking for, it's a deal killer.
it's a temporary agreement, and this is beneficial to the city. This is what you guys want, people coming downtown. We're not making much money off of this. So, and we've already been going through this for 9 months. We lost a whole summer here going through, because we've had to keep going back and forth about this. So for engineering to come up, literally, this was never discussed at all. This was just thrown in the agreement that showed up to me as, now we're asking for this, and we're just saying, no, that's it, we're done.
Yeah, let me have a minute to talk about that if I could.
We're not doing any more. It's not happening.
The reason that this was put into the agreement, and by the way, to be honest, I feel like we really went out of our way, bent over backwards to try to negotiate with you. So the attitude that we weren't willing to work with you and we're just throwing stuff at you, I don't appreciate.
That's exactly what happened, Russ. You never said anything about this.
Yes, you're right. My goodness, how many times did we meet and talk to you?
Let's keep going.
I apologize.
Russ, yeah, just.
Okay,
state the
so
facts
let
and
me
us
just
make
explain
that
the position and the thought, and then the council can choose to do what it is that you want to do. This is an administrative agreement. This is a request by the applicant to enter into, this is not an administrative agreement. This is a legislative agreement. They are asking for certain things. In that ask, they're asking for deferment of impact fees. I understand this is a temporary basis, but to be honest with you, the impact fees would probably be in excess of $70,000. Again, temporary. They're going to pay that when and if they develop this site further. I understand that. Another thing that they are asking for an exception to is that they're asking to not have to put any frontage improvements. So the taxpayers of Heber City are going to come along this project, do 100 West improvements, and we are going to improve and pay for all of the frontage improvements. I don't know what the cost of that is exactly, but it's not insignificant. There are other exceptions asked for in this development. We are moving forward with 100 design. This is just the latest concept. Again, we may not move forward with that and have 4 lanes there with the initial design. We are going to evaluate what the traffic model says. If it says we should, we are going to do that, or I'm going to push doing that. But at some point in the future, I guarantee you we will need 4 lanes there. We have many problem intersections throughout town where we needed an additional right-hand turn lane to address the problems. At some point, it will be needed. So here, we have an opportunity to ask for a small I can't remember what it says, 150 foot or 110, I can't remember. What does it say?
It's 110.
110 square feet to add that trail that will also provide a benefit to this property and their future development. It makes perfect logical sense to ask for that as a condition of this agreement. I understand they don't want to give it, but that's the position and that's why it was brought forward, because we know and understand we're going to need it. We're in the middle of a legislative agreement. Why should we not ask for it? What you do with it is up to you.
Russ, when or if we needed that, would the rest of their site plan have to change? Because unless I'm mistaken, that's a location where one of the truck would, I can't really view it. One of the maps is sideways, but I think that's one of the vertical trucks that's up against the road, right?
Or you could bring their site
So
plan
when
back
or
up.
if in the future, if that were needed, it would necessitate a change
I
in the
don't really
layout.
think it would make any impact to their site plan, but you can bring their site plan back up and look for it. Again, all we're trying to do is put in a 10-foot trail, which is our plan for that road. We want to make sure we have room to do it. Again, even if we decide to put in 3 lanes for now, instead of 4, at some point we're going to need it, an opportunity to ask for it. Again, that's it. You'll have to decide what you want to do with it.
Yeah, one more quick question. If we did go forward with a plan that required that right now, and I hear you that right now we're not necessarily agreed on the 4 lanes, but at some point in the future we might need to. Actually, let me back up a second. Let's say we agreed tomorrow we want the 4 lanes there. At what point would that part be constructed? Guess.
Our intent is to finish this design, 100 West design, this year and start construction next year.
That's it.
The context.
That was the question I had, is that we're not having any frontage improvement requirements, but that's only, okay, who's online here?
Nick Lopez.
No, is there anybody else?
Well, that's the one that was moving just now.
Okay, just trying to check.
Mayor Council, if I may.
Go ahead.
Just a couple other thoughts for your consideration. If you choose to approve this, you're knowingly approving a temporary arrangement. At some point, they're going to come back and they are going to improve it to another level with other uses, other projects on there. That's the first point, knowing that if you approve this, it is temporary. And at some point, the owner, whether it's them or whether they've sold it to a new owner, is going to be required to comply with all the city's provisions. It may not be today, but it might be in the future. That's the second one. The third one, we're hoping that this lot will develop in some way in conjunction with the adjacent lots. So it's a uniform, it's consistent, attractive building. We don't necessarily want this to lead and be a very different design, very different color, very different texture. We hope it's all uniform, it's all thought, it's all orchestrated together. And so that's why this is temporary, because they're wanting to buy more time, hopefully throw off some cash flow for the project. And so I only offer these 3 additional thoughts for you as you look at making a decision. I think Russ's explanation is right on as we try to ensure the city's interest and provide conditions for improvement. I also think this is a temporary arrangement that is going to change. And at that change, we could probably require everything that we're asking for now.
Matt, as clarification, without a legislative agreement, we don't have the ability to ask for dedication without having to go in and either negotiate it, pay for it, or take it.
So maybe what we could do, I'm just throwing an idea out, is maybe ask for that consideration in the future when this is developed. So it's tied to the property. The ownership's going to come and go maybe, but the agreement ties that obligation to the property in the future.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. What obligation?
The obligation of the
Dedication of the land.
I mean, I guess the bottom line is if we're going to do this, there, like you said, it should be negotiated. It shouldn't be just something we give up. There should be a negotiation and you know, we can talk about it in the future, but that's kind of what we're saying is we'll talk about that in the future because we've already been hammering away at this and when we're not interested in going over that now. So.
And I appreciate that viewpoint. I'm not trying to be flippant or in your face at all. I see the rest of the agreement as the negotiation. I see the rest of the agreement as things we've given up already. So that's the question mark. One question, Matt, because of the temporary nature, and or Russ, I don't care who, or Jeremy, because of the temporary nature of the agreement, does the property valuation stick with the pre-temporary agreement or the temporary vested agreement? The reason I'm asking that is if there was a time in the future where we came back and said, hey, we have to negotiate, we have to actually pay you for this land. Right now, that land isn't anything, right? The temporary nature of the agreement doesn't change the appreciable value in my mind in a big way because it's temporary anyway, it's going to go away, right? So help me out with why we would want a dedication versus just saying, hey, you know what, we'll have to deal with a purchase in the future anyway.
So with
And I
that-
realize that sounds exactly opposite from what I just said. I'm just trying to understand like what valuation are we talking about there?
So can I send out some points or put out some points? Basically, it has some value to it, just based on where it is, location, zoning, and all that. So it has value to it. Yeah, if we put on temporary, I don't think it would increase the value of it, other than, okay, it's back still to whatever zone that is. So I think it's still.
Value until we release a 100 West redesign. And at that point, anything in the future that would develop would have to fit that design, right?
Well, it's just, do you want to pay for that 110 feet in the future? Or do you want at some point it to be dedicated? So now let's finish. You were asking Russ, weren't you?
Russ or Jeremy? Jeremy, lean
Russ or
forward.
Jeremy, yes, let's answer that and then to Mike.
To answer that question, no, I don't think it's going to change the valuation. I mean, when you look at a condemnation valuation, you go to the highest and best use of the property. Right now, the highest and best use is not a food court. The highest and best use is commercial development. So that would be the value of the property.
Okay, thanks.
Can I just say one thing? I would like to point out that all the things you say you're giving up, you're not really giving up because it's temporary. So it all gets wiped out and goes back. We're not getting out of any impact fees. We're not getting out of anything. We're just saying we're going to wait because this use is a temporary use. The city's benefit is, rather than a dirt lot sitting there for the next 3 or 4 years, there's actually a useful lot. We make it look better. We bring people downtown, which is what the city wants, to their walking district. Those are all benefits the city gets. We can do nothing. And that's what we will do. If this doesn't get approved, we'll just do nothing. You know, so the city's not really giving us anything because we don't need any of this. We can just not do it. You know, we're trying to do something here that benefits the city, benefits us, and benefits the food trucks that are parked all around town that don't have a really good place to go. So that's, from our perspective, that's the way we see it. Is that all this stuff is temporary. It all goes away. So we're not really getting anything.
Mike.
Thanks, Mayor. So for the record, this is Mike Johnston. I have recused myself, but I feel like I want to say something about this. I've thought about this a lot. So I'm acting as Matt's engineer. Matt's a good friend of mine. He's in my stake. He lives here. He's raised his family here. He's a contractor. I know him well. The only reason Matt's here is because there's no building on this property. There are no other food trucks in this city that pay impact fees or put up fences or put in grease traps and oil and grease separators or put in water meters or run power to their things. Or put up landscaping or build bathrooms. They don't do that, right? We have food trucks right out here that we allow on our property as a city to do all these things. They don't pay a dime and we don't charge them anything. They have no requirements. There was a food truck court last year for a year or two down at the end of the town where the oil and lube shop was, right? They didn't come before the city council. They didn't pay any impact fees. They did nothing. So he's only here for one reason. That's because our ordinance says food trucks need to have a license, good, and they need to be on a commercial property with a brick and mortar establishment. And unfortunately, they tore down the house, or that would have qualified. So that's why they're here. He's not really asking for exceptions to the code. He's just saying, can you defer those till we actually build something that you want, which is maybe a nice downtown building. The next thing I'm going to just say is, yes, anyone can ask an applicant for something, but is it right? It's a taking, it's an exaction, it's not required. There's no nexus between the ask, the exaction of the property and what he's doing. He's not creating the need for that expanded
right turn lane and moving it and putting a 10-foot concrete trail on the corner. What he's doing doesn't have any nexus to that. It's everybody else, the thousands of people and cars that use this intersection now and in the future. And there's no proportionality to what's being requested of him to what the impact he's creating. You could say, okay, he's creating some traffic impact. It's going to be 0.2% of the traffic that goes by there. So that's the proportionality. And that's what state law requires. Now you can ask for it, but it's not ethical to exact something. It's like asking the Wilcoxes or Mark Evans to give up their corner because they want to put an addition on their house and saying, oh, well, hang on a second. You want this addition?
It's the Constitution.
We want some land from you. It's not right. And I'm in a very uncomfortable position because I really support Russ and all the work he does. And he's looking out for the city's interest. But if the city wants it, the city needs to buy it. If they want some of your land, they need to buy it from you and pay you for it because everyone's benefiting from it.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about that. We don't just ask people to give up their land because they're asking the city for a small concession of something. He's not even subdividing. He could go there and build a Shake Shack, and there's nothing we can do to ask him to give up land. It's a permitted use, and he wouldn't even be here. So if we need that corner, and we think we need to widen the road and put in that 10-foot trail, then we need to just buy it. It could be a eminent domain, or it can be a friendly condemnation. Say, hey, here's the value, and then maybe they'll agree. But it's not fair to just say, hey, just because you want food trucks, you have to give us 110 square feet of your very, very expensive, valuable, right downtown land. So that's all.
Is there a way to meet in the middle here? Is there a way to meet in the middle where, when the property is developed, that land could either then be reimbursed back for the city's improvements? Okay, there could be cost sharing. Okay, because the city is likely to improve this before you might improve your land.
Well, I think that can be negotiated at a time, but that's the other thing. If we do nothing, the city's going to improve it anyway. So I can just wait for the city to do it. The city's going to do it anyway.
I understand, but let's try to be fair to each other.
But I am being fair. We've already done all these other things. This is all temporary. I'm barely going to get my money back at this point because of all the things we've added and we've lost time. So that's why we're to the point where the answer is no. We literally, I've talked to my partner. We are not giving anything because we've already hit our max.
The city is going to be doing improvements, though, that will definitely increase the value of your property.
Those are going to happen anyway.
And the usability of your property.
Those are going to happen regardless. So.
I have a comment. I think we just need to look at this totally different. This is a really cool opportunity to do an experiment and see if people want to come downtown. I've been to these food truck courts in other cities. They're popular. They're frequented. There's a landowner willing to do this while he waits to develop his property. We need to take that opportunity as a city to let him do it and use it as an experiment. And per the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, every landowner has to have due process and just compensation for property. They don't have to give the government their property any time, even through negotiations. That's a right protected in the Constitution. So I don't think we need to worry about that 110 square feet right now. There's very little impact to what you're doing. I see it as an opportunity for the city to have an experiment, see if this type of business works at that spot in downtown. If it flourishes, when you do develop your property, we'll probably need to find another spot for it. So that's my view, council.
Okay, Yvonne?
Unless anybody else want to before okay. So if I can ask you a couple of questions. Are you planning on will there be a fee charge for any of those individuals that will be coming, for any of the trucks that are coming to use the property? Will there be a fee charge?
Yeah, the trucks are going to pay rent.
The trucks will be paying rent, so there will be a benefit there for you. So it's not a complete loss and a complete wash. Okay. No, I know, but you're saying that you will be getting fees. Also, with the bathroom on there, will there be just porta potties? Is this something that
No,
you're?
we've agreed to put in a full bathroom as part of the request of the neighbors and the city, basically.
Oh, okay. So that will also be, so those fees will help cover the cost of sewer fees and so forth.
Yeah, we're still gonna have to pay to build the bathrooms and all that. In fact, this property's been paying for sewer for 5 years, but we can't find a sewer line. We had Public Works come out, they can't find a sewer line, so it appears that there's were a couple old septic tanks. It appears this property's been on septic tank. So now to do this, I'm gonna have to go across 100 West and look into the sewer line.
We're finding that more and more in the old town where houses were not connected to anything. They were just dumping sewage into the ground.
Yeah.
So
So that's also another cost that's come that we did not intend to have to deal with right now, that now we're gonna have to deal with if we want to do this.
So you're saying as far as the length of time, you're looking to do 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Is it indefinite or are you?
It's 5 years max. That's stated in the agreement, and we don't want it to be that long. This is not our vision for this piece of property. We've already started.
Yeah, I
design on a-
understand.
on
I
a
understand that. I
multi-use
understand that.
building, so
I am just trying to get all of this figured out in my mind. So with it 5 years max, I'm wondering if going forward, if we do an agreement, what that agreement will look like. And I guess that's my question, because obviously we have questions from our engineer, who is definitely looking out for the interest of the community and of Heber City's interest. And I appreciate that, Russ. And I am always willing to support Russ, but at the same time too, I do understand that this particular issue is completely different from anything else that we've actually dealt with up to this point. You know, we do have the trucks out here. My other concern is, because we do have brick and mortar uh, businesses nearby, restaurants nearby, that will be possibly greatly impacted. I'm wondering, instead of having this being a year-round type thing, that maybe it becomes more of a, part-time. I don't know. That's just another thing to think about, because the reason I'm saying that is we have established restaurants in the area that are paying quite a bit in their taxes, of course, and that's not your fault. So please let me make sure you understand that. I'm not trying to say, well, this is your fault if you're going to put this in. That's not where I'm going with this. This is a discussion for the rest of us, and I'm just wondering if anybody has any ideas on how we do right if we're trying to keep businesses in the downtown area, if we do right by them. I just want to find out if there's a way that we can make sure we're doing right by those individuals, because by putting something like this in there, we are potentially, if not completely, impacting their businesses going forward, which we don't want to. So there has to be a way that we are making sure that we're doing right by them, by giving someone complete wipe off. From what I understand, there will be no impact fees charged on there. So by doing that and doing a complete write-off and a wipe-off of their impact fees, because there will be an impact. And the reason I'm saying that is because you are looking at increased traffic. Like it or not, even if you have parking on the area, which is great, that's wonderful, there will be impact to our roads. There will be impact to that corner, a corner that right now during certain times of the day are really a problem already. We have a system right now that is a little bit struggling, and when people are trying to get even on to Midway Lane or 100 South, it's very difficult. So adding that kind of pressure, you're looking at individuals that more than likely during lunchtime, maybe you won't have that much of an impact because people might be just coming from the local businesses, is what I'm figuring. But during the evening, when people are getting off work, I've noticed that just even with this little small food court out here, there are quite a few people that come during certain times of the day. So lunchtime, dinner time, and so forth. While I realize that that might be the request and the attitude as well, I've got 5 years and it's just going to sit there empty. I get that. And you say too, maybe not to put in all of these other requests as far as the sidewalk or anything else, but I really don't think it's fair that we do an impact wipe away. If anything, there needs to be a discussion on possibly doing a partial impact fee. I don't know. So that's what I'm asking. And that is mostly for city staff and admin to ask, what can we do in place of that? Because for me, this isn't a complete, this isn't an area, or even this project isn't something that deserves, if you will, I hate to say it that way, but for all intents and purposes, doesn't deserve to have a complete write-off. This is not an organization that is a nonprofit organization. I mean, we're not dealing with that. Those are things that I consider as far as saying no impact fees. Those are things that I consider. In this case, not so much. And while I know that we're saying that we have our little food truck and our food court here, they are paying fees from what I understand. Are they not? They're not.
Nope.
Okay, so that's just, I don't know how we're doing that.
Sales tax.
Sales tax, okay. So
Trucks all around town that aren't paying fees. None of them
yes, I realize that, but this is a unique area. This is different because it is something that is definitely impacting our traffic. It will. We can't say it won't, because every time we say it won't, it definitely does. Just to be honest.
As you've just pointed out, the impact's already there. You already have the trucks are here and the people are coming.
But they have a parking area.
That impact from here to there.
Well, I realize that, but for me, it's a different situation. This is something that the city apparently has decided to do, and not sure why we're doing it for free. But do you see what I'm trying to say? I'm just saying that that's a completely different understanding, and I'm not trying to push down on someone, and I recognize that. But what I'm just trying to do is I'm just asking a question, and I want to know why we are willing to this is a large, significant piece of property, complete different. 3 trucks as opposed to several trucks.
Great
There's
question.
my question.
So previously there was a house on this lot, and that lot, of course, was having the impacts of sewer and water and all of that. And it's my understanding, and Russ, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I oftentimes am, is that the connections they're using for the food truck is from the existing connections that were given to the house.
Well,
That's
he just
the
said he
notion
had no
behind it.
sewer, though, sadly.
Sadly.
They have an
Sadly,
existing,
no sewer.
Turns out there is
there was an existing home. They have credit for an existing home in ERU, which is, approximately your water and sewer impact. That's
wasn't
something
hooked
they
to the
already
sewer.
have credit for. Really, the only significant impact in this temporary use is going to be traffic. It is going to be a generator. It is going to pull traffic into that area, and that corner is going to see the impacts, and you'll see that, I think, as it goes in. But that's just
Well, to me, there's no sewer there. He's already said so. So there is a sewer impact fee there that should be
Well, there's a
considered.
connection. He's granted a connection based on one house.
Yeah, but they never paid for it.
correct.
No,
Our
because
assumption, of
the house
course,
was on
was that there
septic.
was a sewer
Russ,
connection, and there
Russ,
might have been.
Russ, for a parking lot with that many stalls on it, do we have a minimum distance between an intersection, within an intersection? What is that? And are they meeting that?
This distance from the intersection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they can meet our standard on this parcel.
Okay, that's a little concerning. I'm going back to, from a design standpoint, it's going to be, it's a major intersection for sure. And it's going to be an important intersection for the downtown. Is there a way, and I think somebody brought it up, is there a way that we can grandfather, let's say if there's a certain amount of density that comes onto this or a different use, that they have to improve it to the standard that we, have designed and meet that standard.
Yeah.
No, on the intersection, the turning, the right-hand turn lane and stuff like that. Can we put that on them where then we come in and purchase that land from them, 110 square feet from them? Is there a way that we can put that into the DA? Yeah, in the future. And I think somebody brought that up. I'm for this. This is great. This is a great place that we can test. But again, us as council, we have to understand that, I think, Yvonne, you're right. Food trucks don't pay impact other than sales tax. And, there's something a little bit shady about that, I think, but it is a good way to test this type of use in this area. 5 years, hopefully it doesn't last that year. Hopefully it lasts 2 years if this happens here, because we want this to be redeveloped into something rather than food trucks. Because food trucks, there are some nice ones. They're great ones. Go to Holiday. They have a great place there. You go to Moab, it's not so great. So that's the thing that I'm worried about, because this is a prominent corner. This is kind of our entry in from Midway, and we need to preserve it. I understand what you're trying to do as far as your design. Yeah, I question your trees and stuff like that, but that's what I do. They won't last. But again, we need to improve this corner. If we can somehow improve it, I was looking at Google Earth. It's just a gravel pit. It's just weeds and stuff. So if we can improve it to make it something nice, well, dirt. But in the future, if something comes there that we require, more improvements based on what engineering is requesting.
Well, they'd have to follow within the code and the zoning. So
within the street trees and stuff like that. Yeah. But, as far as the turning radiuses, let's say if the traffic studies come back, I'm not saying they're going to come back and we need 5 lanes there, 4 lanes, whatever. But if it comes back, hopefully us as a city, we have an out or a way of making that intersection work. And I don't know if we can do that within that development agreement or whatever with them based on this use and future use.
I mean, if that happens, you have to eminent domain anyway.
This is a grandfathered parcel of real estate in Heber, just like every other place in downtown. There are dozens and dozens of driveways that are closer than this on Main Street.
I understand.
You cannot take those rights away from somebody. You can buy them, you can condemn them, but you can't just.
Is there a grandfather?
There's actually 2 driveway entrances on this parcel. They're not using the 100 South one. They're only going to use, and we've pushed it as far away from 100 South as possible. But I know what you're saying, and the idea is this will be part of it. The city's purchased the wave. They're willing to sit here and wait to benefit the city, that at some point other properties will be purchased, and then something that works and is bigger can come in. I mean, they're basically kind of placeholding this for the city.
We're on the same page, Mike. But yeah, again, I think there's a compromise that we can do and get everybody happy with this. Yeah, this intersection, I don't think it's going to happen in the expansion for a little while. The traffic's not going to warrant it because of the density that's in the uses on this road. Yes, in the future it will. And that's what I want to protect the city from.
The difficulty with this intersection is 100 South. It's not 100 West. I drive this 3-4 times a day. It's often empty, and if not, there's 2 or 3 cars waiting to cross.
But if we have density,
if we have
density and uses on there that warrants that, that's what I'm trying to say. I just want to protect us as a city.
Our goal is to make this a slow pedestrian street.
Amen.
Not a through thoroughfare.
Amen. But again, as well as I do, if we put a lot of density on that, that unless it's totally walkable, totally walkable. There's going to be cars there. So
this is all future discussion.
Yeah, and that's what I want to.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Yvonne had a comment, please.
I have one more thing, just one more thing.
Okay.
I don't really feel like I don't really feel like my question got answered. I still want to know how we protect that area. I know that you're saying there is entrances, and when you say these are grandfathered driveways and systems, that's true, but you're going to have people upwards to 30, 40, 50 people, even possibly gathering in this one area. Maybe you say it won't happen. I say, watch it happen. We always underestimate what the potential is. This is something that I know citizens will be interested in. I'm acknowledging that. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying before we just say, yes, let's take into consideration all of these other things. And that is one thing that I'm very concerned about. I don't want to see another traffic issue like we now see on 600 South. I recognize that even out front, that is something that, it's a little bit different. Again, I'm wondering why, but and I'm not trying to throw it all on this particular property. I just want to have an answer for that. And when we say we're not ready to do anything for 100 West, my goodness, we just spent the last 2 to 3 city council meetings discussing this, discussing what our plans are for 100 West. This will be something that will definitely kind of slow that process down. I know we don't think it will, but yes, it will. So in order for everyone to be happy, I feel like we need to find a balance there. And I want to make sure that we are protecting the interest of our citizens and the landowner, and also making sure that those who are around the area will not be so deeply impacted, because we're giving so much more to one individual or one landowner as opposed to thinking and take into consideration everybody else. So I don't think I got my answer still, and that's all I'm looking for. I just want answers on that. How do we balance it? Does it come in the form of a contract or so forth, or what do we do from this point forward? So Russ, I'll listen to you first.
Raise your
Yeah.
hand.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know what to do about the fee question, Yvonne. That's just a council decision. But I do want to point out regarding the impacts of the intersection, we did include clause 2 in the contract. It says city staff shall conduct a review of the food court after 1 full year of operation and annually thereafter during the term of this agreement. The review shall evaluate water, sewer, parking, and nuisance impacts, including traffic, cleanliness, etc. And then it says owner shall make changes requested by the city to mitigate concerns. And so we did, to be honest, I'm not sure what the impacts are going to be, but we did include that clause that we can go back and reevaluate and try to work out a solution that works. So I hope that might
Sorry,
answer
I
your
didn't
question
read everything
a
and I
little bit.
apologize.
And then the second thing I wanted to just point
behind
out,
this
and I'll be
time.
quiet and do whatever it is you're going to do, but I think it's our hope at some point regarding access to this property. Yes, they're grandfathered access. You can't take that access away. But as you know, the idea in the downtown area there is that the hope is that it's going to develop as a zero lot line setback commercial type business where there may not be parking or vehicular access. And so that will also help that in the future. So just two items to try to help.
Okay.
Can I make my motion?
Thanks, Russ.
I need to call for any public comments on this. This is an action item. Would anybody in the public like to come forward and give a comment on this? You got 10 minutes. Or anyone online, you're welcome to raise your hand.
How does there public comment when there's a motion? I actually don't understand
He
that.
didn't make the motion yet. I'm trying to allow the public. He said he'd like to make a motion, but he didn't make it yet.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development agreement.
I'm
Just
sorry,
a minute.
Linda.
Residents.
Just
Item
Residents.
15.
I go through that
Just a
intersection
minute.
every day.
I know.
I would like to be able to have
And
you
we
Once
are
the
heard.
motion has been
killing
put
our
on there.
restaurants. We can't keep a Burger King because they get free.
Thank you, Linda. I'm
And
sorry.
restrooms, they don't have to put a clean.
Unfortunately, because
sorry.
of that, we've already put it into place and we have to be consistent. Unfortunately, I agree with you on this, but I will say that. But at least for this, let's go ahead and make the motion, and then I think we can have discussion afterwards. Go ahead and make your motion.
I already did.
What was your motion?
Approve the development agreement minus item 15.
Minus item 15,
Removing
the property dedication. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion? So I just need to ask a question. Jeremy, when the 5 years are up and if things haven't turned out the way that he would like, what happens at that point? Does the city say cease and desist, or does he need to give like a 6-month notice before the 5 years is up so that the city can progress to do something else if he wants to extend? We don't have anything like this in this contract.
Just the rights, all the rights under the development agreement would go away after 5 years. So they'd just be
They'd have to come back.
revert back to whatever development code we have at the time.
So
and
it would be non-conforming and there would be a cease and desist.
Not a non-conforming use.
Not
'cause it
non-conforming.
can't continue past the 5 years. So a non-conforming use would be vested past the 5 years because it's in not conforming. This is
Okay.
specifically not a non-conforming use. It's a temporary use agreement, so they
Okay.
won't have vested rights after 5 years to continue this use. So after 5 years,
So it just stops.
either we extend it or we go in and say, you got to
Don't
quit.
want any notice. I'm just saying, as much as he wants to do it within 2 to 5 years, I always have to look at what happens after this ends.
Yep.
And usually they give us notice so we can start working on something, especially if they want to continue, because maybe it doesn't work out in 5 years. I'm just saying.
And then the other thing,
At the end of 5 years, that would be like a lease agreement. It terminates and they no longer have the vested rights, and then we go
Okay.
in and.
Next question. The development agreement has a Jared McKean sealer on it, and your name is different than that.
Yeah, he's my partner. He's my partner in this.
Okay, so you do want his name on there, not your name, not both of your names. Okay, my questions are done. Any other questions, concerned before we take a vote?
I just had one more question concerning the clause that you discussed. On that clause, that gives you basically within the year to say, or not within the year, but at the year. It's at the year, right? Okay. Okay. And then every year afterwards, if there is something that there is found that there's an impact, does that come back to us and then we make another discussion? Or is this something that we say, okay, it looks like this is a lot more than we anticipated, and so therefore we're looking at impact fees? I mean, are those parts of those discussion of coming back?
I think that the intent would be to work it out with staff and the applicant. If that can't happen or there's a disagreement, it may have to come back for input from the council, but I don't think that's the intent.
Okay, so it's just to make sure that, to look at everything, to
Just
reassess.
to make sure it's not causing significant problems.
I hate to say this, Russ, but that clause is very loosey-goosey, because in every other clause that we have like this, where there's a time period for cure, there's a notification process, you see what I mean? And then if it's not cured, you see what I mean? Then there's another process, and we just don't even have any of that. So who knows how long it could drag on, and we can't do anything with this current language.
Is
Just
there any
saying.
way, so then my question then to the rest of the council then is, can we make that a little bit clearer, Jeremy? And if we can make it a little bit clearer so that we're making sure that the city is protected as well. I know that we're worried about the rights of the landowner, but I want to make sure, I'm sorry, I just don't want us to get caught with our pants down. Those aren't pretty butts to look at. So I'm just saying, at this point, I think it's important that we have that and that we make sure that we have that tied in really good, so that year mark comes. If our engineers, if our staff see that there is an issue here, that we have the ability to say, okay, we need you to maybe make some changes here, or we need you to maybe make a partial impact fee, or whatever it is, and then it becomes a conversation with the landowner and also making sure that we cover the city. Is there a way to do that?
Do you
And
just
if-
want a time period on the end of that sentence?
I thought it
Just to
had it.
understand what you
I
were
thought it was
asking
a
about.
year. You'd go in and evaluate in a year, and I trust my staff to, make sure that
part's there, but
decision.
Owner shall make all changes. I wonder if she's asking, are you just
Yes.
asking for like within 90 days?
Yes,
Or is that what you're
like
asking for?
with a certain amount of time. So meaning, not 5 years at the end of the 5 years, but that it's done within that year. So is there any way to do that?
I would say the way it's currently written, where owner shall make all the changes, it'd probably be a reasonable amount of time to make those changes, whatever the city requested. And then if they don't make those changes.
So
then
can we
take
say
whatever-
per request of the city? Can we add that in there then?
Well, it says that requested by
Doesn't
the
that
city.
what, owner shall make all changes requested by the city to mitigate concerns or issues related to the.
I know,
parking
but
and
shouldn't
uses?
we have a time frame on that?
Jeremy, are you saying that if we were to make a change request, we could append the time to that request? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to be subject to some reasonable amount of time. We can't say,
you got to make this change tomorrow if it can't be made tomorrow.
Gotcha.
But I
So
think
he's just saying that if we were to request it, we would set the time. As long as it makes sense, that would be.
Well, Mr. Hansen needs to realize that that's what's implied in that sentence. And are you good with that? Are you looking at a 30 to 90 day window? What if we come back in a year and say, well, your traffic impacts are that bad and you need to improve that corner? I mean, that's a lot more expensive.
Well, now let's, I mean, just to make sure we're on the same page, I mean, it is subject to the vested right. So we're approving, say, 16 parking spots. So I don't think we could go back and say, we want you to put in 200 parking spots or.
I'm
we
not
want
saying
you
that.
to-
I'm just saying,
I
it
mean,
says traffic.
It
And
says.
so if there is traffic
says,
impact,
yeah, parking and nuisance impacts. So, I mean,
Including-
if it's stuff like,
We may require right in, right out only or something like
Yeah,
that at
or-
that intersection to help improve the situation.
you know, something that we hadn't thought about, like the food trucks are, you know, there's odor issues, you know, it may be like, hey, we need to, you know, move something around or try to mitigate these impacts. I don't think that gives us the right to go in and say, hey, there's a little more traffic than we thought. We want you to put in, you know, yeah, right-hand turn lane. I mean, that's not, and if we did, I think they'd probably, you know, just terminate and say, well, you know, we're not going to do that. But I don't think, again, it's subject to the vested right. So I don't think we can go in and just say, hey, you've invested, because they are investing money. They're building a bathroom. They're doing some other stuff.
I do know
And
that. That's
after
true.
that. So this was to try to mitigate, say, unforeseen minor impacts of the project that we'd go in and say, here's an issue that has come up. Maybe it's lighting, it's
So you don't think
noise.
that we should put any kind of a time frame on that and how long
I
we
think
want?
they're
So we'll just
required
do it
to
as a
make the
case by
changes.
case.
They're required to make the changes requested, and if we don't feel like they've
It's being done in a timely manner than that time.
then
Okay.
at that
All
point we
right.
go enforce it.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Usually I'd like to get language in there, Mr. Hansen, that protects you as well as protecting us, so you know what the process is, but you've heard our attorney explain that. Are you comfortable with that? Okay.
Council,
Any
I'd
other
like to make
questions?
another replacement motion that we
Okay.
reopen the public comment for this item. However, the person that was going to make the public comment seems to have left. So before you second me,
Oh,
if somebody wants to second, I'd be willing to listen to the public comment on this item.
I second that.
all right. Thank you. Let's just take the vote on that. Let me just take the vote on that. Start on this side.
Yes.
Yes.
That passes 4-0. We want to hear your public
I
comment.
appreciate that because I have shopped at food trucks, especially in the park. This is also a road that every event has to go down. And the sight line, if there's a food truck, I'm just looking at that picture of the site.
Jacob.
And if I'm trying to navigate that corner during an event, which is usually just the summer, this is not something that people are going to do when it's windy or, you know, and a lot of us in that area that there are residences, I realize that's going to be, maybe it's zoned commercial, but I guess I learned a lot from the COVID situation where you need a very, we used my kitchen. Actually, I cooked for a year, which was, but it's the driving, especially that's a road that is an event heavy road in the summertime and a difficult sight line. I'm seeing if that's a food truck right there on the corner. Is that right?
Red
Yeah.
boxes.
So imagine you're driving up in a short car. Mine is not, I don't always drive a big truck. And I'm trying to navigate that or get across that street or find a place to park. And I'm assuming there's a sidewalk there where somebody could be on a bicycle or walking or whatever. And I'm trying to watch traffic, watch the sidewalk, and then there's this tall food truck there. And then there's got to be a trash can. It's a windy day. There's, wind, debris in the street, things happening. I mean, this two-dimensional picture does not even compute to reality. And what our weather conditions are, what our driving conditions are here, I like to be able to go to a restaurant and sit down. I love to go to the park and sit and hear music. I thought that's what we were doing with the food trucks, is they were coming to an event and having a place to park where they had the city had already put in the infrastructure. And it was beautiful. And I mean, we're working so hard on zoning where residents and schools have their area and traffic flows in those areas for those purposes. And then there's industrial areas, and then there's restaurant areas that have bathrooms and parking and a place that your kids aren't like running out into the street while you're trying to get an order done. To me, this is not what we envisioned as a safe place with a healthy environment. And not odors is the smallest issue here. It's sight lines when you're trying to drive. It's safety when you've got a family where you're ordering food. And how close is this? I mean, if you're walking from the music area to this, are you interacting with parking and traffic and cars? I mean, nowadays hopefully most of us have backup cameras, but I have a car that is 2014. It doesn't have a backup camera. I should never be allowed to park there during an event or with children running around trying to get food. This is not, in my opinion, consistent with the zoning that you guys have worked so hard on, the codes and the zoning and getting. I mean, Moab is great because they have no weather. We live in a real weather community. And we need trees and we need some heat. I mean, more parking lots, more pavement. I don't know who we're paying to pave this entire valley, but I would really like for us to consider the real weather conditions, the real driving conditions, the real family conditions that this community, most of the people in this community have to get to work in the morning. They have to drive east when the sun is in their face, and they have to drive west to get home. And they can't see.
Thank you very much. We
Danger.
appreciate you coming back. We do. Is there?
And the restaurants that we closed down because of this. No fair.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Thank you, Tori.
Hi, Tori Broughton. I run a small business here on Main Street. I urge you to vote favorably for this project because this is a win for small business in Heber City. You don't see chains and nationwide businesses in food trucks. This is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs and small businesses in our community to start a business when they maybe didn't think they could. Things like impact fees stifle that kind of growth, and hopefully the goal is just a little bit longer.
No, that's
Hopefully,
not for you. That's not for you.
this puts their foot in the door so that they can afford brick and mortar. With places like OG Cafe, and I'm not going to speculate why they closed, but I can tell you from my own staffing issues, when you don't have anyone to work in your businesses, it's very difficult to keep them open. Food trucks allow 1 or 2 people to work there, probably the owner. I just think this is a win for small business, and I urge you to vote yes on it. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Is there anyone online that wants to raise their hand? We'll call on you for the public comment period on the Heber Food Truck Court Development Agreement. Are you seeing anyone, Trina? I'm not either. Okay. Okay, I'll just close the public comment period. Thank you very much. And then we are back to now ready to almost vote unless you've got further discussion.
I have one quick clarification question. Jeremy, the wording of the changes to specifically talk to, her name's Linda, right?
Yes.
Linda's concern about the sightline on that corner. With the wording of the changes that we could potentially say based on a nuisance or a traffic issue, Is that
That
strong
would be
enough?
a perfect example of one. I think we could require and go in and say, hey, look, you're block, you know.
That
you're
one
creating-
truck can't be there anymore. The rest are fine.
Respond to that. You triangle, the viewing triangle. Yeah.
That's a good point.
That is
made by
exactly,
her.
I mean, I don't think based on the site plan that there is an issue with the
Not be an
site
issue,
triangle.
but if it were,
But if somebody pulled the trailer in the wrong spot and they continually had it parked in the wrong space, that's exactly something that we could come in and we could say, hey, we need you to pull that back so people can see at this intersection.
is it strong enough to?
I absolutely think so.
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah. I do understand that, and I appreciate that, Mike.
But, yeah,
Is it
but
strong
James,
enough to say, hey, pad 8 doesn't work anymore?
Well, you just move them, you
yeah,
just
I
shift them
think we could
down.
Shift it. But yeah,
yes.
I mean, if it was to the point where like we were having issues with people not being able to see because that pad was
Accidents,
blocking,
whatever it is.
yeah, I mean, we'd find a way to mitigate that, and that's exactly the type of issue that that language is intended to address. So.
All right. That was my only clarifying question.
Okay.
Add to it. Is there any way that maybe even before we even get to that point, that maybe the consideration then with that discussion that was before us is to maybe even put it diagonally? That way you don't lose the pad at all, but maybe is there a way to configure it so that it's a diagonal instead of straight on so that there's not that blocking there? And then if it's diagonal, it kind of gives a little bit of space. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's
Just a
possible, but
thought.
if you think of the corner right here across the street with the bank, that bank is right on the
I know. That's
property
what I
line, and
was
that's not a
thinking as
problem.
well.
It's
That's
not a
what I was
problem.
thinking.
When you park, you're going to be beyond the blue line to see. You're not going to stop back here
Okay.
south.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, I think it comes.
It's a stop controlled intersection.
The
It's
bottom
up
line
to
is
you
we've
guys.
shown that we're very willing to work on any kind of practical needs to make this work. To Mike's point, I don't think you're gonna, I think that is completely irrelevant. People are gonna have to pull up further anyway. And by the way, the sight line on that thing has nothing to do with it sitting on our lot. The problem is the cars parked there and the 50 car long line that lines up when it's busy. That has nothing to do with our lot. So your site problems are not, I mean, this isn't gonna change them. They're there now and it has nothing to do with our lot. I mean, for what it's worth. But if there was something we could do there that would help sight lines, we're certainly willing to be, we're very willing to adjust to practical things.
So can I ask one more question, please? If and when this property develops in 5 years or when that is, will they at that time have to pay all the impact fees because of the increased density, we're assuming? They will have to make, if needed, road improvements, sidewalk improvements, if needed, if the city hasn't gone ahead and done things already. Okay, so they will have to meet all of those codes and designs and zoning at that time. Okay. I'm not sure about the parking requirements. We'll see how that goes, right? Okay, are we ready to vote on to remove clause 15 and approve the Heber Food Truck Court Development Agreement? Is everybody ready?
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0 with the one recused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're ready for the very patient Carl Malone Polaris Development Agreement with D. Woodbury, and you're welcome to come forward. And then Dina, thank you for being online. Let's make sure you're there. Do you want to come off mute, Dina? There you are.
Yep.
You feel free to get started then.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is an action item for an MDA for Carl Malone, which is an existing business, Carl Malone Polaris. I want to clarify that. The applicant would like to enter into the development agreement to expand an existing business and do renovation and reconstruction of the parking areas of the current location. The project is located on 3.25 acres and is zoned C2 commercial. A public hearing was held during the Planning Commission meeting on May 13, 2025, and they voted for positive recommendation. There was discussion during that public hearing about the circulation throughout the site and onto the public streets, and the adjacent property owner spoke in favor of the application. So the proposal includes a new addition of 8,060 square feet to the existing building. And the proposed addition provides for a new showroom, parts storage, offices, restroom, and an accessory retail display area on the main level. And then there is additional parts storage on the second level that's 1,413 square feet. The building height will vary, with the highest point of the building being 25 feet or 24 feet in height. The addition will be constructed of concrete, masonry in two colors, harvest gold and buckskin, with metal awning accents. The south, east, and west elevations also include the cement board lap siding. The existing building will be painted to match the addition. The parking requirement for the existing and new building addition uses 17 parking spaces, which are being provided. The circulation will be improved throughout the site by fencing removal and improved traffic flow to the public streets. The reason why an MDA is needed is because there are 5 code provisions that they cannot meet with this addition. And they relate building setback, parking infrastructure, parking lot landscaping, and site furnishings, as well as a sidewalk improvement that now requires 15 feet. But because they have existing infrastructure, they can't meet that requirement, and the existing landscaping and sidewalk will remain. Staff recommends that you follow Planning Commission's recommendation and enter into a development agreement for Carl Malone Polaris, subject to findings, facts, and conditions. The findings are that it is consistent with the municipal zoning code, it's consistent with the general plan, and the proposed site plan will comply with city ordinances, federal and state laws applicable to the site where the condition use is located. And then the conditions are: all the city requirements of the city engineer shall be met. All other code requirements shall be met. The applicant and the successors of this project shall comply with all city policies, processes, ordinances, standards, and specifications. Additionally, all master planned infrastructure elements on or adjoining the subject property need to be designed and installed by the applicant. All city engineer requirements will need to be satisfied prior to any final development plans have been approved. The following are site infrastructure concerns known at this time that need to be addressed and finalized through the development process. Please note that the following list is not to be considered all-inclusive, and additional concerns may arise as design plans are submitted for review. So that is design and plan and pay for any improvements necessary on 1000 South Street to meet current Heber City cross-section standards, including commercial driveways and approaches. On the screen, that shows the existing site that encompasses that whole corner. And then if we scroll down to the architecture, I don't know who else. Yep,
I really like your color design.
Yep, that's the color design. Their elevations of the expansion as well as the painted existing building. And then the next section shows their landscaping. And there again, they're not going to expand their landscaping per the development agreement, but they will be refreshing it. And the existing landscaping will remain. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm seeing, just really quick, Dina, and I don't know who can answer this. In clause 5 of the development agreement, it says that they want to use it as a food truck court too. Is that right? Or did that get actually put in from the other one? Yeah.
There was actually a clause that said we can go back and figure out how much property we dedicated to the city in the last 10 years and we would get reimbursed.
Oh, you wanted that one in, huh? Yeah.
0?
No, I'm sure it would be.
No, it's
Yeah, it's just this weird little thing I noticed in vested rights.
And we thank you for your sales tax revenue.
Yeah, it's invested rights on page 3. And the parties agree the temporary right to utilize the property is a food truck court. I didn't think you wanted that.
No.
It's right, yeah, it's right there under
Yeah,
5.
it is right there under 5.
Oh, it is funny. I'm just saying, is that what you wanted in there?
Oh, let's leave it
No.
in.
We need to strike that.
If I'm gonna be 100% honest, I got sent this at about 11 o'clock this morning. I did not get a chance to read it very
That's
thoroughly,
okay.
so-
It's our job to help read these things and make sure all the details are good. Okay, so I'm assuming you want that removed, right? But does anybody know? You have a new use, right? Sorry, it was funny.
That is completely my fault, Mayor. I apologize. We'll fix
Jeremy,
that
it's
section.
okay. This is why we're just asking what the deal is here. I assume we want to take out the first sentence and just keep the second sentence?
Nothing in this agreement shall be constructed to limit the city's ability.
We'll change that to our standard language. Obviously, that got carried over from our last item on accident, so.
Okay.
Standard vested rights.
Okay, okay, but do you want to try to let them know what that language is so that they are happier than what it says? Why don't you look it up? Go ahead. And then here's another question. Dina, did you review the exhibits to the MDA, the Exhibit A, the Exhibit B, and the Exhibit C that we're only seeing the title pages for? Did you actually review those yet?
I have, I believe those exhibits are referencing the documents that we showed you in relationship to.
Okay,
like
I wasn't sure. I mean, the lighting plan, I think, is there. The plans are there, definitely. It was just maybe that legal analysis. I wasn't sure if it was in there. Sorry, I didn't check that as well.
It is not attached to the draft agreement.
Okay.
Those actual documents.
Well, obviously the site plan is shown. I just didn't know if that was a requirement that still needed to be met. Just checking to make sure it's complete. Anyway, did you know you had to provide that, or it was going to be in the exhibits? It's the legal description, all the coordinates.
Legal descriptions of properties. We'll pull it. We just need it to report it.
I was gonna say, I think I've got that.
Yeah, it's easy. We just pull it off the counter.
Okay,
and
I'm
report
just
it.
saying that's coming then.
Yep.
Okay, and then did you happen to find the language, Jeremy? So that they can know what they're agreeing to?
The standard language you said just says the parties intend that this agreement grants the owner all rights vested to develop the project and fulfillment of this agreement. The parties specifically intend that the agreement grants owner vested rights identified herein as construed in Utah Code annotated section 10-9A 509. It's kind of our standard language, and then below so that's kind of the vested rights, that you're vested with everything specifically set forth in here. And then we have all the exceptions to vested rights. And again, in this agreement, we're really vesting them with the 5 exceptions to our code. And then, all the other language basically says everything else you got to comply with our code. We're not granting you any exceptions other than these 5 exceptions. So if, something in here doesn't comply with engineering standards as they go through the full process, they'd have to comply with those standards.
Okay. Are you feeling good about that? Yeah. Okay. Council, your time for questions, comments. If none, I'm going to open it up for public comment.
Yeah, I've got a couple things. Council, I think the building setback section of this item makes good sense to me. I think with what is being proposed, we probably don't want it to come all the way forward to the road. I think the parking infrastructure makes good sense with what's being proposed. I think they've got a plan there. I think the parking lot landscaping, and this is obviously something in place before I came on, but I think there was a reason for that. And I wasn't one of the ones that thought about that. And so I guess the high level question is, are we sure we don't want anything changed there? And then the last thing, site furnishings, that actually makes pretty good sense. I think the idea, if I go back and read that, I think the thought process was that rather than just have one big stretch of commercial frontage, we would have something for the public to do. And I realize it doesn't fit here, but that is our standard. So I would be, I'd be interested to see if they want to offer some money toward putting a different play structure at a different park or something like that as a trade for not having to do that on this property.
Where would that money be, go to, Aaron?
I don't know, maybe something into a parks fund that could take care of some other need in some other public space. Because that is a real thing that we could hold them to. I think it probably makes sense to not hold them to it, but that's a cost they're not incurring.
Well, we have changed the impact fee since your building was built. I think that's where he's coming from. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just the overall thought process of if we're going to give up on these things, which I think some of these make sense. Some of these we'd say, you know what, we're willing to probably give back or give up on the building setback on a dealership. But I don't know. I think the site furnishings, the thought process there probably was, and again, I wasn't on council at that point, but I think the process probably was, let's make there some kind of public benefit whenever there's going to be a big frontage of one business. Am I the only one that thinks that way?
So
Anybody want to think about it?
you're proposing some kind of fee in lieu? Or do you
I'm
want
curious
them
if the
to
council
pay-
has any interest in backing that kind of thought process before I try to propose something.
Are you saying you want them to landscape the front more or to provide a fee in lieu for parks in other places?
That was second option there.
Okay. Do we have any idea
Whether
what?
it was a fee in lieu or maybe a agreement to fund something else we want to see done somewhere else.
I like the idea and the concept, but my concern is that we haven't done anything like this with anyone else. And so my concern is that if we are wanting to do something like that, which I think it's actually a good idea, even for potential for future maintenance, even on our parks and so forth, that maybe it's something that we bring back and have a discussion like that, but to be fair, putting that on one landowner while the rest have kind of stepped away and been able to walk away with anything like that, I would not support that. I'm willing to have a discussion about it for the future and anybody else who comes in. But for right now, I wouldn't want to put that on them or ask them to do that right now. That's
Okay,
just
I
me.
appreciate that.
If anybody else wants to
The reason I bring it up
disagree,
on this one is because it's so big. It is effectively the whole section of the block, and it will vastly change.
Can I make a comment on that? We should, if we're going to do that, we should revisit our parking lot standards as far as landscape requirements. Other communities have,
Parking lot. It's the front site furnishings part that I'm curious about.
well, other than that,
Or
It's
at
either
least in the
important to us or
front.
it's not. And if it is important to us and we're giving up on it, we should get something for it. If it's not important, we should take it out of the code.
And that's the part where they're not required to construct the 15 feet of parking strip landscaping.
Sorry, site furnishings. So water
Yeah, it's
feature,
just
bike rack,
benches.
public art, something like that, every 50 feet of frontage.
Not like
it's like what you see in front of Walgreens.
Again,
They
it
have a
probably
bench out
doesn't-
there that nobody
It probably
uses.
doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
Could you
Bench or
get
something.
us to that? Where is it saying that?
Code.
Which
It's
code?
in the staff section. It's at the end of page 2.
Okay, thank you.
Staff report. Again, yeah, parking infrastructure, I think frankly, I think if we all held hands and looked at what the requirements are, we'd say, yep, we don't want that here, right? Building setbacks, we'd probably say, yeah, it probably doesn't make any sense. Parking lot landscaping probably doesn't make any sense, especially with how they do that already. But site furnishings is a public benefit that we're giving up.
It's in the staff report section 108.
Again, in this site,
Right there.
for who?
Thanks, Tony.
Who? Yeah.
Somebody in the past thought this was important enough to stick.
They've got a cool sculpture there on the corner.
That for the
They
beautification.
got a really cool sculpture there on the corner with the rocks and the Jeeps.
There you go.
Or public art.
Are you keeping that?
We'll change it, but we'll integrate it into the project so that it'll be in the landscaping.
I wouldn't do that.
I don't think.
I would just
Yeah, I don't
add
think I
more
want to
rocks,
have.
more landscape, more something that they can.
I don't think that I would want a bench there, but I think if we were to say, listen, guys, we want that to happen, you come back with something, they might go back and say, hey, this is going to be really expensive. What can we do instead? And we might be able to say, it'd be really cool if we had another art infrastructure thing that we could put at the city park that you paid for instead.
I didn't even see that. Good catch.
Again, the thought process is this was public. This is a public benefit that we are potentially giving up on. I want to get some other public benefit for it.
Would you donate a bench to the Merrifield Park and put Carl Malone on it?
I can tell you that we put up 4 benches at the Chrysler store as a part of that approval in 2019, and I've never seen a human sitting on one of them. Not one.
Perfect.
They're in our landscaping, they're on the front side, they're on Main Street, they're right across from the park. Never seen somebody walk into the middle of our landscaping and sit on one of them.
Yeah, we need to really.
You can. I'm going to take a picture.
Yeah, well,
I'll make a video about
But
it.
yes, I'll put up a bench if you'd like.
But again, council, we need to think about that. Aaron, you brought up a good point. Is this the right location for that type? And, or if it is, then, okay, what should we do? But in reality, this is not, in my opinion.
Water
the-
coming out of the hood of the.
I'm talking here. I'm
out
talking
of an
here,
old
Yvonne.
Jeep. I don't know. Why not?
So this is not, in my opinion, this is not the appropriate place just because of the location and unless we start getting all the traffic off of Main Street and create that Main Street from 5th to 6th, whatever, however far, 12th, we might rethink that. So Aaron, you brought up a good point.
Yeah.
Is there any way, Russ, you could try to guesstimate what the park impact fee could be for this?
I just think we have to remember too, all that Carl Malone does for the community.
Okay.
They give thousands a year in donations, so.
Beautification. Do you have so many more ideas for beautification perhaps out front besides the Jeep up on the great
Like
rocks?
I said, a waterfall with the waterfall coming out of an old Jeep from the front. Why not?
Well, the
I'm
Jeep
so
store
kidding.
is down the street, so we wouldn't want a Jeep. And water features are very expensive.
Okay,
to
out of the
maintain.
Polaris.
But I guess I'm going to be careful in the way that I say this, but this is what I would ask of the council is I just sat here and listened to the last 2 applicants ask for you guys to either waive or finance impact fees. I've heard them ask to not have to dedicate property. Every project we've ever done in this city, we have never asked for an impact fee to be waived. We've never asked for it to be pushed to later down the road. We've never not dedicated any of the property that the city has asked us to dedicate to them. We've done everything.
Hey, you changed your lights too.
We
Thank
dimmed the
you.
lights when we had complaints. So I would
Thank
just
you.
ask that, if we'll do what you want, but I would love to take a win. That's all I'm asking.
It is a good point, and I think that's something that we definitely need to
We
reconsider.
need to
and
change the code
discuss.
possibly.
Yes, we do. That's a good.
Like I say, if it's important to us, let's get something for it. If it's not important, we
I'd
probably
like
need to think
have
about the
something,
code
but in
change.
this case, it's such a large piece of property, and the way that it's put on there, it's just, yeah. I can see where we can't maybe have that for every piece of property. So maybe there needs to be consideration in the language there. So.
But again, I'm going to bring up council parking. Parking lots are a big thing. I know snow storage and stuff like that, snow removal. But again, if we're so concerned about creating big parking lots and that radiation, whatever, the heat coming off of it, we need to really consider that and look at that in our code and require, parking lots to be broken up a little bit. So, yeah.
Well, we know you'll make it look good because you always do. All right. You make your buildings look good. You make your frontage look good. We know you'll do that.
It's our last one that doesn't look good. 2 down,
It's
1
really
to go.
going to look nice.
Huge improvement.
Really.
2 down, 1 to go. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I'd like to open it up as quick as possible for public comments. That's part of the action item process. Okay, anyone's welcome to come forward and give comments on the Carmelone Polaris Development Agreement. We have up to 10 minutes and you have 3 minutes each. If you want to come off mute, you're welcome, or raise your hand. I'll be happy to call on you too. Public comments open.
This is Linda Middleton asking you to consider sightlines on access and moving traffic around corners and around sidewalks. Please consider sightlines. I know we love the Jeep on the rock, but we also have to be able to see a lot longer down the sidewalks and the roads now that we have electric bikes and 12 tanker trucks a day going down the street. So, and they're usually huge, need a big space to turn, these big trucks. So just consider that in your sightlines. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward or come off mute online? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, Trina. No one coming forward. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. Thank you, Aaron.
Matt, do we have any more roundabouts that we need to fund?
You're going to have 2 coming online soon. You got the one on Center Street by the temple that will be built in the next year or 2.
Yeah, but the church is building, is paying that.
I think.
The roundabout, but the art in the middle of it, they're not required to do that. And then we've got the other one on, what road is that? Over on the south side of town, Russ?
Not the Eagle Art.
No, new one, yeah. Yes, yeah. So there's 2.
Roughly, what do those cost with the art part?
It's varied between the elk, I think was 15,000. The 550 was about 15,000. So
In consideration for not having to do the site improvement furnishings, would you be willing to put $8,000 toward one of our roundabouts?
Not to be difficult, but probably not. I mean, I think that what we're asking for is very acceptable, and I don't think that just taking an opportunity to skin us a little bit more is right, just to be honest with you. But I want to be amicable. I think we run a good business in the community, and I think that the project, how we have it set, or what we're asking for is good for everybody as it sits.
I do appreciate that you do a good business. And I do not intend to just skin you, but I'm trying my best to look at something that is a public benefit that's in our code that we're giving up on. I'm trying to think off the top of my head for something that might make sense, that could be something that would be appreciable for the public in the future, if that makes sense. And I do appreciate that it might seem like I'm trying to skin you. I'm actually not.
That might have been the wrong wording, but I got
The
it. You know,
feeling
you get an
was
opportunity
felt.
to get something.
I hear you.
But I know that we'll make it nice for the community. That's what our intent is. Our intent is to make it nice for the community and make it nice for our customers.
Okay, as a counter, not a counter, but as another thought process, what part of the city's funds do we outlay when we do one of those big murals? So like the fish or the side of the Napa building, how much did the city pay toward one of those? I know the tap tax paid them, but how much did those cost?
it varies from, my gosh, all over the board. I think the fish was 12,000. Bart the Bear was 8, I think. It varies depending on the artist, how size, what wall, what texture. The latest one that we did on the wall by Granny's, I think was 3,000 or 4,000.
Okay, that's a different kind of a public benefit and a lot lower cost. How would you?
On that one, because the last mural we paid for it. We know the city didn't pay $1. They said you guys pay for the whole thing, and we did.
Nice, thank you.
Which mural
The one
was
that's
that?
on the side of the power sports store. They asked for a mural on that side. Like this shows.
It's on the north side.
City didn't pay any funds. We just paid for it. It was about 12 grand. But okay, what are you asking for?
Is there a spot? Well, there's not a spot on this current plan to have any kind of cool mural on the building.
Not that would have good visibility. I mean, there's space, but probably not that would have some cool visibility for the city. So tell me what the ask is.
Would we want some benches, guys, in the police station's lawn?
Oh, it's always too wet.
So again,
I'm trying to think outside the box here.
I know, but again, I'm thinking what Scott said. Carl Malone has done a lot for this community, and again, they've supported us and done a lot. So I think we're just beating a dead horse right now and trying to drag something out of this that I don't think it's necessary.
I like win-wins. It doesn't feel like a win-win if we force it.
I don't think there's anything on this list that I want to see on that, on those frontages, and so I don't think it's necessary. And when we have something that's important, this business always steps up and helps. I don't think we need to tie it to the approval again and just say,
They
well,
built wheelchair ramps, they've built home improvements for
Oh,
people.
I wasn't tying it
quadriplegics.
to my vote. I was just asking
I
for
know.
a commitment now for something for public.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Yvonne. I see where you're going with this, Aaron, and I appreciate the thought because obviously, but my question now is, have we already allowed this to happen on some of the properties? And I'm going to go back to the previous, you already brought it up, but it was already in the back of my mind. The previous individual and the previous property to me is getting away with a lot. I'm sorry, Mike. But I think that, they have been so great in coming forward. And yes, Carl Malone, let's be honest, when it comes to providing a lot of support to our local charities and so forth, they are the first to come in. They are the first to help us with the coats of, with the horses of many colors. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And unless we were willing to do that in the past, I think it's a great catch. But I'm not willing to bring it out for just one person. I'll go back to that again. If this is something that we have missed, well, then shame on us. Similar to the fees in front, shame on us for not catching some of those things. But I don't think we start picking and choosing individuals as we go forward, or individual property owners as we start going forward. So with this, I'm willing to let it slide, but I do want us to bring this back. I think this is something that's important, and I think the language needs to be changed, and it's something we need to have as a very good discussion. What are we asking for? If you can't do this in the future so we don't have a situation like this, then we make sure that we have something in place, because there will always be another Aaron Cheatwood down the end who will see this and, hold our feet to the fire on something like this. So I appreciate it though. Thank you. But for this, I'm probably not going to
And I've got
push
a
it.
mental note to bring that ordinance back.
Thank you.
So I just want to make a suggestion, whoever makes the motion, that you replace clause 5 with the standard language that Jeremy had said, so they don't have to worry about a food truck.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Carl Malone Polaris development agreement with the change of the clause. It was it clause 5, Mayor?
Yes, clause 5,
Yep.
please.
Second.
Right. Any further discussion? All right, let's start with the vote, please.
Yes.
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 Okay. That passes 5-0. And again, you win the Patience Award for tonight,
Can I just
okay?
make one comment real fast? I just want to say thank you for the kind words that you guys said about our business and especially our owner. We do love this community and, we try and take pride in what we do. So thank you for, the kind things you say, and we're going to continue to do it. If you guys want us to do something in the future that's not tied to a building project, we'll just do it gratis. If you want us to do a fundraiser or something for first responders or whatever, something good for the community, you just tell us. And it'll make me feel good when it's not tied to a
I'd
project.
like you to buy the naming rights for the band stage.
For the what? Oh, the park?
Yeah.
What's the price on that?
We'll have to talk about it.
Okay. Call me.
Thank you for that offer too. Thank you.
Mayor, with your
Okay.
permission, I'd like to recommend we move or flip item 7 with item 6. We do. Oh, we got consultants lined up.
Oh,
That's
my
right.
goodness.
So,
My goodness. So Carrie's here as well as the other
Yep.
consultant. Thank
Thanks,
you
Russ.
for your patience, Carrie. Yes, please come forward. Please come forward. We're going to go to agenda item number 6, the 100 West design, and consider design changes based on the field trip discussion that we had last time with Russ Funkin, our Horrocks consultant.
Yep, give me a second, Russ.
Council, the purpose of this item is to try and get some final decisions made regarding the 100 West design project. Just really brief history. We brought this to you, a couple concepts to you the first time back at the retreat last year. The council overwhelmingly wanted to go with the proposal that was provided by Horrocks. It was much different than where we are now after several iterations and input from the council. The original one included lots of landscaping, lots of bulb outs, lots of things meant to calm traffic, add amenities to try to make it very pedestrian friendly with trees and landscaping, things like that. As we've progressed, input from the council has been, we want more parking. We favor more parking instead of some of those things. And so even the last iteration that was provided to you really emphasized additional parking. The major initial goals of this project were angled parking and put the power underground. We had a site visit during the last council meeting. Actually, I think it was 2 council meetings ago. I don't remember for sure, but we had a site visit and there was discussion of not undergrounding power and potentially eliminating the angled parking, reducing the parking. And so we're kind of at a standstill. We're spinning our wheels. Our consultants are spinning our wheels. And so I wanted to bring this item before you and hope that you will be able to provide some consensus so that we can continue moving forward on this. We got Greg Nelson here with Horrocks, and I'm just going to bring up real quick kind of an outline of the decision points that we hope to discuss and get answers to. We have all the concepts that we've provided to council to date, if there's any need to reference them, and I'm going to turn the time over to Greg and we'll be here to answer questions.
There we go. All right, thank you. Excited to be here and talk about this. I've listed a couple of items that we need to go through to make some decisions in order to move forward with the project and have some direction. Try to prevent kind of the back and forth boomerang effect, but I'll just kind of high level cover the items. So when we want to talk about the parking and landscape, kind of the balance of how much parking versus landscaping. And then the second item is the undergrounding of the power lines. Those are the kind of the 2 or 3 items there that we need to work through and come to a decision as far as what is the priority when it comes to the design criteria for the project. So that's kind of what number 3 is just what are we prioritizing? Are we prioritizing maximum parking, enhanced landscaping, and public realm? Are there budget constraints that we're looking at, or is it power? So just a couple of things to talk about. We've gone through a couple of iterations. The first one, like Russ mentioned, we started with a lot of landscaping. The second version was kind of like an in-between. And then the third, we maximized parking and included as much parking as possible. The power portion of the project does affect the decision making to the amount of parking. So if we choose to keep the power within the right of way, then that affects how much parking we can provide. If the power decision is that it can go back behind the right of way and we need to acquire some property from landowners, then really the parking and landscaping is all on the table. So maybe that needs to be a decision first, and that will drive parking versus landscaping area.
Can I just say one thing about that? I think this is going to take some iterations over time. I think from my perspective, right now, parking is the number one thing. Eventually, we'll have other parking options and do more landscaping. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but I think right now, parking. Who else?
Well, let's let him finish it.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, if that's our priority, it may cut this short.
Yeah, and I'm fine, jumping to wherever we need to go.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. If parking is our priority, let's tell them now.
Point out, again, I mean, this is one block on there, this is one by the park. The discussion for power, in order to get angled parking and get all that parking on one side and parallel on the other, in order to do that and save the trees, we have to underground power. So if that's the goal, like you want that angled parking, power has to go underground. We got to figure that out. That would, if we do that, this is what you're going to get right here.
Exactly.
If you don't want to do that, then you're going to have parallel parking on both sides and you're going to lose a significant amount of parking. It's
In
a
this
trade-off.
block.
In this block.
Yeah, in other blocks.
Have you done like you're saying that it is not possible to do what Heber Power had said as far as moving the poles back slightly, raising the lines up and leaving the power where it is?
Aaron, I question, why do we want to do that? We might as well underground if we're going to do that, because the effort and time.
Yeah, I mean, that is a possibility. The power poles can stay.
Are you for or
I was
against
going to
that?
say, can we
That
not
is an
just
option.
keep the power poles?
The issue,
totally
the
against
issue
it.
where the power poles are now is that's where the sidewalk needs to go in order to fit this cross section in that you have. If you leave the power poles there, then you're going to scoot the sidewalk, further to the east, which is going to reduce the asphalt width, and you're going to end up with parallel parking on both sides. They brought up an option of raising the power lines up 60 feet in the air or something.
Never seen that.
Seems very silly to me to spend money to keep the power lines. I'm just going to give you my opinion. It's yours that matters, but that's.
Well, I'm going to echo that opinion. I've never seen that happen and put trees under it. Rocky Mountain Power would no way ever let that happen.
They pulled up pictures of Salt Lake where they did that.
Well, guess what? I don't foresee that happening.
Because their whole point was if we went up, we wouldn't have to have as many poles. We could pull out the one in the middle of the block. And if they went up and moved the poles back a little bit further on those two that were remaining, we wouldn't have to move the sidewalk.
I'm totally against it. I'm sorry. I would rather underground it.
Okay, Yvonne.
But you don't want to underground it.
Go ahead, Mike.
rather, but you don't
I just have questions because I know that George already shared some of
I
his
want
concerns
to
as
do
well.
it when the time's necessary.
Well, obviously, we've got to find out what the consensus is here. Just
So
to try
I'll
to
start
go
on mine
forward.
on number one, parking versus landscaping balance. I choose the last one, establish a location where we maximize parking and areas where landscaping may be more desirable. And I think that's what we have to look at. At this point, I'm against spending the money to underground the power, 1.5 million for 4 blocks, but that doesn't even include the cost of acquiring the land. And they're not going to give it to us.
Or the trenching.
Pardon?
That was only half of it. That was just for the materials. It doesn't include the
trenching
land.
was included in that. What it doesn't include is an easement, and we don't know whether we need one 15 by 15 foot easement per block or two. I mean, we'll have to work through that with Heber Light and Power if we're going to do it. It would be acquiring an easement on the back side of that sidewalk. For the most part, the power would go under the sidewalk. We would just have to go out into a box, and we need a place for those boxes.
Yeah, located, like we discussed, out on site, in certain areas, not throughout, or whatever. We'd have to make sure it works.
So I'll finish. We don't have some unlimited funds here. Our funds are set and they're scarce. And so I want to maximize value of what we are going to spend. And so I don't want to change things that don't need to be changed now. I agree in 10 years, some other council may say, hey, you know what? Now we got money and now we got a reason to change it. So
Or development will warrant it.
or development will say we want it. So on this block, for example, I would just go keep the curb where it is on the park, keep the parallel parking where it is, come across, leave the power lines, and finish the street. It's going to be parallel on both sides. That's what this is maximize parking, but keeping the landscape where it's desirable. As we move down, we may have slightly different options. I think it's probably this, but again, I don't want to spend the money on bearing power. Unless there's one particular cross, maybe it comes across the street and we have to we bury that while we're redoing the street, but not the lines that parallel the street. And I'm not in favor of condemning or trying to get, spending more money and time getting public utility easements on the frontages of these properties. I'm just against that,
Okay, so you're saying
100%.
no underground on the block park, parallel parking on both sides, no purchase of right-of-ways.
By doing this, when we saw this thing, it pushed, we're going to lose, they're going to lose their trees that are on their property right there where that sidewalk would be.
This one is the block across from the park, and yes, there's some trees there that would likely end up coming out in order to make that happen.
And they will die. The one there in front of George Bennett's, the juniper there, that'll die just because of the.
And these are residential
site.
properties now and in the foreseeable future. There's no intention of these properties commercializing. So I'd leave them. There are trees. I'd push the sidewalk out, there's a get, well, it was out 4 feet or so. The power lines stay. There's a place to push snow onto the park strip, and we just move forward to the next blocks. And
No angled parking,
I wouldn't
parallel
do-
parking both sides, protect the
we
power
give up too
lines.
much by forcing angled parking in there.
Isn't it like right
Sid,
now?
I think you and I both agreed on that.
I would almost say no parking on the other side of the street and do angled parking on the park side. Why not do that?
Because you still have property owners that will still utilize and have parking. And this
Yeah.
prevents from having a lot of parking there. If we make it a designated parallel parking or whatever in some of these properties, then at least it's making enforcing so that we don't have 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 different, because a lot of those homes, not a lot, I shouldn't say that. A couple of those homes are rental homes. And that has also been a problem in that they force everything and we're forcing them to park on their properties, which is creating problems.
So we're just talking on this block right now.
No, I know, we're
And I think
talking
that's
about-
actually an interesting idea, Scott.
Yeah.
George Bennett doesn't need the parking. The
No.
building he just built has parking and behind it. And there's, I
But
don't,
what
and the
about that
corner
other
house doesn't
next
need
to
it.
What about
I'm
the
not sure
house-
they need it or use it.
And if, I mean, that's plenty of parking across the street if you want it any other time than when the park's being used, but.
So can I bring
that's
up a point?
interesting.
Yeah, that's, could be a good idea, but I think with Russ and maintenance and all, we want everything lined up going down there as whatever it is. And it's not going to change. You know, let's say if we bury property or bury the power on the west side and it becomes parallel parking or even angled parking. We want that whole road first west to go, you know, in a straight line for utilities and stuff. We don't want it to go, you know,
Yeah.
bounce back and forth. So whatever we decide, it should have, yeah, it stays all the
I
way
would do
through.
all parking on the east side of the road.
So I just have to say, a lot of times for park events, we get those big motorhomes coming in and wanting to park around the park. If it's angled parking like that, either they're going to parallel park in the angled parking, or they're going to try to park somewhere else. And so I'm hopeful that we can accommodate the needs of the park where those motorhomes have been coming in regularly for events.
Well,
But they could,
similar
they could park a block away on the street still.
Some of those individuals are also for like our auto shows and so forth. They have the larger, and they actually stay on site because that's the way that they protect their property. So some of them will be in mobile homes and they make sure that their property is not messed with, if you will. And I think I'm fine with doing, I know that we're talking about trying to make sure we have parking and everything, but I am fine with keeping it parallel on both sides. If we want to get rid of the west side, I don't really care. I don't know.
So,
It's
but
not really a big deal, but I just want to make sure, here's my thing. Can I just share? And this might
ahead,
go along with
Yvonne.
everybody else, what everyone else is saying. Are you done? Probably
Mhm,
not.
I'm done.
You are done.
Thanks.
Okay. I know that you probably all took the same tour. I came back from Hawaii and I got a call actually in Hawaii from George Bennett asking me to go on this tour once I came into the valley back home. And so I went and he shared with me his concerns for the area. We kind of walked out the whole perimeter and so forth. And, you know, he makes some good, compelling arguments. My concern is that I don't want us to be encroaching on more property owners and pulling away and taking from them. You know, we've had this discussion even tonight on protecting the property owner. Well, we've got property owners there. And like Mike said, most of those individuals will not be leaving. They will not be looking to sell their property anytime within the next decade. Maybe, but probably not. And so in this particular area and forcing us to push into their property, putting in underground power lines and so forth, we are probably adding some expense there because we will end up fighting property owners. We will end up with more delays. So for me, my ask is that whatever we decide to do, we do something that doesn't create those delays. This is obviously something we need there. Another topic is putting in what's called a traffic control plate, not a plate, but a mesa. It's where the road kind of goes up. I was
They're tables. Yeah.
tables,
Tabletops.
yes, tables in some of those areas, which will control some of the speed that we're also concerned about. I don't know. This is something that was new to me. And the place that I saw it was in Hawaii. Let me just put it to you this way. I'm so glad we don't have a million speed bumps like they do there. Their traffic is very slow. We're talking 60 miles and people keep to the 60 or lower. Sometimes it drops down to 45 miles. And in some of those major roads, they actually put speed bumps to make sure that traffic is kept at a low speed. I'm not looking for anything like that, but I did see those tables. And in those areas, it made a difference. Nobody was flying or, there was nothing like that. So I'm thinking that in this area, since we are wanting to make sure that it doesn't become this fast, traffic problem as we grow and as more people try to take those side roads, that maybe that's something we can consider. And going forward, I say we keep the line of the sidewalk where it is, and if that means putting everything to parallel, bringing everything out and keeping it where it is, using what we've got, then that's what I'm looking for. Side angled, we are going to see problems. So I don't know, maybe it's something we have angled in some areas and maybe keeping it set aside for RVs and a larger zone for RV parking.
Can I
That's just some of my thoughts.
bring an idea up that seems to align with some of the comments we're hearing? I mean, the idea there of keeping all the angled on one side and not on the other, maybe not doing that on every block. I mean, maybe that's something we could consider, but we could look at blocks and decide, okay, do we get more parking out of doing angled on one side, or do we get more parking out of parallel on both, and just try to figure out what the best balance is there as the design team looking at it and trying to make it work.
Yeah, I
So
think.
can I respond to the speed deck?
Yeah.
It works great in Arizona, Hawaii. Why? Because they don't have snow.
What works great?
Speed decks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I would stay away from that, especially in the.
Red ledges.
Yeah, red ledge.
I mean,
But
you can still,
there's
I
other
think
speed
it doesn't
calming.
have to be huge. I mean, there's some that are a little
No,
bit
there's
lower.
other speed calming devices like bulb
We can
outs and
come up
stuff
with a
like that.
design that would work for, the street calming. The bulb outs are intended to do
Exactly.
some of that,
Exactly.
because it pinches, you have to slow down naturally as you
And it was
approach those
interesting
areas.
when
So-
we were out there and we were out on the middle of the street, how the cars would slow down when there was people, pretending to be out on those bulb outs. And that's the better way to do it rather than the speed decks.
I think from my standpoint, the discussion about just looking block by block and making a decision as far as what you want the parking to be on that particular block makes a lot of sense. What we don't want to do is kind of just go back and forth with revisions. So if we go block by block and say we want parallel here and angled on this side, we know now that the power we want to keep where it's at. That's what I'm hearing from this discussion. So as designers, we would do our best to maintain and keep the power, impact limited. And that would give us enough direction to move forward with the design, considering traffic calming and some of those efforts. So we would just need to go block by block. I don't know necessarily has to be in here. We could go through each one and say, angled versus parallel, but that could be done
Come back
internally.
and present. Don't let us have.
Are we also saying then that
Yeah, can
we're
we,
not going to be purchasing right of way?
sounds like that's the direction, is that the council wants to keep the power, and then you want us to try to maximize parking by looking at either angled all on one side, or there could be areas where we do parallel on both sides, whatever gets us the most parking. And yes, we're not looking at trying to, if we're keeping the power above ground, that was the only thing that was really looking at purchasing property, except potentially those corners. But I think right now, we're looking at trying to just make it work within the existing right of way. So that
Okay,
makes
so
sense.
Just to verify, because I want to make sure, this park block, earlier it was discussed to underground the power.
Mhm.
Are we saying just for this block?
I
Or are we
think-
saying no undergrounding of power and no purchasing of right of ways?
Not yet.
And we're going to try
No.
to work block by block to
Uh,
maximize parking and landscaping as the council directs.
That's as I understand it. Now, to be clear, I mean, Scott made a comment over here, not yet. You need to understand that the idea with building this now is to build it how we want it. We're not going to want to come down in 10 years and rip out what we did and expand the road and pay that again. We need to build it now how we want it now. So if you're, I mean, we could underground power in the future, but we're not going to want to relocate the curb and redo the hardscape infrastructure.
I
that we
agree
just
with
put
that.
in.
Yeah.
Rust, is your concern on that block change if we didn't do the sidewalk on the west side,
On the what side?
on the west side?
Well, I think we absolutely need the sidewalk on the west side.
Haven't needed it yet.
Well,
That's the time to put the power line in, but the sidewalk is when you put the sidewalk in.
okay. I mean, I have lots of thoughts going through my head. One is that, we just changed our code to allow people to come in and not have to put in any infrastructure. We're trying to make this a walkable area. Obviously, it's going to be walkable on the east side with that trail, but we also want it to be walkable on the west side. There's thoughts about making that a commercial area in the future. I don't think walking down the road is a good idea, especially if we have 26-foot drive lanes. I think that having the sidewalk there is important. If you don't want to do that, I think it's odd, but I'm willing to take lead from the council.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that enough discussion? Or are we going to go block by block?
Well, our hope is sure that we don't have to sit in this council meeting and design this project, and that we can take the input that you've given us and apply it to the design.
I'm good with
and move
that.
forward.
I'd like to make a motion to that effect, that you take what we've discussed and with your expertise, design the
Come
road.
back and present.
With the discussion, I would like us to consider also RV parking, because that is an issue. We do have people who park there.
I know.
with their
I'm not
RVs.
sure though that we want to create. I mean, to create RV parking is
So it
going
would
to
just
take
be
up.
them taking up some of those.
Allow
Is
it
that okay?
temporarily during
Okay,
events.
all right.
Special event parking.
Yeah, it's hard to design around, that condition when it's not a permanent condition. So I would recommend you just park over top of a
So
number of
this will take out
stalls.
the trees that are lining in that area on the east side. It will not take
In
the
this case,
trees.
we would pull it back towards the middle
Okay,
and keep the trees as much
Okay.
as possible.
sounds good.
Sid said the trees
Good.
on the west side.
Yep.
Okay, so we are all clear on what we're asking them to do?
Made a motion.
I have something still to discuss. So take your motion away.
You can discuss still.
I'm really uncomfortable, Russ, and I know you and I disagree. I'm just going to bring it up on 100 South. I do not like three maneuvers facing three maneuvers on a stop sign. I think that works on a traffic light. We don't have that anywhere else in town, except you did it over on First East, and everyone complained about it. First East and Fifth North, and we got all kinds of complaints. I think this makes it much more dangerous when you have someone crossing, someone turning left, someone turning right, facing someone crossing, someone turning left, someone turning right. It works really well right now.
people turn right and people either they queue up and go straight or left. At that intersection and at every intersection that doesn't have a traffic light. So I'm not gonna.
Appreciate the input. I mean, absolutely, right now, we know that that's not needed. What I am thinking about in the future is you're going to have a new high school that comes down in here. Right now, you already have traffic that backs up from the light through and past that intersection. I've heard people say, well, if you don't need all those turning lanes at all the other blocks, why do you need it at that one? And it's because cars are going to get to that intersection and they're not going to be able to do anything. It's just going to stack back and stack back. And so you want room for that stacking to occur, and it will help eliminate it from going back to further blocks, and it will allow more people to make a movement. Now, it's not needed now, Mike. We'll just go ahead and we'll design 3 lanes, 1 through, 2 the other way for now, but understand, I think at some point the city is going to want to do that, and we can wait until that time happens.
I would prefer that. And I hate this discussion because we disagree. My vision of this street is not a busy street. I'd like to remove cars from, I don't want a lot of cars on this street as it develops. It should not be a through street.
It will.
And
Stay a through street.
And I have noticed in many places, most people notice when they come up to an intersection and they stop and they keep the intersection clear. We do it on Main Street now. Because I'm on Center Street and people will stop, not at a red light, but because they don't want to block the intersection. And then right here on Center and Main and First, people kind of adjust and let people come in.
Mike, we'll again, we were always going to check the model before we made that final decision, but we can go ahead and
Are we
plan.
talking about the way it's striped on 500? Is that what you're talking about?
It's related, but yeah.
And if we do this
for now and not
if we do that, then we get more parking in front of the fire station. We get more parking and there's more distance because you're not queuing up now and taking out that whole area.
You need to plan for the ultimate condition for the space, to the point of the curb and gutter. I mean, you could make some decisions on striping temporarily, or the other option is if you're going away from that and you really don't want to move traffic. That's, based off of the traffic model, that's what that condition shows in the future.
And I know, I disagree that this is a road we want to move traffic on.
Maybe
Stop it if you're going
Well,
to
you
bring all
can
those
if you make it,
people to the
if it's
park.
not easy and we're
You
putting the
can't-
bulb outs. We're putting bulb outs and narrowing it at every intersection. It's not going to be a thoroughfare. And
I'm just saying, you're planning for so much density there. I don't know how you can't have traffic flow, that's all.
So I have a question. Are we discussing, can you go to 100?
Yeah, this is what we're discussing right here.
100 West.
Let me just
see it?
move. So
Where
this
is
this is what we're discussing right here. We're discussing, you have a through, this is similar to what happened at 500 North.
Yep.
But
Okay.
so you're just,
I
we're
don't
talking
like
about a
that.
through, a
If
left,
we're already
a
to this
straight.
area, I understand, but I don't like that. I will say it too. And the reason why is because you are removing parking on the sides. You are removing the ability for us to have parking, especially over on I realize the discussion has been, okay, we got to get traffic flowing. But when you're putting one arrow this way, you are literally eliminating the ability. We already, every time I am at the 5, let me finish. I'm sorry, I know what you're trying to say. Every time I'm at the 500 North and 100 East area, I don't know how many times I've come close because somebody is turning and they are turning right into me. Or if somebody's trying to come across from Smith's, they're looking at me going, what are you doing there? Because then they have to come out and they're going to have to adjust to go down to head south on 100 East. It doesn't make sense having it. I don't know why we can't have it. I understand what you're saying when it comes to heavy traffic, and I'm talking heavy traffic like you see on 600 South and so forth. But there, why is it a problem to have just a straight with a curved right or
So,
left turn? That I
again,
don't get it because it's so many times.
It's fine.
No,
This
if
conversation
you don't
really
drive
can end
it,
because we're already
trying to
planning to
figure out this
change Fifth North. We're going to put the center line back in the road and we're going to have a right and a shared straight and left. It's still not going to provide the parking you're looking for, but we are going to provide one parking stall on that right side in that area, but we are going to line it up more in the center. And this one here, we'll just design it now so that we have 2 lanes, not 4. I do believe at some point the city may want to reconsider that. I
It's just a
don't,
matter of striping at that point.
well, I think we ought to build the curb and build the bulb out. Greg mentioned that too. I think
do
it's going to
agree
be
with
a
that.
cost for the city in the future, but I think if we want to try it and see if we can force traffic, let's try
Bulb out
it.
makes sense at this point.
Mayor, can I make a motion to
I
extend our
was just going
meeting?
to say, who's going to make that motion to extend? Go ahead, Sid.
15 after and a hard stop.
Thank you.
So we're going to need all 30 minutes of that. We're going to need all 30 minutes. I've got a number of communication items. We've got the issue with the consultant on the, we'll need all 30 minutes.
You know, I was so hoping this wasn't going to set
10,
records
10:30?
again.
Is that what you're saying, Matt? Okay.
Anybody want to second that?
Yeah, 10:30, Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody want to second? Thank you.
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council, I think I
Like we have the direction of if the council
I like
wants
Russ's
to.
last comment, the last comment you said, which is, I think it does make sense to put the bulb out now and to leave it a shared left, right, or sorry, a shared left straight and have a right, and we could always restripe it if we plan it now. I think it's great.
Doing the bulb out is not just striping. Doing the bulb out is we may have to reconstruct that corner in the future.
Exactly.
Sounds like that's what we want to do. We want to try to prohibit traffic from going there. We'll see how well that works over the next 20 years.
Council, I can't see how you want to spend all this money on the park and invite everybody to come, and then 1 block away, you say, hey, you got to wait in line if you want to turn left, because we're causing our own gridlock, and we're trying to avoid that, aren't we? I'm just saying, please reconsider the 4 lanes there. That is such a busy area, such a busy road. People are going to want to get around, and making them wait and backing all that up way even down to the park. You could easily have that happen, especially as density goes in there. And a bulb out's just going to be ripped out.
Mayor, question to clarify what you're saying there, just so I can understand. Having 4 lanes potentially makes them wait less.
That's what I'm saying. They wait less.
So what I'm saying is that exact plan I like. Just don't stripe it as 4 lanes right now.
Wasn't sure. I thought
That
you were just
exact
saying
plan
3
I
lanes.
like. Stripe it as 1 through and two through, 1 and a turn, and then stripe it later when we need it. That's
Yvonne, you can see.
Nothing for people.
Yeah, but you can see, Yvonne.
right, but it
that
doesn't
the
encourage the
striping lines
confusion
up
that
on the other
potentially happens
side.
from 4.
Yeah, we can't restripe Smith's parking lot to 100 East, but this will match. This will match and be striped.
Yvonne, the
evenly.
nice thing about this one is that the straight lane goes straight through in both cases. The straights are really simple.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You want to have maximum capacity there for people to make their choices.
This is a decent design. It's not what we have right now, but it is a decent design.
Yep, I agree. So
think
I
people
thought
can
you were
learn it.
talking about putting a bulb out in on that
No,
right-hand
I like
turn.
exactly that.
Okay, that's what all I'm saying too.
If I'm driving here, I'm going to go down to 3rd West to turn left at the light.
I'll take 3rd if I'm going to go straight or turn left.
Yeah.
And I'll turn right here. But it's good to have the option because if I do have to wait on a left turn, they can queue in their own line.
Come back.
You need to queue in their own line.
Yeah, I think.
Did I make a motion? Was my motion ever approved? I made one. Was it
Okay,
ever
so
seconded or
what was your
anything?
motion, please?
That we allow them to take their expertise and design the road based on our input tonight.
I'll second it.
You understand the motion? Because I don't know if Trina's heard that.
My understanding, if I may reiterate, is that the council has said that they're not interested in putting the power underground. And so they want to shift the sidewalk over, keep the power where it is. That's going to reduce the asphalt. We are going to, with our design team, try to figure out whether we can get more parking by keeping angled parking on one side or doing parallel on both sides. And whatever we can get the most parking, that's what we're going to put in the preliminary design. And then we're going to come bring that back.
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay.
I'll
Is
keep my
everybody
second.
ready to vote, or do you want further discussion? Let's take the vote. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
That
Okay,
passes
thank you,
5-0.
Council.
Yes, when you come back that we already told you this. That was a joke for you, Russ.
Thank you. And we look forward to seeing you next time. Greg? All right, Carrie, if you'd like to come up too, that's fine. We're going to have our final agenda item, selection of the final consultant for the interviews for the Trailhead Plaza RFQ. Tony?
Okay, the results are in.
How do we do?
Drum roll. Okay. So in first place is Terracon. Second place, Confluence. Third place, GSBS. Not a huge point spread between the second two, but I think Terracon is the clear leader. There were 3 council members that was their first choice. And it just so happened that was by points also the first choice. And then on Confluence, there's 3 second placers, which actually matches the group's thinking of having that be the second place. And then third, GSBS was kind of a mixed 1, 2, and 3s individually. Does that seem to make sense intuitively to y'all?
Thank you.
Okay. If you agree with these results, I guess my recommendation would be to formulate a motion. Staff will negotiate with the first team. If we can't get a price, then we jump to the second team, and then likewise to the third.
Well, that begs the question, is the third warranted? If we get to that point, do you want to negotiate a deal with the third or go back out? Go back out.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I missed all of the discussion on this earlier, but it seems like Mike, Scott, Sid all liked Terracon and Heidi and Yvonne did not. Is there anything high level you want to?
They don't have the same public sample size. GSBS was willing to go to 30% sampling of the population. Confluence was 25%. Terracon said they'd only do 10% public citizen sample size.
Yep, same.
Would you feel
I spoke
differently if
also
we-
to the Post girls, and their preference also was GSBS.
We can
because of
negotiate that in the
I
agreement.
was going to say, would you feel differently if they went to Terracon and said, hey, we want to match 30%?
I would like.
Or 20% or
That's
something like that?
exactly what I would want.
Because then
just to make sure.
because it almost looks like you have an agreement if that was the only thing that you're
So
worried about.
We don't even
have
have 30%
30%
voting. Can I comment on that? They were being realistic. And usually in polls like this, if you can get 10%, if you can get 30%, holy moly, you're celebrating. But it's hard. So yeah, so I think they were being realistic with their expectations. So
I think
that's just my thought.
GSBS, the only reason, like I said, it was the preference. It was actually between GSBS and Terracon. That's where ours, Confluence was actually in the bottom. So mostly because it was a feeling that this is like a big box group. They're not as local as the other two are, and so that's kind of where we were going as well. We want someone who is going to be on site, have more interaction with the community, know the community. GSBS obviously has already proven themselves as far as what they've done for our community in the public safety building. So that's another reason why we're looking in that direction. And then Terracon, we like a lot of the things we're saying. Obviously, I liked the whole more grass concept. The only difference was mostly because of the their views on reaching out to the public. I think even Terracon mentioned and GSBS obviously that it's a big deal. You have to have your local citizens and your area and those individuals, and if you don't, then you are dead in the water. So that's what I prefer. I definitely don't want to be dead in the water, and I want the citizens to be a part of it. So as long as we ask Terracon to do the same thing, that'd be great.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that we select Terracon as being the highest qualified firm to complete the work and direct staff to work with that firm to obtain a sealed fee proposal and marked up copy of the architectural services agreement. No, they're being realistic. Like if we have 33 people, 33% vote with ballots in their mailbox at their house. If you get that type of, I've never seen that type of, 10% is high, I think. So
I'll second the motion.
Any further
Just for
discussion?
clarification, if we can't negotiate agreement with them, we go down to the
Oh, yes,
second.
it's part of my motion. If we can't negotiate the agreement with them, we go to Confluence, and if we can't negotiate,
GSB. Oh, yeah, sorry, you're right.
if we can't negotiate with Confluence, then we go back to bid.
I'll second that again.
Go back to bid. You don't want to even consider GSBS?
They may bid again.
Any further discussion? Are you guys good?
Understood.
And you're doing it based on the RFQ
Yes.
and what they've presented about their timeline, their construction documents, selection of the GCMC, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's start with a vote.
Yes.
Oh, wait, what?
Since I wasn't here, can I vote last?
Sure, go ahead,
Yes.
Yes.
your turn.
Okay.
Is that yes then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes.
all right, that passes 5-0. All right, we're ready now for communication items, please, Matt.
You've had a long day.
You're with us 8 in the morning, so.
Oh, my goodness. Carrie, please take a break. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Matt, did you want to do your
Yes,
communication
Mayor,
items?
thank you. I want to take just a moment and go back to a conversation I had earlier regarding the proposed agreement update. I didn't have a lot of chance to think about my response, and I've had some more time to think about it.
Which agreement?
Sorry, it was the one that Jason Talley brought up. It's
lease
about the
agreement.
lease.
The
Thank you.
proposed
Thank you,
lease.
Mayor. Yeah. So a couple contextual things I did not bring up. I just didn't have enough time to think about it. One is, remember, we have a duty to generate about $4 to $5 million in matching funds for the improvements, the capital improvements at the airport. And this council has said to me, Matt, we are not going to use general fund monies at that airport. That is off limits, which means we have to get serious about running the airport as a business. And so that's the first context I want you to remember, is that we've got to make sure that we're taking the existing revenue sources we've got, which is hangar leases, fuel flowage, and landing fees, to maximize them, to make sure that we have a long-term fiscally sustainable airport that can pay for the grant matches that we're going to be obligated to do, okay? The agreement that Jason brought about was made an issue several years ago with a lawsuit from Mel McQuarrie. You might recall we settled that lawsuit. It was related to the Daniel Hangar agreements and some language that are in those, in reference to the city's form agreement that we've been using now for a lot of years. Remember, this is also a complaint or a grievance that OK3 had in their lawsuit. The fact that Mel McQuarrie could not sell his hangar to OK3, that was one of the grievances. And so what we're trying to do is update the form agreement that we would use for lease renewals, particularly for the Daniel hangars, which are starting to come up now, as well as for brand new long-term new leases. That agreement is flexible enough where we can use it for both and adjust the terms for both. I think I mentioned earlier that the FAA requires us to set the length of agreements based upon the amortization that's necessary, right? So if you're building a brand new agreement, you're going to be getting a loan, it's going to take 20 or 30 years to pay it off. We're obligated to take that into account when we set those the amortization schedule. When it comes to renewals, though, there is some language in there for 15 years. I personally don't agree with that. I'm going to explain later. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'll explain it later. But I don't think it's appropriate that staff would have gotten the input of the Airport Advisory Board. This was a legal overhaul. And I don't think it's appropriate for the Airport Advisory Board to give input on a legal overhaul, number one. Number two,
I don't think it's appropriate what?
for the Airport Advisory Board to give a recommendation as it's being drafted legally of a new agreement. I'll give you an example. The master development agreements. We negotiate those and then we take them to the planning commission for input, for vetting, for changes. And that's the same thing. That's the same path we're following here. We've got the new agreement. We're going to the FAA. We're going to the Airport Advisory Board, and we're going to then get their input. And there's just a handful of business decisions in that agreement. Most of it's a legal overhaul. The business decisions being the term, right? Big deal for a lot of people. It's also, I think Jason brought up this issue of reversionary, non-reversionary. I'll admit to you, it's been several months since I've reviewed this. I do not remember that being in the agreement because I don't intend to change the type of agreement. It should remain a non-reversionary. Anyway, all this is going to come back to you, but I wanted to set the tone for you that this is a big deal to make sure that we get these lease renewals updated using a updated standard form that would be required to be used based upon the existing Daniel Hanger leases, which state that if they give us notice between 1 year and 6 months before their lease adopts, they get to use the standard form. And that's why that is so important to get that agreement updated, because they're going to be required to use it. And so it'll be coming to you after it's vetted by the Airport Advisory Board. We'll bring it to you as a work meeting like we always do new items. We'll bring Jason. We're required by the bylaws to bring him and anyone else that wants to come. But understand we have a duty to make sure we're running the airport like a business and we're not using general fund revenues to balance that airport's budget.
So I don't understand why capital improvements at the airport are going to add to the city's budget other than property tax increases. Is that what you're saying?
No, recall when we did the rate analysis and we did the ARC update going from B2 to C2, there was about $100 million of capital improvements we've got to do, including moving the runway to the southwest.
Yes,
And our proportionate share of that is about.
It was 6 million. It's probably going to be double or
No,
more than
well, based
that.
on it might be based on inflation.
I'm just saying, I don't understand how giving them shorter leases or saying you have to invest so much in the airport to build your hangar or something like that. How is that going to add to the airport revenue fund?
Great question. If you have time, I'll try to answer it really quick. So the notion is that if you have a Daniel Hanger lease that is expiring and you're going to want it renewed, Heber City is going to want I'm going to argue that you're going to want a 5-year renewal. Why? So we have the chance to renew that every 5 years and do a market rate reset. The 15-year we've got right now is just an annual inflationary increase. I believe there should be 5-year annual rate resets so that we are getting the benefit of the market rate. We have right now hangars paying $50 a month based on long-term lease that are not benefiting the airport.
Yeah, but we only gave them
Hey,
a
Matt,
10.
but just be clear, we have hangars that are paying $50 a month. And those same hangars, some of them, their lease terminated and we went out to market on those hangars. And the market rate on those hangars is $3,000 a month.
Okay, but there's only
So,
2 on hangar row like
that's the
that.
difference of the revenue that we
That's all.
can get.
So my point is right now, Heidi, if a Daniel Hanger is renewal, they're going to come in at the 42 cents per square foot, which is the approved rate.
I'm just saying, we're already the highest in Utah, and you're saying every 5 years you want to reset it even higher?
I'm telling you that we need to generate as much revenue as we can to meet those capital match requirements. And I'm arguing that the renewal should be 5 years unless they're willing to bring capital to the table. And then we amortize that with a longer term. Because otherwise, what's happening is they've already been able to amortize their hangar through the initial agreement term. They've already gotten a 5-year extension. And now we're going to give them a 15-year extension with no money to the city. And if they sell the agreement, if they sell the hangar, we get none of it. It goes off the airport.
No, we get the 3% transfer fee that I put in a long time ago. Now, if you want to increase the transfer fee, I totally get that.
I agree, but I'm arguing that the standard is 5 years. That's just me. You may agree with something, 5 years, and I think it allows us to keep those rates at market more often. And I think this would encourage more capital investment in the airport, which is critical to maintain long-term fiscal sustainability.
I think we're going to squeeze out GA by your proposal, and it will make it really hard for the local GA person to be able to afford to stay there.
I don't disagree, but also it's almost an affordable housing issue. Because if we want to have the small GA, the city has to be the one that builds and sponsors those hangars. Because if you just allow market forces to dictate, you'll just get larger, jet size hangars. So as a city, that's a decision we're going to have to make. Are we willing to really, like in the redevelopment of Hangar Row, are we going to take that over and sponsor it and get it going? Because that's building the small hangars is the only way to keep small GA.
They should be able to build their own hangars, and we need to be able to have a place for them with first right of refusal
Agreed.
from Hangar Row.
Agreed.
And I don't know if we even have enough property for even that to replace those, because
do.
I don't recall
We
that
do.
in the
Can I give you a
hangars.
scenario though, Heidi?
Okay.
So let's say they have first right of refusal to build their own hangar, and they sell that first right of refusal to someone else.
Well,
The
do
one
we
who
allow that?
you can.
If they don't take the first right of refusal, then the next person on the list gets it, doesn't it?
But the next person on the list may want to build a jet hangar.
They have a contract with someone where they execute the right of first refusal and they immediately turn over and turn it back to them. And they've just made
Certain
a.
hangar size.
So in a free market scenario, when we have 420 people waiting to have hangar space at the airport, the only way to keep 182s and 172s and Piper Saratogas on the airfield is that we somehow control the construction of the hangars. Because if it's just open to market forces, we get 75-foot doors versus 40-foot doors. So we have to make that decision as a council. Do we want to, like in the replacement of Hangar Row, and I would say yes. Like we want to replace that with something that is friendly to small GA, right? This better allows us to do that, because when the hangars were reversionary, went back to the city, it put the onus on the city to replace the hangar. Now that they're non-reversionary, we have to provide them an opportunity to replace the hangar, but they could replace it with something different, bigger, if they had the ground.
Then it
It
squeezes
depends on the
out the
ground
It
lease.
squeezes out more people. So
GA.
as I'm saying, it's affordable housing scenario.
Well, as I recall, Mark Smedley, help me remember, when we wrote the new Hangar Road leases and we said within 10 years, if the city doesn't choose to go to C2, then it becomes longer term. But if it's within 10 years that decision is made, then there was a clause there that they could not recoup something. Now, I've got to go back and find it, but I thought we protected ourselves.
I remember
from
that. I can't remember the specifics of it, but
Hangar Row, that there was this time frame for the city. And then after that time frame for the city, then it would benefit them.
you're speaking to Scott's
Yeah, because
spot or
the point is if we only ground lease to them the size of a GA hangar, so they can't build a jet size hangar on it. You see what I mean? Or we do the T hangars like we've done. I just can't see where they'll sell it off for a jet hangar if they don't have the lease hold. That's all I'm saying.
All it would take is somebody to buy 3 hangars and say, I'm going to build a jet size hangar on those 3.
Well, if we do it one at a time when you're on the list, we hope to avoid those kind of problems. But, I know people out there are looking for economic opportunities and they'll do everything they can, to find those. But I'm just saying, I thought there could be a way that we could control that better so that it would be a leasehold for a GA hangar. It wouldn't, not be the other. And then we can also put it into the rules. No, you got to build a GA hangar if you're in this wait list. You see what I mean? For Hangar Row. We're not going to allow you. If you want jet hangars, you wait for the FBO to do his development.
Well, remember, GA includes jets. It's not just the pistons.
GA
It
is all
includes
airplanes.
jets.
I didn't want to correct anyone last night in the debate, but GA is big jet to small airplane. What we're talking about is single engine piston aircraft, basically.
Well,
So
then
is
we
that
do
something
it
then
that
we
way
have
with
to
the
take into
rules.
consideration too, is maybe assuring that we have those single engine jet,
So I think the only way to do that is for the city to do it. That's what I'm saying.
which is what some of them were
So I don't want to
actually.
interrupt, but I am really concerned that this is not an item that's on our agenda. We should probably wait
I wanted to make
Talk about
sure.
it tomorrow at our meeting.
can I just add one other thing to indicate when I checked with Travis, I don't want you to feel like that this is the first time that the AAB or those members are seeing the lease. That went out, I checked with Travis 2 weeks ago. He sent that. They've had an opportunity to look at it. That some of them have made comments, concerns, and he's prepped that. So they've had an opportunity to take a look at that.
And that will be discussed.
Yeah,
Okay.
set
All
up
right.
early. A Port Advisory Board will see it tomorrow. You're going to see it multiple times. Staff's not hiding anything. So
More items,
But
please.
I do. Thank you, Mayor.
everyone on the advisory board is self-interested in this too, so.
That was a long time ago.
Because I got kicked out of my hangar because of pricing, so.
So a couple of quick things. One, I wanted you to know that I thought the columbarium ribbon cutting was just phenomenal. I appreciate all being there. Thank you. Kudos to you. This is your vision helping us getting it through it. It is your willingness to allow us to invest in these types of projects that are high quality, world class, that sets you apart. And so I congratulate you for doing that. Two, the Border Collie. Remember the residents near Valley Hills Drive funded half the cost for the Border Collie in the 550 East roundabout. It's in there. You'll see the Border Collie's there. Take a look at it. People are pretty excited about it. There's been some debate about the name, and that's been going on. Who cares? Call it whatever you want. Number three is a gentle reminder, the Oktoberfest is October 24th from 4:30 to 6:30. It's going to be at the plaza. The next one I have is the Callaway sewer line. I neglected to provide this update in my monthly report to you. Really quick, there is a sewer line that goes behind the Callaway homes. That sewer line has been encroached upon over many, many years by the residents, inadvertently, unwittingly extending their yards into it. As a result, we're not able to maintain it. So what we did is put flyers out to all the residences, invited them to an open house here, told them of the problem, told them that we would be surveying it, and don't be alarmed that the survey was simply going to show the easement corridor. We got that done. We then had a subsequent hearing. Everyone came in, had more questions, and we now have a game plan to get in there and try to clean that system. So let you know that conversation is going on. It's going very well, and hopefully we'll have a clean sewer line to that area pretty quick.
Thank you.
We didn't get complaints when the survey flags went up?
No, we did our homework, and we let them know that would be happening beforehand. So we learned from previous projects. So
What happened with the
yeah,
trail?
yeah, live and learn.
Yeah, that seemed, I remember the first time you brought it up, you seemed worried about it, but good
Yep.
that you did it that way.
Yep.
That sounds good.
Lastly is we've had a couple key turnovers. One of them is with our special events coordinator. And when you have turnover, it's really important that you take stock of opportunities that might be available with that turnover. And I think
Sorry.
Jody Summers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did this happen?
Oh, it's
Sorry.
probably 2 or 3 weeks now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you've heard tonight several conversations about an expanded role for CAMs in programming the park, particularly when we get a lot of the amenities there. I wanted to raise the notion with you tonight of maybe considering us advancing that timeline based upon the vacancy we now have in that position. And what I'm advocating to you for feedback is what if we were to contract with CAMS for them to do the Heber Market on Main, the Halloween Fest, the Old Fashioned Christmas, as well as the seasonal light up and all that goes with it as a start, using half the salary from Jody. So be essentially half the salary that would be dedicated to special events anyway, over to CAMS to become responsible for those major events in the downtown area.
Market on Main,
Mm-hmm.
Halloween Fest,
Mm-hmm.
Old Fashioned Christmas. They don't do red, white, and blue.
That's a board. That's a board that does that.
They could sit on the board.
Ironically, one of them does sit on the board, but that's just coincidence.
They've already got their Soulful Sundays and their other.
That's the other programming they're doing. Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
another contract. Okay. Do you have performance benchmarks?
Well, before I dived into the agreement and did all of that, because we would need that, and we'd have to make sure that the quality of the work remains high. I've worked too hard with my staff to get it high. And so we'd have to do that, Heidi. We have to come back to an agreement. But before I dived into that and did all that drafting, I wanted to see if you were interested in us exploring that, to see if it was something that we could do. And if you are, I'm going to dive into that contract to make sure it covers all of our interests.
Do you expect to replace that head count anyway? Because
What's-
that's not the only thing that she did. Do you expect to replace the head count? Because if you're going to replace the head count, then we're effectively taking half a salary as an additional expense in the future.
So great point. So I've got 2 vacancies, just to really quick explain what's going on. One of them is Suzanne, who's retired. I'm taking that position and moving it down to the front office. Why? Because I've moved Mindy over to the new columbarium. One of her primary roles is to proactively sell those niches. She'll continue to be the treasurer, and she will continue to do utility billing. So one full-time equivalent vacancy is moving downstairs to the front counter, where they'll do business licensing, customer service, and other miscellaneous tasks. So I still have the vacancy with Jody. What I want to do is take half of it and put it towards this notion I've shared with you. The other half I want to take is I am dying for more assistance on my side. I need help. I need someone that can assist running errands, running projects, doing things for me, because I'm absolutely buried and I can't get. What's that?
Part-time?
A time saver. And so what I'm hoping to do is I'm not adding any more full-time equivalents. I'm simply utilizing the existing vacancies in a more strategic way based upon current need.
So the other half of the salary would turn to a part-time person?
Both part-time. Mm-hmm.
Can CAMS handle other city events?
Yeah, they could handle it.
We have plenty of other city events,
Mhm.
that happen, like the columbarium, like when we open up Muirfield Park. There's just going to be other things happening, and I'm sure they're going to want more money and more staff.
Well, so I remember Carrie talking about Caldwell, Idaho, that the city's still going to have to help out on Heber Market on Main, for example. Our staff's still going to have to clean the garbage up, take care of all that basic stuff. But what I'm talking about is someone taking point on the programming, the administration of those key events, Heber Market on Main, Halloween, Christmas. If they did more events, we'd probably have to renegotiate the terms. But I've not even negotiated an agreement yet, so I'm not sure what would be in it. Yeah, one. Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be generally amenable to it, but I have no idea if that half a salary is significantly overpaying for that service. And so I'd like to see some idea of what that service would cost from a competitor or something like that.
Right.
And my other worry, like I say, is that if something goes wrong and that the other half, because I appreciate what you said about moving Mindy and whatnot, but if the columbarium ribbon cutting did what you think it was going to do, she might be super busy with that. And so I would guess that you might actually end up needing that FTE back again.
So that's a great question.
And I don't want to end up net positive 1 FTE just for this.
My hope is that this person I speak of that might be more of assistance to me would take point on, for example, the all hands, the Heber Leadership Academy, the city's ribbon cuttings, anything internal to us, they would take point on. Because of Jody's departure, my staff has had to step up in a big way to do all the programming for those events, in addition to their day-to-day jobs. And so I'm hoping that this new part-time position would continue to do in-house, but this new person would do it. That would not go to CAMS. I don't think it'd be appropriate those in-house events to go to CAMS.
So we can't rearrange the staff at Public Works, the administration staff, to help pick up some of these extra duties?
They have told me very clearly over the last 3 weeks with the picking up of the cemetery has been a double burden, and that they are plate overfloweth. And so we've thought of that, but they have been more than gracious to step up and help any way they possibly can.
I was going to suggest you too on the synagogue in Park City, if they could purchase a new columbarium building just for them.
They don't want that many.
Okay.
Yeah, they're looking at purchasing columbariums and a large acre of plots. So looking at both, and their issue, quite frankly, is security. So
interesting.
Mm-hmm. So if you're interested in allowing me to explore it some more, I'm going to.
I would, but yeah, I would definitely like to make sure that we have the money for the right people. I mean, having one person doing all of that, I appreciate definitely giving them something in return, but taking a whole half of the staff, and we might be able to use that money for something more, or even divvying out some of that money to these individuals who are going to be stepping up in a big way within your staff, with your admin and so forth. I mean, if there's obviously those who work very hard, and I would hate to have it just taken and giving half of it to CAMS at this point.
And like I said, I'd like to see whether we're getting our money's worth But generally speaking, I'm going to say I'd rather have an employee because I'd rather employ someone because we can then retain that person. We can give them benefits. We can change their life. Whereas getting further in bed with CAMs for now sounds maybe okay. But what if quality slips? What if they decide they don't want to do it? There's a lot of risks there that potentially leave us on a big hook.
No question.
Them empty.
No question.
Yeah, I don't want to definitely
My
compensate.
chief concern is what if the executive director quits and they hire a dud?
Right.
You know, I got to maintain the quality. So what type of veto do I have over that?
That's what I'm talking
So
about, performance metrics and, you
Or
know.
just them deciding not to do it anymore. Like that,
Well-
that's different from performance metrics. A long-term contract maybe gets around that, but
No, well, the point is that you never know if it's going to work or not until you're right there at the event. And, you know, you can check beforehand and you can say, have you done all this stuff? And will they report to you?
and I've been heavily involved, and I'll continue to be heavily involved to police it, to make sure that it's happening the right way. But I wanted to see if you were interested, and if you are, I'm going to explore it a little bit more. I got to get to all those questions, Heidi. They're valid, and I got to get to them.
I don't see it being a long-term solution at this point because you have worked too hard to get the quality there. And I don't want to lose any of
I would
that.
explore it, Matt, I would. And then we can reevaluate it, you know, in the future to see if it's actually working and then figure it out. Again, we need a good executive director of the plaza if we want that to succeed. So we need to figure that out, whoever it is. Yep. So I would explore it.
Heidi, thank you.
Would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn? Are we done?
So moved.
Are we on? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Let's go. We're adjourned.
Good meeting.
yeah, outside.
It's just this
No, get you. Came up with a name for the dog
When Jonathan was there, I said, let's name it Duke after John Wayne. But then the people that helped fund half of it said they want to call it Shep. They want to call it Shep. Shep. So, yeah.
Oh, what was it? He said the rock structure needs to.
Yes, it would be one down.
Yes. So that's just what they're saying.
It's just gravel. There's a sidewalk on the other side with meters. He's talking about Polaris, right? Yes.
I appreciate your comments, Tanya. Very articulate, very just to the point.
Thank you.